Hey everybody! Oh, that's way too loud. Sorry. There we go. That should be better now. Hey everybody, welcome back to Ready Steady Play.
Hello.
Where we're finally ready to journey into the Deepwood. After, well, those of you who've been waiting will have noticed a few technical issues, but we've, I think, mostly overcome them. It's largely due to the fact that I've got a bunch of new cameras and all kinds of exciting stuff, so...
we even had an Amazon delivery with a new cable.
That came just in time. The frame rate on this 4K camera seems to be not super happy, but that's fine. We're going to make do. We're going to play the game. I'm sure you'll be fine watching from where you are. So, if you're unfamiliar with Oathsworn, this is, of course, the big new exciting fantasy campaign game. And do let me... Very low audio. Okay, we can fix that. There we go. Now this should be much better. But do let me know if you want it louder. But yes, so it's Oathsworn. It's fantasy adventure campaign game. Chris has played a few times already. I've demoed it a few times, but I haven't actually played properly. So for chapter 1, Chris is going to be sort of teaching me the rules as we go. We're going to be figuring it out, and I'm going to be making all the decisions.
Yeah, because I've played chapter 1 twice already. So I definitely think I know most of the best routes to take. Well, not best.
So I'll be making mistakes, and Chris will be like raising his eyebrow.
What are you doing? I do think we, in our haste to get going there, I think we forgot to get a pencil.
We forgot the pencils. That's okay. I have one here because I always forget.
Oh, well done.
One right here.
That's very useful. So we didn't forget the pencil. It was at hand all along.
There we go.
Yeah, so this is just, the second Kickstarter has just launched today.
That's right, yeah. And I should mention up front that this is a review copy that was given to us by Shadowborn Games, and so we're very, very grateful to them for giving us this copy. Chris has his own copy, which he backed on the Kickstarter, but normally we're going to be doing this remotely like we did with Jaws of the Lion. So we just thought we'd get together for the special launch of the first one.
Yeah. I'll teach you in person.
Yeah, Hollenbeck, I noticed that the 4K camera is having some frame rate issues here as well. I'm not going to be able to fix that for this stream, unfortunately. But we'll have to see what we can do in the future. You should be... Hopefully the other camera should be fine.
The Ernie Force? Ernie Force that you got to know, how do you keep the miniatures snapped together? Because either the pieces don't fit right or they just fall apart. So I have seen, Jamie has posted that in the second edition they're going to be, I think what he said was, that, to paraphrase it, is that any piece that doesn't need to be removable will be glued together fully now. So I mean, this Ursus, as Mike demonstrated on race that he played
on the review,
can literally be completely dismantled. The legs don't need to be detachable, but they are. And so I think James in the second edition, they're going to improve upon that, and they're going to be basically the second edition versions are going to be better. As for these ones, they do sometimes fall apart a little bit. You can, if you squeeze together the core of them, it does alleviate the issue somewhat. But they're not perfect. It is simply the case. I think I covered this a little bit on the review. But I personally don't. I personally think if you're letting the occasional arm falling off ruin your experience, then maybe the game wasn't for you in the first place. They're fine. They're definitely not as good as they were envisioned to be. I believe the second edition is going to fix that. But they're fine. They're fine.
One of these days I'll get a camera down here that focuses.
There you go. They're focused.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Although these ones, I haven't played with several of these characters, and these ones actually seem fine. Nothing's fun. It's usually that when you like move it across the board, you go 1, 2, 3, and then it just an arm falls off. That doesn't seem to be happening with these ones. I think they're possibly a bit of luck.
Quite a bit of time sitting and pressing them together so that they wouldn't fall apart.
Well, there you go. So if you press them together nicely, then it seems to alleviate the issue somewhat.
Yeah, I didn't get the armory or any of the other bits with this, so we're playing the standee version. And so we won't be doing any equipment swapping or anything like that, which is fine.
And we're also going to be using the book instead of the app, because the app simply will not cooperate with OBS. That was another portion of the wait. Let's try and make that work. We thought we had made it work at one point, but it very soon crashed.
It looks good for the briefest of moments, and then it stopped looking good.
Yeah.
And Hallenbeck says, no need for the camera to be in 4K. Well, the reason I put the 4K camera here, and we do have two other 4K cameras now. One is in the green screen box, and that's a proper camera with autofocus. So hopefully that should fix the green screen issues. Fingers crossed, we'll find out in due course. And the other one is, of course, above the table. But the reason for this one was because, when we come in here, I was hoping that we could sort of zoom in a bit more and our expressions would be more apparent in these little boxes. But
yeah, there's method to the madness.
There is method to the madness, but it's going to take a little bit of experimentation and working with. I might even swap this one back up with the table camera if the camera up here has better frame rate. We'll see. Oh, Heggers, don't worry. We'll be probably still going when you're done.
Right. So I think people have probably been waiting long enough. We probably should get cracking with the gameplay.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. I've noticed that I don't seem to have a table camera set up, which is just a full table, so I'm going to fix that right now, somehow.
We should name our characters, of course.
Oh, I thought they already had names.
No, absolutely not.
What is this? Oh, this is...
why
is this the wrong way round?
What? Oh.
The table is...
This is the sort of issue that we were dealing with before we went live. We had randomly inverted images and stuff. And
yeah,
we thought we'd fix them all.
OBS has managed to update its software, and it made everything sad. So... instead of being helpful, it made everything sad. This does seem to be at a little bit of a jaunty angle, but hopefully that's clear enough.
We should probably should let chat. Does chat want to name our characters? Or do you want to name just name them for time?
I'll tell you what. Let's let chat name one character. So what we've got here, chat, is we've got 2 characters each, which is the way it has to be done, I think. What is
yes,
this?
You have to have 4 characters no matter what.
What is this black thing in the corner over my hand?
Nothing. Oh,
you see that?
Yeah, part of the image is
in the corner.
Like in the corner.
That's bizarre. It is.
I think we'll live with it.
It's fine.
We'll
If it's not a big deal, then we'll live with it. But yeah, so I've got the exile, I've got the priest, and the priest is my companion. So yeah, and the reason I took the exile because I wanted to play the witch. Actually, do you want to show them on the green screen, and we'll see if that's functioning. You just have to be very careful not to knock the box because the camera's not as secure as the previous one. So hopefully this camera should be auto-focusing better on these things.
Is, yeah.
I think it is. I think it's doing alright.
So that's the exile. His twin axes, bit of like a berserker kind of character. He, I haven't played as him, but I have Richard, my friend, played as him in the first encounter, and found him quite difficult to get the most out of. And I have heard other people say that as well. So. Mike decides to take the challenge.
Well, I was going to be the witch, but the witch is like level 4 complexity, and so I thought rather than taking level 5 complexity, and rather than taking the witch and getting her killed on the first mission, I thought I'd take the exile and maybe he'll die. I don't know. Because what are we doing, Chris? Why is that important?
Because we're playing on standard difficulty, but in hardcore mode. So once a character is dead, they're dead. There's no KO, and they come back later with an injury. So it's in regular. So the difficulties have things like you can change. Maybe I think on the hard difficulty, level up 1 difficulty from standard. Every character has max health of 5 instead of 6. For example, there's 5 difficulty levels. We're playing in the middle one standard, which is the standard way to play difficulty-wise. But there's a modifier which is hardcore mode. In non-hardcore mode, if a character is not defeated, reduced down to 0 hit points, an Oathsworn I should say, actually not a character, then they are knocked out, they cannot be used for the rest of the encounter, and they will receive an injury at the end of the encounter. In hardcore mode, they receive an injury if they complete the encounter with only 1 or 2 health remaining, and if they're reduced to 0 hit points, they're dead, and you cannot use them for the rest of the campaign. They're gone. So we essentially have, I think it's 12 or 13 Oathsworn characters in the game. We essentially have 12 or 13 lives to complete the entire campaign with. So we'll see how that goes.
Layla says, "I need a trigger warning if you're about to kill my bear."
We'll do our best not to. I'm playing as the Earthsword Bear as my companion character, because I have seen the Earthsword Bear played with a lot, but I've never actually played with her myself. I'm pretty excited. She is a badass, and we probably should name her. I'm probably going to name her what Deborah named her actually. Name her after Yorick Bernison, but name her Yorica.
Yorica, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hallenbeck, I've adjusted the music. Do let me know if it needs further adjustment.
So in honor of Deborah and female warbears everywhere, gonna name her Yorica. I can't remember if Yorick Bernison spelled with an I at the start or not. Is it? Yeah,
we are doing permadeath, yeah, Alessandra. We're doing permadeath, but we're playing on regular difficulty.
I'm gonna spell it. I don't care if this is not how it's spelled in Dark Materials. I'm gonna spell it Ioreka, Eorica, because that just pleases me. I like the way that's spelled. And then Mike's companion character is the priest, who is the healer.
Helen Beck says Iorek.
Yeah, that's perfect. I got it right in that case. So I've added an A on purpose to make it feminine according to Latin languages. So this is the priest. This is
the hammer is actually for setting bones.
You could name him Gascoigne, I guess, after Father Gascoigne in Bloodborne, if you wanted to.
I'm gonna call him Getafix after Asterix.
Getafix.
Yeah, Getafix is the apothecary because he fixes you.
That makes sense. And then my main character I'm playing as is the Blade, who looks awesome, but I've never seen him.
He does look very cool, actually. He's a handsome man with a big sword. What's not to like?
Exactly, just like me. So I have mentioned twice companions, and the reason being is we're playing. There's two ways you can play Oathsworn characters. Play them as full characters, where they have their deck of cards, and therefore all their abilities. And then there's companions, and the idea of companions is it kind of streamlines a character a bit more because you always play with 4 characters. So because we're streaming and therefore it'll speed us up a little bit, and also because it shows off the mechanism, we're going to play with a main character each and a companion character each. Companion characters, as I say, are massively streamlined. They don't have cards, which means they don't have to play cards for actions. They don't play cards for defense. They have +2 defense at all times to compensate for the fact they cannot spend cards for defense. And they, instead of having access to their cards, they have, I think they're called archetype cards. So we currently have access to 1 archetype card with two sides. So we have choose between 2 different archetypes, which will just give 2 abilities. Yes, sorry, I forgot about the green screen. So this, for example, is my Warbear's archetype card. I can keep her on this side of the encounter, in which case I will have the ability Feral Roar and the ability of Swipe. Feral Roar being a buff and Swipe being an AoE attack, or I could have her on the other side, which would give me Ironhide, which is a attack with potential defense gains, and Batter, which is also a special kind of attack. So I'm going to have her on this side, so I can buff my allies and also have an AoE attack. And Mike's companion is the priest. The priest actually always has Desperate Prayer, regardless of which side you're on, which is basically a heal. And he has a blessing on this side, which is a buff, or he can have on this side, as I said, still has Desperate Prayer, or he can have Pillar and Path, which is an attack. That's up to Mike to decide. So companions basically have 2 animus per turn, 2 action points, and they can spend 1 to move 4 spaces, spend 1 to do an attack, or spend 1 to use one of the abilities on the archetype card. Whereas full characters have significantly more animus. Both of ours start with 8. And they use 1 animus to move 1 space, and X amount of animus depending on the card to play a card. So a lot more involved, a lot more complicated. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how the companions feel in relation to making full characters. Yeah. So I've got Yorka. I need a name for my blade. Anyone have any ideas? Well, Barry.
These are the names for my exile. Exile Miles, Barry, or Hef, because he's Spanish. Spanish Jeff. Hefe.
Hefe. What are you calling him? Oh, this is Gasco. This is
Getafix, the priest.
Getafix.
And how much HP does Getafix have, or do I not need to write?
They all have 6. Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Didn't it say companions on? Oh no, that was on the harder mode. They have less health, right?
Yeah, I don't know if your health can go. I played like 6 chapters. I don't know if your health can go up or down. I don't see why it could go above 6. Maybe it can permanently decrease. I don't know. Let's just leave it for now anyway. I guess my blade's name is Barry then. Do
you want to have Barry and I'll have
Barry the Blade?
I don't get Exile Miles.
I think it Mile.
Or just
Exile, Mile. The
Blade
blade should be named Sir Bladus.
Bladius of the Deepwood, champion of swordery.
Layla, there's so little room. There's so little room to write the name.
Make it fit!
I think we're just going to go with Barry. Because I like there's a great Foil Arms and Hog sketch where it's called Beethoven and Barry. Where Beethoven had a friend called Barry who did all the lyrics to his songs. Da 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 da. Barry the Blade and Eric the Exile.
We're
I'm gonna spell Barry with an I to make it feel fantasy like. I don't know.
Barry.
Actually, I put no, Barry.
With an I at the end.
Yeah.
That makes it look
I put
more
an E on it
fancy.
as well. Barry.
Okay,
yeah,
and
that makes me feel better about it. And then we should get going.
Yeah, exactly. I guess I'm Trevor then. Sorry. I can't say her name. Exile Miles is good, but it doesn't quite rhyme.
I prefer Miles.
But it doesn't quite rhyme enough. It's Miles and Mile. Okay. I'll be Miles, and then we'll hope he goes the mile instead of just dying.
What was the other suggestion? Miles or
We've got
Eric?
Trevor or Eric.
But I don't know. It's your character. You pick. Try and fantasize it though a little bit.
Miles with a Y.
Yeah.
There we go. That looks
Somehow
fantasy.
that's fantasy.
And I have 6 hit points too?
Yeah, we all do. I'm not even writing it in because it's only. Alright.
Oh, because it's on this die.
Are we ready to go with Chapter 1 story phase, or story mode, whatever it's called?
Yep. Do we need to see any of this stuff? Or are you
What
just
stuff?
going to read me a story?
Yeah, read your stuff.
So if I go over here, this is okay. I'll just sit here and be read a story.
Yeah, I'll read your story. So I'm going to read it because James Cosmo is not available.
We tried to use the app, but
Alright.
it wouldn't appear.
So, we start at 21.1. I'm going to read the instruction even though we've done it already. Open mystery envelope A and place its contents in the center of play. Place the free company marker on location 21. Place the Chapter 1 time track beneath the map. Take path card A. So path card A is not necessary using the app, but we're not, so we do need it. The free company marker, this has caused a lot of confusion I've noticed on the internet. There is no dedicated free company marker in the game. You are meant to use any one of your models. So yeah, the Exile can be our...
Miles is apparently the leader of the group now.
So he goes to the wire road here.
Oh.
Okay. And here we go.
And let me just get a nice little view of Miles on his little journey there. Are you ready, Miles, to go? He's like, I'm ready for anything. I'm definitely not going to die because Mike's an idiot.
Let me lubricate my grey matter. Okay, ready?
Yes, ready.
Here we go. Green mud sucks at your boots, every stride a challenge as you trudge through the rain. Your hands grip the thick iron cable of the wire road, pulled taut through rings sunken into the trunks of hideous trees. For days now, it has been the only evidence of humanity's existence in the Deepwood. Clinging to this lifeline has not worked for everyone, though. You are one less than when you left Verum. It was nothing any of you saw, just a thrum on the wire behind you, and then a scream disappearing into the dark. The memory is fresh in your mind. But this is not the time to mourn. Not here. As you travel, vines and black tree trunks spattered with sickly pink cysts block your view ahead. Things slither away and rustle through the undergrowth, but they are of little concern. One cannot afford to jump at every noise in this place, or else you'll go mad. It is only when the sounds slither towards you that you need to worry. Relief from walking through this overgrown hell is promised as the huddled profile of the fortress town of Bastogne looms in the distance. They are the ones who sent for you. People have been dying here, though not of hunger, nor of the Deepwood. Those don't leave much of a man when they're done. Something else is happening here. Something that is leaving plenty of bodies. The crumbling city walls tower before you. As you approach them, you spot something laying at their base. Choose one. 1. Explore the base of the wall. 2. Get out of the rain and head for Bastogne's gates.
I think we should stop and take a look.
A driving rain batters the city walls as its ancient grey stones stand in defiance of the Deepwood's reaching limbs and the beasts that stalk beneath them. The deafening roar of the downpour hinders your ability to detect the sound of any approaching threats. You stay alert, noting the danger. At the base of the walls, you find jumbled piles of branches and bones collected together like nests. In one of those scattered nests lies a jawbone, most probably human. Woven into the twigs and branches of another nest is a cracked and broken mask, feminine in design. The once full face mask of delicate ceramic now lies shattered. What would a Thracian noblewoman's mask be doing here? The question is left unanswered as a glint catches your eye. Write the word King Killer on your free company sheet. In the back. It's a key word we have access to now, which may come into play later. King Killer, all one word. Gain 1 random Chapter 1 common item. Add a time token to the time track. Right, so this has cost us time, but it was not a specific location. So we're going to grab one of those generic time tokens, and that's going to place it here on Chapter 1. So that's cost us time, but we have gotten a Chapter 1 item out of it. That's nice. So these need to be shuffled, because I never shuffled them.
Already plotting a coup. Yeah, I don't know who the king is yet, but he's dead.
So it's worth noticing, Thracian noble. Thracian is what the blade is. The blade's a Thracian noble. That's why his cards, the symbol for his cards, is a mask. So I was not aware that what the significance of the mask, but I guess this group of people or race of people, it's important to that culture. I'm guessing. So and then I will. Alright, so amongst the nest, though, we did find a useful item. What did we... Oops. Just about to ask you to draw them. I dropped them all.
I won't look.
What did we find, Mike?
Barry, such a noble name. It's beautiful.
It's Barry spelt with an E. Yeah,
you have to show them on the screen. What
yes,
did we get?
We found... Hello!
I found a bone knife.
Cool.
Is that really good? It looks amazing.
These are all just generic items. These are like starting items.
They're all just trash.
When you critical during an attack, that hits, battle flow 1 card. And however, its companion, it gives a move of 2. So that's handy.
Alessandra says, do we have a time limit in order to finish this chapter?
Not per se, but there are benefits to finishing. There's actually benefits to doing more stuff and finishing it taking longer, and there's also benefits to finishing it sooner. So the crucial one, the most obvious benefit is this space right here. That's right. Mike's just going to move us over to it.
Yeah. Or I'm going to move whatever that is.
There we go.
And then
so this space right here says extra unique items. So when you defeat an encounter, I think you get 2 unique items by default. If this space is still visible by the time we finish the story, therefore we've done fewer than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or fewer time tokens, then we'll gain an extra unique item. But if we do more stuff, we get to have more adventures, and that might have its own. That might give us its own rewards. So yeah, to answer your question, there are benefits to being quick and also benefits to being slow.
Oh my god, Mac would hate this game. There's no right answer.
There's definitely no right answer. That's definitely for sure. Sorry, I need to next time grab the whole box. Okay,
right. I've got this bone knife. What shall I do with it?
Let's stick it into our free company backpack, which will be there for now. It's really good to get more items though, because items break a lot. So,
oh no.
Yeah, we definitely want them. Okay, so we continue. Why would anyone leave something so valuable on this side of the wall? Place location 20 token 22 and go there. So we're going to grab location 22 from the box, please. We're going to move this to here.
I just put these in at the thing.
Yes, ideally we would have actually stacked them.
I was going to organize them, and then I was running out of time, and I was like, oh, pressure.
That's right, I can riff while he's doing that.
Quick, see.
And by riff, I mean take a sip of my coffee.
Y'all just have to sit there and wait.
Catch up with chat, see if anyone's saying anything in chat. Do you have a time limit? We covered that. I see. Nice, like this mechanic. Yes, it's really good. I like it a lot so far. Here's 22. You will need more of those. Yeah. Right, 22 is the main gate, which I'm popping here, and we're going to place the character token there. So what happens is, when you go to a location, you can only go, with the exception of the starting one, we were told to start location 21. With the exception of that, when you Yes, I was just making sure I wasn't meant to place time. And then if it was the app, you just tell the app what location you've gone to. It is not the app hour, so what we actually have to do is we have to flip this over. As you can see, there's actually 2 different places we could be going, depending on which path we're on. So every location in every chapter can actually have more. There's actually can have 2 different things that can happen there, depending on. I guess, if you punch the man earlier, then when you go to his house, he's not happy to see you. That kind of thing. So we're on path A, so we're going to go to entry 22.1, which is presumably on the next page. Yes, it is. Here we go. As you approach the thick wooden gate, a small slat slides unevenly open, and a wary, coal-caked face peers out. Moments pass as he eyes you with suspicion, taking inventory of your many weapons. Then one of you reveals the mark on your wrist. He grimaces. Free company? Let me get this open. The slat slams shut, and you hear chains strain as the mechanism pulls the gate open, swinging out just wide enough to squeeze through. You move into the gateway passage and find it blocked ahead by an iron portcullis, a second layer of defense creating a quarantine area. In the passage with you is a single table, lit by a foul-smelling lantern on the wall. You hand him your papers. I'm sure you know the drill, the guard urges as he thumbs through them. Arms extended out from your sides, he raps against you repeatedly with a short, hollow tube of wood. He nods, then sniffs, satisfied that you've brought nothing of the Deepwood in with you.
Oh.
You've not come too soon. More bodies last night, he says, as he moves to the rickety table in the corner to mark more paperwork. Papers say you're 5. A grim silence from you answers his next question. Right then.
Michael died in the forest.
Putting a lot of effort into this reading. It comes up with that kind of shit.
I appreciate it. I'm having a great time. That's why he's not in this episode.
I have to find myself again. Hang on. A grim silence from you answers his next question. Right then. An oath fulfilled, I suppose. He looks uncomfortably away and motions toward a logbook with ink and quill beside it. Make your mark. Create a name for your free company.
Ooh. Well, I was just about to say, I think that we've made an error calling ourselves Free Company. I think we should have called ourselves Very Expensive Company. So maybe we can just change our name to that.
That's terrible.
Layla says, you're regretting your life choices, wishing you went with instant action mode. What is instant action mode?
Instant action mode is a mode that summarizes the entire story mode into a very quick synopsis with a couple of maybe checks and a couple of quick binary choices. So you can do all this, which can take up to about an hour, in about 10 minutes. No, I don't. I like the story mode, Layla. I'm only regretting Mike not appreciating the effort you're putting in.
I very much appreciate it.
I'm teasing. Right, so what are we gonna call ourselves? Racing Play?
She says that's terrible is the perfect free company name. What about if we combine them and just call it Ready Steady Terrible? That's terrible. We could stick with our alliteration theme and be like the terrible
tutors.
The terrible tutors. We could pessimistically call ourselves the Terrible Trio.
We were 5 when we named ourselves. Remember?
That's right.
We definitely could put terrible in.
Chris Cosmo into house. This is a reference I don't get.
Because James Cosmo does the voiceover in the.
Oh, I get it. Okay, I thought this was a name for the company, like Chris Cosmo into house.
It could be.
Free company into house.
I think putting terrible into a good idea.
Yeah.
Because that can work well. Terrible twins. Terrible.
The terrible.
Terrible thrum.
Thrum?
Thrum on the wire road. Twits.
Terrible. We should call ourselves. Oh, we don't even have to roll die. Ready, steady, slay. Hallenbeck, that sounds badass. I don't think that's appropriate.
I mean, the ready steady is not very fantasy-ish to me, so it definitely.
Right, you want like more of an authentic freaking.
No, we're not going fully authentic. I'm saying I think it's not too badass because it's definitely breaking the theme somewhat. So
we could replace the Y's with eyes, and then it'd be fantasy.
No, ready, steady, slay. No, I'm saying it's fine as it is because it's not that badass because it breaks the theme.
Right.
Ready, steady. We can make it all one word.
We could call ourselves Terrible Time. Like we're having a terrible time.
We're not though. That seems a really defeatist attitude going into this game.
Well, we'll see. I mean,
right, pick one. You've had enough time.
All right, we'll go with for want of a better option. We'll go with Ready, Steady, Slay, but with eyes at the end of the first two words. Make it more fantasy.
Ready, steady, slay. Okay. Okay, now, define a key attribute of your free company by choosing which one of the following statements most accurately describes your company. Okay.
Ooh.
Statement 1. There's 5 of them. Statement 1. You are faithful to the oath and to your god. You trust that your arm is given strength by more than mere muscle. 2. You are the last one standing, the ones who seal the breach and protect the innocent. Shoulder to shoulder you will hold the line whatever comes to you. Or 3. The Deepwood is fierce, but you're worse. You've never met a problem that can't be solved with a sharp edge. 4. Death is a dance you know well. You flow through fights in perfect form. Training gets you only so far. The rest is raw talent. Finally, 5. Discipline or death. Keep marching, keep moving, keep fighting till the job's done. Press in and press on. Would you like to hear any of them again? You can discount.
Yeah, what was number 2?
Number 2 was, you are the last one standing, the ones who seal the breach and protect the innocent. Shoulder to shoulder, you will hold the line, whatever comes to you. Is there none of the above? No, I'm afraid not, Hallenbeck.
Yeah, we'll take 7. You are the ones who rest in bed. Comfortable duvets are your natural environment. Nothing will nothing will wake you up before midday.
So what do you think?
I liked that one. I liked the one about raw talent, and I liked the one about dancing with death.
Yeah, I'll read those ones to you because you've discounted 1 and you've discounted 3. So I've reread 2. I'll reread 4 again. Death is a dance you know well. You flow through fights in perfect form. Training gets you only so far. The rest is raw talent. And the other one is discipline or death. Keep marching, keep moving, keep fighting until the job's done. Press in and press on.
Yeah, Dancing with Death looks pretty badass. Shall we just do that? I think I like that one.
Alright, so.
I mean, I'm not sure if I agree about raw talent necessarily, unless they're talking about sort of like genetics, like good genetics.
Well, nature versus nurture, I guess. Are you born able to wield a sword or learn?
Well, I think it's definitely both.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I mean, if you look at natural athletes, right, there's always like an element of good genetics, and then it's
well,
training.
You've made your choice for better or worse.
Yeah.
So we're going with death is a dance you know well. You flow through fights in perfect form. Training gets you only so far. Rest is raw talent. All Oathsworn gain a permanent battle flow token. Note this on your character card. Okay, so basically, this was simply going to get us a permanent token of one kind or another. So we're going to get these are the permanent tokens that we're going to start encounters with. So battle flow is one at the bottom here. So we're going to circle this number 1 here on each of our things. It means that every character in our company will start with 1 battle flow token in every encounter from now on.
Is that good? Battle flow?
Yep, they're all good.
Okay.
They're all good. Some of them you will think don't seem as good as others, to begin with, but you will learn over the course of several encounters they're all really good. Okay. Oh, it's worth noting. It's a good time to bring up. Battle flow is one of 2 tokens that have no effect for companions, because companions don't have cards which they play into battle flow. So instead, battle flow tokens and the +2 animus tokens, they have no function for companion. So instead, a companion can spend one of those tokens to do one of 3 things. They can do it. They can reset and reshuffle a might deck. They can move 2 spaces, or they can do an attack.
And the might dex of these boys over here, which we use instead of dice if you're bad at dice. Fortunately, I'm so good at dice that it's...
Right. Now back. Yeah. Okay. The guard seals the paper with wax and nods to those outside the portcullis. With a slow grind, the iron gate raises to let you through. You understand your task. Find whoever or whatever is responsible for these unexplained deaths. As you step out onto the main thoroughfare of Bastone, a sea of unwashed citizens churn through the mud, going about their daily struggle. "Welcome to my glorious Bastone," a voice chimes from your right. You all turn to the voice. A street urchin, caked in dirt under an explosion of dark hair, leans nonchalantly against the outer wall. "If I hadn't been so clever, I might have tried lighting your pockets. Looks like you're too much for me, though, right? You come out of the green all bristling with blaze fresh from the wire. Nope, me man made no fool, and that's why I'll let you pass without paying my toll."
Oh, I see. Well, how very kind of you.
Now I know what you're thinking. We need that kind of charitable citizen to show us around. Well, usually I'd say no. What with my other responsibilities about town. But for you, I'll make an exception. 4 iron a day, and I make this place feel like home for you. Get you anything or anyone you need. Take you around and take you anywhere you want, and keep you from running into less reputable around here. Choose 1. Negotiate with the boy, or 2. Ignore the boy and attempt to navigate Bastone alone. This is as good a time to remind me as ever that we actually should have started with money. I need to check how much.
I need some money.
Because you can't choose to pay him if you haven't got any money, but we do start with money, and I forgot to give it to us. And I've forgotten how much we're meant to get, so let's find out. I think it is 3. Yes, we're meant to get 3 money each. So 3 money each. Money per character is basically utterly meaningless. We actually basically have 12 for the company.
Why don't we just keep it over here then?
I
That's
genuinely
simpler.
really should. I don't think there's a single moment where it matters. Okay, so what would you like to do? Negotiate or ignore him?
I thought we were from Baston.
Oh, and then yes, it's 3 each. I just checked. Did I say again? From Bastone.
I thought we were from Baston.
As in, that's when I said we left Verum. We're 1 fewer than we were when we left Verum.
So we don't actually know Baston. So maybe...
I'm sure some of us might have been here before, maybe. I'm not sure.
What if he's trying to trick us, though? What if he's trying to steal our money and then he's just going to take us somewhere less reputable? Can we trust him? But what if we make, like, a nice friend, a nice ally? I like to have a nice friend. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's try to haggle with the boy, then. Alessandra says, sounds sus. Yeah, but also maybe by being nice to him, he'll be nice to us.
Encouraged by the fact you haven't left, the boy redoubles his efforts. "Midge is my name, and there's none finer to see you round these parts. It is clear you've no more need of muscle." Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm finding it really hard to see where the inverted commas end. That's why I was much slower reading Midge's part than anything else so far, and I've just made a mistake. I will start that again. "Midge is my name, and there's none fine to see around these parts. It's clear you're no more need of muscle, but I have another skill. I can read. That's right, I stand before you as scout, guide, scholar, and sage." Midge pushes his way between you to block your way to the centre of town. "Also, there may be 4 of you, but I think you need another pair of eyes." He grins and shows the spread of 4 iron coins in his hand. "You should really take care with these." He holds out the money to you. "See? I told you you'd not pay my toll," he says as he hands them back. "So, do we have a deal then?" Choose 1. Reject his offer and attempt to navigate Bastone alone, or accept his offer and try to haggle with the boy.
Well, I think it can't be coincidence that his name is Midge, and we need a replacement Michael. I mean, it's basically the same. So I think we should hire him to be a new Michael.
So you accept his offer and try to haggle with the boy.
Yes.
Okay. Perform a bartering check of difficulty 4. If you succeed, lose 2 iron. If you fail, lose 4 iron. Then gain ally card 1. Midge. All right,
Michael.
so this is a check, and it's not a check that's affected by might. So it is only white. There's no modifier unless we had something that says that particularly gave us a modifier for this. Like you might have an item that says when making bartering checks, do better, but we don't. So basically, you need to get 4 or higher, and if you get 2 blanks, you will fail regardless. But you can choose as many white dice / cards or combo thereof as you want to have.
All right, Layla says the cards are your friends and the dice are not.
Layla, that is so wrong.
I can choose any combination?
Yes. Absolutely.
Can I flip over some cards and then throw some dice?
No, you must lock in your decision and then flip and roll some dice.
And how many blanks are there on the white dice?
There's 2 blanks on every dice. So the black dice are just as likely to miss, but they have better numbers.
And we need 4, is it?
4. Yeah.
4. And how big are the numbers on the whites?
There's 2. There's 3. I think it's 3. 2 1s, a 2, and a critical 2. Yeah. So blank, 1, 1, 2, critical 2.
I feel like 4 dice seems like a good number. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it seems like a good number. It's also statistically decent chance of rolling 2 blanks. The problem with 4. But I think 4 is the right number. I think 4 is exactly right.
Okay, let's do 4 then.
All right. Dice or cards or combination?
Dice.
All dice.
Yes, because I think if I fail this horribly, I'll just be cards from now on. Whereas if this goes well, I might.
I'm rolling my chair out of the way.
3 dice and 1 card, says Alessandro. Oh, that doesn't count. Especially because it was blank. Okay, I'll tell you what. For Alessandro, we'll do 1 card.
Right.
This is Alessandro's card. So, we can start by revealing... This is the monster card.
No, I told you wrong.
You did tell me wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, because that was the one thing that I was kind of like super... Alright, let's go over here and see Alessandro's card. Is it good? Were you right? Oh, it's a 2! Well done, Alessandro. Good job.
Now watch as Mike rolls 2 blanks.
Alright, watch as I roll all the blanks, yeah. I'll leave that there and I'll throw these in the green screen. Yeah! No, it was excellent! That's 6.
I only see 2
And a
numbers.
No, there's 2 1s.
Oh, there's the 1 there. Well done. So here's the thing: you rolled a crit. Now you don't need the crit, but if you wanted, you could. Now, right now, there's probably less benefit to it, but you could draw a card and try and fish out a blank. So obviously that'd be more useful if we were at a position where we had lots of blanks in the deck we wanted to get rid of. Because when you critical and get exploding dice, blanks don't count.
Mm-hmm.
So that's up to you. You could roll a die. Obviously, you can ignore it, or you could draw a card and try and fish out a bad card. Fix the deck for later.
Yeah, but there's an equally good chance, at this stage, given that we've barely played any cards, that I just burn a good card,
Technically,
right?
there's a slightly better chance of getting a bad card because you got a good card, but yeah.
That's true.
But yes, it's not particularly... I'm just making note of that interesting mechanic.
interaction. Yeah, I remember Jamie telling us about that at the demos, and I was like, this is intriguing.
We used it a lot, Richard and I, in later chapters. We really started to really fix... We got the deck to a point where we knew there was only like 2s in there. Like only 2 of them, but like it's really interesting, and then you avoid using it until you need it, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think for now I'll probably just leave it.
I think that's sensible. Yeah. I think that's sensible.
Also,
something actually, if anyone was in chat, this is something I've not been able to find in the rulebook. I don't know if you're meant to reset the might decks between story and adventure. I think you possibly are supposed to because you're able to save and pack the game away, which implies that anything like a deck would be reset. But if anyone happens to have actually found that in the rulebook, do please let me know because I've never been able to find it.
I'm gonna keep some of these over here.
Okay.
So I tell new Michael the terrible story about what happened to old Michael, and he agrees to discount his help because he feels so bad for us and our poor dead friend.
And I have to find the ally.
Well, we don't actually know if he's dead. We had to abandon him in the forest. The details are sketchy because we don't want to talk about it. But we're clearly very upset.
I'm trying to find the ally card.
Oh, yes. You made him sound like generic urchin, but I think now
generic urchin.
I think he needs to have a Yorkshire accent.
I can't do accents.
Okay.
I can do voices, but not accents. So I do a voice. I give a character a voice, and whatever accent he happens to have.
And that's his voice from now on. Here's Midge. He's got no cloak.
He's a non-combat ally.
Non-combat ally.
Alright, ready to go?
Mayor of Baston. Nice.
In tavern or pub? Midge grins. You're not sure what the difference is between the last two, but correct his expectations and explain you need to know about the bodies. He shrugs. Being nasty! They've been finding bodies and bits of bodies all over the slums for weeks now. Nobody does nothing until a noble was found dead and scattered about an alley. Realization widens in his eyes. Are you them then? The Oathsworn? You nod and Midge grimaces. Bugger, we didn't agree no hazard pay. Ignoring the boy's comment, you begin to question him about the town. He tells you of various locations and you begin to form a plan for the hunt. Bastone has many of the usual landmarks, and there is a banksmith and apothecary to trade with for supplies for what that you may need for what is to come. Okay. Place the following location tokens. Ready?
Yes, I've got my stacks.
2
I've
and 3
organized them.
and 7. Just get them out first of all. And then you place them. 2, 3, and 7. That from that stack.
Yep.
And then from the next stack we want 12, 13, 14.
Oh my god, we've got so many things to do.
And then 16 and 19. That's right. Silent K. That's not silent at the start of 19. Okay. That was 2, 3, 7, 12, 13, 14, 16, 19. So we're going to move this camera. Oh, sorry. And we're going to place them in their relevant positions on the board.
Okay, so they just go in the matching spots, is it?
Yeah, please. I'm also very quickly going to check one rule that I couldn't remember.
Dun 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 dun. We can go to the blacksmith. No, the banksmith. Banksmith, Broken Oak, Town Square, somewhere without a label. This one is Market, and this one's the Underways, and this one is the Apothecary. I'm sure we'll need that, and the Archive. Alessandra says he's looking at the FAQs on BGG.
Thank you, Alessandra. Appreciate that. Right, so it's worth noting because the Banksmith and the Apothecary were both mentioned. The Apothecary lets you buy curatives, which essentially what they do is they actually let you stack the injury deck, so that if you take an injury, there's a chance you will not take an injury. They don't cure injuries. There are ways to cure injuries, but they're not what that's not the curative. Not how the curatives are preemptive stacking of the deck in your favor. And the Banksmith is basically the shop where you can buy items and sell items. Hello, July is raining. And hello in Paris. Hello to Paris. The banks, yes. So it's worth noting you can go to that location itself, and if you go to that location, you'll be able to initiate the trade with the relevant shop, as well as get the story beat for this chapter from whatever event is happening there. But you can also always do something called send a runner, where you send off someone like Midge. You pay a runner to go there for you and do the trade, do the business for you. So that saves you time. But you won't get the story beat from there. It just serves the mechanical function of the Banksmith or Apothecary without the story event, if there is a story event in this particular chapter, which there may not be. We may go there and it may be a useless place in this particular chapter. Well, not useless, there'll be flavour, but may
so
not
really,
be.
getting new Michael on board was really good and important.
Oh no, you can do this even without Midge. I'm just saying. It's
but now we've got an extra errand boy to go
sure.
and do stuff.
And the cost of sending a runner is always equal in iron to the current chapter. So it only costs 1 money to send a runner. And the thing I was double checking was, can you send one runner and pay once to go to both places? But it does not seem you can. You pay 1 money to go to either the Apothecary or the Banksmith.
I realize I've sent an emoticon here to July's Raining, and I actually don't know what it is. It was meant to be a wave.
So basically now choose a location to go to.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna do all the choices because Chris has already played this twice.
Yeah.
So,
I thought that was already clear from what we were doing so far.
Yeah.
That's why I'm reading it to him.
We can start once we get to when can you start making decisions? When we get to chapter 7.
Pretty much. I'm here to facilitate the ride and enjoy the experience.
I think we should probably start with the town square, right? That's where things usually coalesce in these places, in the middle of town.
Okay. So town square is 14. So we're going to put this here. We go to 14. We're going to flip 14. So we're still on path A. We haven't been told to change that. So we're going to 14.1. 1 moment, please. This is
Camera's
slightly...
not really looking at much of anything.
You can move that camera if you want to. Right, 14.1 is here. Okay, here we go. Smells of cooking pots and the sound of fervent bartering roll over you. Glancing round, you meet the eyes of the destitute peering from dark alleys and crooked doorways. The square itself seethes with people who retreat to give your party a wide berth when they notice you, creating an island in the roiling sea of bodies. You come to another area bereft of people. At the heart of the square is a 10-foot tall iron post driven permanently into the flagstones. Heavy links hang from the welded bolts, and a large ring of black soot scores the area at its base. Others you have seen of this kind are made from wood. How many people are they burning to warrant one made of iron? You canvass the area and discover that this functions as a crossroads between East and West Bastogne, and it seems no violent deaths have been discovered in West Bastogne. Gain clue token 2.
Clue token?
Clue token?
Yes, please. I'd like a clue.
This is clue token 2. It is a token that says 2. I'm going to pop that here. And that's just going to be... Maybe later on we'll find something that says, if you have clue token 2, something happens. Oh, for example, gain clue token 2. If you have clue token 1, place location token 4. But we do not.
So we've got one of the 2 clues we need.
So, choose a location to go to.
Alright, where's the other clue then? Just to answer your question, Chris Alessandro says, from the rules or perhaps the FAQ, will you reset the Might deck, A, at the end of each story or encounter part?
Thank you.
When the deck runs out, and when the deck is forced to be reset by a 0 cooldown card.
Forced to be reset by a 0 cooldown card. Oh, I see. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much, Alessandro. Much appreciated.
And also when a companion spends a combat token specifically to do so.
Yes, we mentioned that that's one of the things that the +2 animus and the battle flow tokens can do for companions. Great. Okay, so what we have got there is we've got a little bit of flavour. Discovered they're clearly burning a lot of people, presumably for witchcraft. I'm not sure. We found out that the deaths are not happening in the west; they're all happening in the east. And we got that. I suppose that information is represented with the clue token. So where is that to go next?
All right. Well, we need to find. Is the Broken Oak a pub?
Yes, I believe so.
We could go to the pub. Maybe there'll be clues at the pub. I think there could be clues at the pub. Let's go to the pub.
Broken Oak, which is in the west, which is exactly where we were just told the deaths were not happening.
Oh,
13.1. A well-tended inn. Sorry, that was a very odd reading. A well-tended inn shows promise. Entering, you find an amber fire glowing in the hearth. It is warm, dry, and seemingly inviting. Pot's pace, a burly man says, smiling. His eyes are slightly distant, revealing that his attitude may come more from a bottle than from his heart. The yarns are fresh. Sorry, the yams. I read the M as an R and an N, which does happen sometimes. The yams are fresh and the rum's dark as the Deepwood. A newcomer steps up beside him. Things are not fresh just because they are green, Bram. Especially if they're supposed to be yellow. He turns to you. He tries at least, and he's not lying about the rum. Grey Cane. The man introduces himself with a nod of deference. I am the eyes and ears of this town. The mouth, more like, Bram offers from behind the bar. I am the bankroll of this establishment, he retorts with a knowing look at Bram. After a few pleasantries, Grey Cane leads the conversation around to the question of what he can do for a free company in Bastogne. Hearing of your hunt, a light appears in his eyes. The son of Lord Arden's being the talk of the town. Word is, he had been frequenting a certain sort of alley, being less than noble. That's where they found his seal, the noble crest bathed in blood. No body. The crust blame the common folk, but I think it's something else, and I'm glad Davenish had the forethought to call you in. Gain clue token 1.
Crushed it.
If you have clue token 2, place location token 4. So I'm afraid, basically, this is the first story encounter. It's quite a simple one, and basically you go to location A and get clue token 1, and then when you go to location B, you spend that token. So whichever order you enter those two places in, you get location 4 next. Right?
But you have to go to the town square in the Broken Oak.
I think it's like I think there's quite a few pairings of the ways to do it. But like I said, this one's very simple. They get a lot more complex.
Oh, you mean in terms of, so you really need to be paying attention to the sort of the story clues.
Yeah, you definitely need to pay more attention. In this one, it's basically it doesn't really matter which order. This one's a lot simpler, basically. As demonstrated by the fact that it doesn't matter which order we went to those two locations in. We either get clue token 1 and spend it in the next place, or we get clue token 2 and spend it in the next place.
Right.
Because they both revealed position 4. But anyway, choose location to go to.
Well, I guess we should go to position 4. See what's going on over there.
Yeah. Okay.
We're already on a mission to do a mystery. This goes here?
Yes, please. 4.1, is that correct?
Yeah, we on path A.
We're still on path A. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Using the information you've gathered, and with the help of a couple of street urchins from the east side, you find the spot where the noble was killed. You walk the shady alley. Even the drunk and dying avoid the end of this street. Bloodstains still spatter the walls, the rain running down them having little effect on the marks. You search the area for something to help you in your task. Perform a spot check of difficulty 4.
Okay. The Nope, it's gone. All right. It seems like things are not very good. We've only been here for. Oh yeah, and this is what I was gonna say. Why didn't Midge tell us that there's scary people getting murdered and stuff? It's spooky here. Like, he's not doing a very good job. Midge, come on, up your game. Right. All right. 4 is even less than 5.
It was 4 last time as well.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now. Well, I think I'm going to do 4 things again. How many cards should I draw, chat? I need some dice. I've got at least 2 dice, I think. See, you put them on the blank side so that all the weight just sinks to the bottom, and then when you roll them, it's more likely to shake them onto the numbered side.
That is not official Chris's School dice rolling teaching, just so. You actually don't. You actually, if you're choosing dice from a table, you actually choose the dice that are better results, not the blanks. So if you were to look at the table now and be like, I need to roll 1 die, you choose the 2.
Fair enough.
Important. So, how many dice, how many cards?
Well, chat haven't weighed in, which means I think we have to default to 1 card and 3 dice.
Alright, chat, last time to weigh in while we're getting the card.
Dun 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 dun. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh. Well then, it's a good thing I got this out of the deck before something really important was happening. Alright, there's still a chance to succeed.
There is, indeed.
Still every possibility that this will be just fine.
Same as before last time, it says. This is your fault then, I said. Oh my god!
That's like 6s!
And you can crit if you want. Again with a card or a...
but I have 1 blank, so I feel like critting is risky.
Yeah,
I can't.
5 more blanks in there.
There wouldn't really be a point.
Oh, no, blanks don't count when they're crits. So a blank drawn from a crit doesn't count towards your miss value.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, do you want to take the risk and burn some cards?
No, that's up to you, mate.
Okay, let's burn 1 card.
I mean, it's going to reset before the encounter anyway, actually. This is based on...
Oh, yeah, okay. So this is really just for the story moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not really...
Alright, we're burning a super awful 1. Yeah,
okay.
1s are terrible. Get them out of here.
Alright. Well done. So you succeeded? So I shall go to the place to go to when you succeed. If you succeed, turn to this one. Okay, here we go. Your eyes follow trickling water down the walls, watching as it gathers in the gutters that run... The gutters that... Oh, that's a typo. I thought it was my mistake. It says gutters that runs...
Gutters that runs.
Would you prefer gutter that runs or gutters that run?
Gutters that run.
Okay.
Gutter that runs. Gutter that runs.
Gutter that runs? Okay. Your eyes follow trickling water down the walls, watching as it gathers in the gutter that runs toward a nearby sewer covered with a hatch. Curious, you haven't noticed other large hatches. A coincidence? Examining the hatch, you find it is not fixed and sits off kilter. Your nose protests, but your guts tell you this is it. All Oathsworn gain a redraw token. This is a redraw.
Thanks for stopping by, Paul. Ooh, redraw token.
Oh, I should probably show one to the camera. That'd be very helpful.
We need to get this dice out of there too.
This is the redraw token. It is a dice with a reroll, with like a redo symbol.
Okay.
And it's called a redraw token, referring to cards, and depicts a dice, referring to dice. It is the same. It's to redraw a card or reroll a die. But it is worth noting that if you roll a die and do not like your result, and you choose to spend a token, you can use that token to re-roll a die or to draw a card instead. It is every time you draw a card or roll a die, or you can do either every time. Same as you can critical hit with a card, but then roll a die instead. That's the same principle.
Oh my god.
Okay, we continue to 4.14, so let's do that. Here we go. You squeeze through the hatch into the dark maze of rough-hewn passages, your torches glowing pale blue in the noxious air. Ankle deep in waste and muck, you slog through winding tunnels, kicking aside rats and brushing away cobwebs, looking for any clue as to what might be behind this. Around one corner you stop. There is splashing. A thick, heavy motion lumbers toward you from the shadowy side of the passage. Sounds of chittering and nervous clicking conjure memories of past ambushes, prompting each of you to draw your weapons. Whatever it is low, hunched. This is no rat. This is something much larger, and it's moving fast. Secret decision. Set your die to 1 if you wish to attack, or 2 if you do not wish to attack. If half or more players have chosen to attack, so because I know exactly what happens in both options, Mike's just going to make this choice, I think, yeah?
Oh, okay.
So, would you like to attack preemptively or not attack?
It's moving fast. It lives in the sewers where people were murdered. But if we attack preemptively and then we made a mistake, it's kind of hard to go back on that. You know what I mean? Like, on the one hand, we could possibly fight our way out of,
While you're thinking, a little out of the narrative context, but the lid of the might dex can rest in the grooves at the bottom, so it's less like a shelf. Ah! Interesting. Let me try and implement what you just said. The lid of the might deck can rest in the grooves of the bottom. Wait, hang on. Like this, is it? No.
Oh, I see. So you put it on, No. You see the bottom's got the line across the middle?
The bottom's got the line across the middle.
No, the bottom here is... This is the bottom. So you put that one on top.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, like that. And then... There
Like
you go.
that?
And then I probably wants to go the other way, though, because then the cards won't fall out.
Like this? Is it?
Yeah, there you
Oh! Thank you very much, Hollenbeck. Was it Hollenbeck, was it?
Yep. This has saved us some space, which is always appreciated.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Looks like a little shelf. See, now that's just good quality of life component design.
So I saw that there was something you could do with them, and I just thought it was what I was doing. I never realised it was. That's great. Thank you so much. Awesome. So what would you like to do, Mike?
Alright. What's the option that's not attack?
Everyone's still very healthy and alive later, yeah. Everyone's. Oh, hey, Paul. Paul's dropped by. Oh, you already said. Oh, that was the Paul you were referring to earlier on. Sorry, what was the question you asked me?
What's the option that's not attack?
So it's just set your die to 1 if you wish to attack, or 2 if you do not wish to attack. It's not giving you any more information than that, I'm afraid.
Alright, well, I think at this stage I'm still, like, optimistic and positive about things generally, so I'm gonna not attack.
You're not attack.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
As it scampers closer, you can make out the hunched mass of ragged hair. You ready your weapons at the approach. As it enters the flickering light from your torches, a man's face emerges. A rat catcher from the look of him. You! He shouts. Have you seen it? He notices your weapons drawn. You have! Good! Come, you must see this! He turns, but then cautiously looks back. Don't eat any of the rats, they're mine! He glares, showing broken teeth. At that, he scurries off, the way he came at surprising speed. It's not much, but is the only thing you have. You follow. The little man is fast, and in this confined space, it is difficult to keep up. Each Oathsworn performs a survival check, difficulty 3. Okay, so all 4 of us have to do this. So I'm just going to roll 3 dice for each, my guys. Can I boss it? So this
Who are you rolling for?
My blade. This is the blade.
Barry, come on, Barry!
Come on, Barry! Wait, Dublin Barry! Success.
He did it! He did it!
Success. Well done, Barry.
Good job, Barry.
Alright. Now the Ursus Warbear, Yorica. Here we go! Success.
Nice.
Alright, Mike, over to you. What would you like to do? Cards or dice? Hello, Brian.
I think I'm going to do card and 2 dice for each character. Because
No, sorry, what Layla said.
not attack. Are you even named ready, seriously?
So
Yeah,
when I first played this with Deborah, we attacked, and it doesn't. It's a less good result.
It is. I mean, like, look. Here's the thing. When you're so good at killing like we are, you've got to be responsible. You know.
So who are you rolling for, and are you just using dice?
Yes, I'm just using dice. We'll start with priest.
Using 3. Same
1
with me?
card and 2 dice is my system. All right, here we go. So this is actually for the priest. Here he goes. Dun dun bum 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 bum. Okay, he's got 1.
It's not a miss.
Oh no! That couldn't have gone worse.
So you do have a now. This is one of the few situations where you can use tokens in the story mode, which is a redraw. So bear in mind you would have to get a 2.
Yes.
So I don't think it's worth it.
No, I don't think it's worth it either. You know, I was going to joke that the priest will be the only one that fails because he's the one we're like we think is the most important.
Yeah.
Like, all right, so the priest fails. I'm going to do the same for exile, but I'm getting rid of this. I'm getting rid of these dice. Give me some more dice. Give me some different ones. All right, come on, exile. You can do this.
Use this die actually.
Good lord.
Use these 2.
Okay, good. Yeah, these are the good ones. I need them because this is not going well. Hey, that's all right. Was it 3 or 4?
Difficulty 3. That's
Difficulty 3. Okay, so exile's fine.
You said you were going to draw a card though as well.
I did though. It's there.
Oh, sorry. I see. That's your second card.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. Was that not the priest card?
No, the priest had a 1 and
yes,
2
you're
blanks.
Right. You're quite right. You're quite right. All right. So only the priest failed.
Only the priest failed.
So let's see what it says.
If you're a priest, game over. Start again.
Each Oathsworn that fails the check falls hurting themselves. They lose a health point.
No. So this goes down to 5. Is that it?
Correct. That's how maths works. All right. You enter a small chamber. Bones are strewn across the floor and heaps of rags dot the area. Oddly, a pile of books is carefully stacked against one wall. You wonder how this could smell worse than the passages you were just in. The ratcatcher is scrambling through one of the piles, then rises, wielding something over his head. You realise it's a dismembered arm. Look at the bites here! See? Rats! The hand is calloused. A farmer, my guess. From the underways, mushrooms and roots, his nails long and chipped. Good digger. 2 things I know that are men and rats, but never nothing like this. He turns the arm over and puts his fingers deep into a blackened wound. The tooth that bit this arm. He looks at you with a serious glare and holds his thumb and forefinger 6 inches away from one. You ask him if he knows where the rat came from. He looks up at you, almost excited. He nods. Let Cedric join the great hunt, and I'll take you. Choose one. Let Cedric join you, or leave Cedric behind and find your own way.
The more the merrier. Let's let Cedric join us.
Gain ally card 2, Cedric. Can you fish it out there? The first few are promo allies, so it'll be like the 5th or 6th card. No, literally here. Literally the 5th or 6th card. There's the first few are stars, and then after that is going to be number 2. So gain ally card 2 and Deepwood event card 8, and add it into the Deepwood event deck, which we never set that up, which I'll do now. So that's a good opportunity to remind ourselves that we should have done that. I think that we take the first 6 cards. Get 1 to 6, shuffle them, 1 to 6. Yep.
I'm going to help you with whatever the first boss is, but it's in an envelope, so it's definitely a mystery that nobody knows.
Where are they? Oh, do you have events in there, are they?
Yes.
Great. Right, get events 1 to 6 of both types, Deepwood and city events. So we actually should have done this before we set up, but we forgot. At the start of chapter 1, you've got city events 1 to 6. Shuffle them up. And there you go. And also 1 to 6 of Deepwood events, and shuffle them up, and there you go. However, we have just been told to add Deepwood event 8 and City card event 18. So basically, when we draw event cards, random things can happen. So this is City event 18. So I guess because Cedric is now part of our crew, this is presumably an event that involves Cedric, which can't happen if Cedric's not in your crew. That's my guess.
Cedric and Midge filling out the ranks. Honorary Oathsworn. Definitely not going to die horribly.
Did you get 8 card 8 with Deepwood?
I did.
So 1 to 6 and 8, not 7.
Yes.
Correct. Right, perfect.
I also didn't see card 7.
It is possible, doesn't exist.
Oh, no, it's there.
Okay. Right. There we go. So that's done. We fixed the setup mistake we made, and we have added the cards relevant. The place Cedric leads you to is a junction that runs along the outer wall of the city. You know this as you can see the tree line of the Deepwood through a hole where a solitary foundation stone is somehow shifted out of place. Bloodstains highlight the opening on all sides, concentrating on this point, as if bodies or body parts have been forced through the gap. He's not alone, you know. The rat that bit that arm. You turn, listening to the rat catcher. He was a pup, certainly. They look different. Mothers have dozens of pups, he murmurs, fingering the scores of tracks leading to the hole. Dozens! Reveal the encounter special rules board. Mark the special rules box for chapter 1 on your free company sheet. Okay, so this basically represents that we have discovered in advance something about the encounter that we're going to face with. So we get to look at now this is less relevant in chapter 1, as we'll see in a minute. So we have learned in advance, due to Cedric's information, that we're going to be fighting something called a Broodmother.
What could that be?
Most people probably know what this is because this is the one monster they just said, we'll spoil one monster so we can actually show people what the game is like.
Yeah, and it's on the front of the box, and it was in every demo at every convention.
Exactly. So we know it's going to have a defensive 2, though. That's useful to know. We know its might is 2 red and 3 yellow. We also know it's got minions called giant rats, which are might level 1 yellow and 1 white, I think. Or
yep,
2,
that's
yeah.
right.
Which have the minion and mob special rules, and will have a defensive 2 as well, I think, is it?
Yes, 2, yeah.
And they move 6, and then they attack enemy of 1 health, but they're immune to any damage from the Broodmother itself. And we know that the Brood is a large creature and has the special ability Release the Brood, which is place 3 giant rats adjacent to the Broodmother, closest to the rear arc as possible. No characters in them. If there are no empty adjacent hexes, place the rats 2 hexes away instead. The rats move and attack at the end of the encounter phase. And we also know that it'll trigger its stage 2 and stage 3 when it has taken 2 and 4 respectively dice worth of hit points. So we know that in advance. Now the reason this might be useful is because, for example, we know that this one has minions. So if we were of a higher level and had more access to more combat cards, we might choose to take some AoE attacks, for example. Now this is chapter 1. We are stuck with, we just have the starting cards, so it's significantly less relevant in this instance. But this is how the mechanism works: that you can learn a bit about the encounter before you get there, and then you can actually modify your deck, your equipment, etc., based on that information.
Fantastic.
Or even your characters. You can take different characters, I
Oh yeah, actually, we can just swap out the Oathsworn.
Yes,
can't we?
actually, you possibly have to do that at the start of the story mode. I think that's another FAQ worth asking at some point. Actually, no, you definitely can't because you've taken damage, for example. Yeah, so you definitely can't actually. But yeah, so not massively relevant right now. But well, actually, no, it is relevant one way. I'd already made this choice because obviously I've played this before. So, but I remember I did mention that my Ursus Warbearer companion character can either have a two different types of special attack or a buff and an AoE attack. I'm taking the AoE attack side. So.
But could you swap that now
Yes.
that you found out information?
Yes, these are locked in. This is all decided when we go into the encounter phase. So that's the significance of that. And did you mark it on the spot? No, you didn't. So, chapter 1, please mark the special rules box.
Chapter 1, special.
I don't know what the relevance of that is, but maybe it'll matter how many times we got that in the game. Okay, choose one. Set a trap for the brood and wait for it to return to the hole, or follow the trail while it's fresh.
Set a trap and wait the brood and wait for it to return, or follow it.
Yes, Layla, I agree. I think the writing is very good, which is rare in a board game, frankly.
Yeah, I saw that they had 2 writers credited on this, and both of them seem... I mean, you know, they had sort of their CV or whatever info. And...
Well, I think my reading is making it appear even better than it is.
Yeah, absolutely elevated. Cedric has an S. S-E-D-R-I-C. The S is for fantasy.
Yeah, exactly. See, it matters. And you're right, Layla. It is great how there's so many different, like I said, so many different ways to play. Right, instant action. He's basically put in lots of systems to facilitate different players. Right, if you're playing solo, you can play with one main character and 3 companions. Yeah, you can skip it. You can do instant action mode. You've got the hardcore mode. You've got variable difficulties. It's very well done in that sense.
Yeah, that's super good. It's super good that they've done that. Right. So, I think we set a trap.
Set a trap and wait for the return. Okay, 4.13. Okay. You coat the area in oil and cleave to the shadows, lying in wait for the trap to be sprung. Twilight is setting beyond the hole when the scratchings of clawed feet can be heard outside. Cedric breathes heavily in anticipation for what is to come. He seems to enjoy his work. All Oathsworn gain a redraw token. You've already seen these, so I won't show them to camera.
He's got like little rats on his stick. I mean, Cedric looks really funny. He kind of looks... I don't know what it is about the art on this particular card, but come on.
Can we show him in the
yeah, but see if you do it on the green screen. Just put his face up real close to the camera, see if it focuses on it. He kind of looks like a young person wearing a fake old man outfit, doesn't he?
Doesn't say he's old.
If he's got big white beard.
Premature.
He's literally aged due to sewer exposure.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone gets the redraw token. A head the size of a wolf's juts into the gap, followed by a nightmare of festering fur and yellow teeth as it presses its bulk into the passage. Behind it, another head appears, then another and another. One turns towards you and hisses. You strike your flint. Flames engulf the brood. Squealing, writhing bodies roll on the ground. You dispatch the remaining ones quickly. Disgust strengthening your blows. Now for whatever is out there. You squeeze through the small hole and find yourselves in the no man's land between the city walls and the Deepwood. You look off to the tree line. Check your compass. This item is sacred to you, as well as all free companies. It is the only chance you have of navigating your way back after you enter the Deep. You steel yourself and head in. Add a time token to the track. Not trigger any effects on the time track. So, it doesn't actually matter because it's a blank space. But there are several potential things that can happen here, and several symbols. So this one's a blank space, I said, so it's not relevant. However, this one here is if probably small c, but it says the arrow is pointing to the end of the book. So what it's basically saying is, if this is visible at the end of the story mode, get this token. Whereas this one down here we already covered with the extra. If this is visible, still get the extra unique item. But this one is the kind of one that would be relevant for what was just explained. This is the do instantly symbol, and it's draw a city event. So normally, if we were to put this here, we draw a city event because we covered it. This is saying don't do that because thematically we're in the sewer, so we wouldn't have a city event now, right?
Right.
Makes perfect sense.
Makes sense.
But not relevant in this case because we've covered a blank space. So, at a time token to the time track do not trigger any events. All Oathsworn gain a redraw token.
Oh my god. We've got so many do-overs. Thank God.
We've got nothing but do-overs. We haven't got any other kind of tokens. But we have a Battleflow token coming from our sheets. She won't be far, Cedric says, looking around nervously. He had asked to come, and you start to wonder why. But then remember you could ask yourself the same question. Cedric easily leads you along a trail of sickly brush and torn and trampled by many feet. Half a league from the city walls, you come across a large circular depression littered with scraps and bones. That is when you see her, the hulking, rat-like form of the Broodmother. She is twice the height of a man. Her back undulates with rats that swarm around her as she lifts her huge snout, testing the air. Her great head of rotten fur and gnawing teeth rolls toward you, and with a ravenous hunger, her eyes meet. So open Mystery Envelope 1 and proceed to the Chapter 1 encounter book.
Oh, we're already done the story bits.
Yep.
We just got right on with that.
Because you followed the clues. You didn't do the side stuff. Really.
I could have done some side stuff, I guess.
There's not a lot in chapter. Honestly, in chapter 1, you've missed nothing really.
Okay, cool.
So great. So Mystery Envelope 1. Here it is.
Oh my god.
So this would be a box if you have the miniatures full version. This is the. Oh, it's a Broodmother.
It's a giant rat.
That makes perfect sense.
And that's it. Fortunately.
Is it not a stand? Is that like a...
There is a stand. It's over here. We have one stand for all of the bosses.
Oh, I see. That makes more sense.
And
actually.
punch board. Free punch board. Does she need... Do you know if she need... Actually, no, I have lots of stands, apparently. Do you know which of these stands she would use?
She would use this large circular one.
Large circular. Okay.
Unless there's one that... Yes, that.
Well, the other three are all the same.
Yep.
I wonder what that could mean. More about that at some stage, I suspect. Oh, she fits in well. Alright, well...
Since I've just opened this book, I'll just quickly show you. Layla referred earlier to instant action mode. So here, in the encounter, if you were to play instant action mode, everything we've just done is summarized in this kind of linear short version. There's a couple of checks, that kind of thing. I mean, Mike went fairly route one with his choices, so what's summarized here is probably most of what we did. But then we go to this. So,
oh no, it's really big and scary.
Chapter 1 Encounter Setup. Components needed. Mystery Box 1/Envelope 1 contains a Broodmother, and then we also need a Mystery Box/Envelope Triangle. So, here you go. Let's open it.
Mystery Box Triangle. Mystery Envelope Triangle. It's all her babies.
Oh my god.
Ah, the babies. There's two kinds of babies. Standing baby and crawling baby. I hope I have some bases for these two somewhere.
We also need, so yeah, I suppose maybe just lay them flat on the board. No, you got. Okay, great.
Well, we've got the two cameras, don't we? So hopefully, with the two different angles, we'll be able. I get to punch during the game. That's exciting.
Congrats, Mama! It's a brood. Thank you for showing off the standee edition. I've been unable to see much in the way of examples online. Yeah, I'm actually kind of disappointed, Morganite, that I was a little disappointed that you didn't get the standees with the miniatures version. I think there was a way of buying them. I hadn't spotted adding them on, but I hadn't spotted that because I'm a big fan. Even though I love minis, I'm also a big fan of standees because they're pre-painted essentially, right? They're colour. So I'm a big fan of them.
Is it worth me basing all of these?
Oh yes.
Okay. Uh-oh.
So we also see Encounter Board 1, Special Rules Board 1, which we've already seen. Encounter 1 Stage Deck, I'll grab that in a second. 5 Obstacles of Trees, which we have already set up in the right positions. We'll double check the setup positions now momentarily. Let me grab, so we don't need this anymore. Put this away. I'm going to flip over.
They're not spiders, Eddie, they're
I'm
rats.
going to flip over the Encounter Board, so I'm going to show this to you guys. So there we go, we've got lovely artwork of the Broodmother. We can see that she has 5 areas of her. She's got a front, a rear, a flank, and 2 flanks and a core. And they're each going to have 6 health. So we're going to pop this up here.
She's got good core strength, does the mama. She has to, because she gives birth a lot.
And we're going to get 5 dice, set them all to 6.
Hallenbeck says you can order the standees with the new Kickstarter.
Yeah, the new Kickstarter is exactly the same as it was. There's a couple of extra, there's premium dice you can get now. There's pouches rather than the baggies for saving each character's stuff. And there was one other kind of like optional luxury item. I can't remember what it was now. What's it? Oh, there was a dice tray. So yeah, and they have like an upgrade. I think it's like $15 for like a second edition upgrade pack. I think they're changing some of the cards, some of the character cards, that kind of thing. It's like a few little updates. So I'm gonna get the update and I'll add on the dice tray and the premium dice.
Can you add an update pack for me, for example, to your order?
Yeah, I'll just do one for both of us.
Cool. Though sometimes they limit those things, you know, like if.
I'll have a look and see, I guess. But yeah, so yes, that's ready. That's ready. We need to get our deck out. And you need to. I tell you what. Can you set this up? Make sure the trees. Oh, we need to remove.
I've done the trees and everything. Yeah. So we're all good to go.
Here are those, please.
Oh, she's got a little arrow for facing.
Yes.
Okay, great.
So that is basically story encounter, story mode done of chapter 1. So you could save the game now and put it away and play the encounter another day, or you can do what we're about to do and go straight into the encounter.
Why do we have token 12 here? Was this just?
I just removed it.
Anyway. Okay.
So put this away temporarily. Trees are all there. You don't need this thing. So it's worth noting, actually, extra unique item is still visible. So there should be a unique item box. Please cross that off. There we go. And now we can remove all this. Clue tokens what we need anymore.
The standees are lovely, but I have regrets I didn't get the minis. They look gorgeous for painting them. I'll be picking them up this run for sure. I don't get time to paint minis, so.
I must admit that the Advent Calendar Legacy game fun of opening the box is grander than opening an envelope, and it was extremely exciting. Richard and I, my friend, played the first 6 chapters in in 2.5 days. Basically, we just sat there playing. It was really great time we had, and we kept doing stuff like we were like, before we have lunch, we just do this encounter for the story mode because I want to see the next miniature.
I want to see what the next miniature is. That's fair enough. Can you bend this little neck just closer towards the board so it sticks out a bit more? This is it's this one here.
Oh, I see.
So I'm just trying to
you
get.
Want the Broodmother on it, do you?
No, actually, what I want is the other half of the board. If you have a look, this one's kind of got the left half of the arena.
Oh, I see.
And I want so to get the right. Yeah,
that's all of it, but yeah.
That's all of it. That'll do though.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
All right. So we need. That was it. I need the encounter cards with the Broodmother.
Alan Beck says, I'm painting all the minis, but the thing about it is I haven't started playing yet.
Say again, sorry?
Morganite says, I'm tempted, I just don't have the storage space. And Yogi Bear says, throw your other games out, it's totally worth it.
So just so everyone knows, if you get the entire all-in with all the mystery chests, all the miniatures and everything, it takes precisely 2 Kallax cubes. However, they don't fit. There's no way of... You basically can't. You have to. So it would take 2 if you customize the sizes of the boxes. But basically, what you had to do is I think I put the terrain and the core box in one Kallax thing, and then mystery box 1 here and mystery box 2 here. Oh, so you can't see here. So here you'd have terrain and core box, mystery box here, and then on the flanks of each mystery box you have room for another game.
Hmm.
That's what I've done. Right, so I get the cards out. I did. All right, so here's what we do. We get the 5 level stage 1 cards. And we shuffle them into their own. Actually, I suppose we do 3. We do it in reverse. Actually, that makes more sense, doesn't it? So the 5 level 3, shuffle them up to make this boss deck. And then next one, 4 level 2s, shuffle them up. And then level 1s. Okay. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is... Oh, can you put the boss in the right position there, and the starting monsters in the right position? Is box 1 can live there, is it? That's fine if it is.
Yeah.
Then what I want to do...
This? This. The one problem with enemies that are facing is now they're facing us and away from the cameras.
We'll face towards the cameras then. Yeah.
It looks like they're supposed to be facing on these little guys as well.
No, they have no facing.
They have no facing.
Oh, yeah, I can see why you think that, but I don't know why that's the case. They have no facing. There we go. I've removed stuff slightly to get room for the decks in there. Okay, and we can start anywhere here. Now, it didn't say anything about an ambush, which means we will get the first turn. Double check that. Yep, didn't say anything, so we're going to get the first turn.
Yay!
So you can take all those cards. Those were only placed. I placed those there to make sure we had enough room.
Okay.
These cards, they're starting your deck.
Oh, these all start.
Yeah,
okay.
I was just making sure we had room for the battle flow, right?
Got
So
it.
we have 3 redraw tokens that we got during the story mode, and we're also going to get a battle flow token each at the start of the encounter, because that is
Cheshire
the
Flames?
permanent tokens we have. No need. It's a hand. It's like Gloomhaven, right? It's a hand.
Oh, okay.
So battle flow, battle flow, battle flow. And this is the battle flow token, everybody, which is a stack of cards with a clockwise symbol to show represented battle flowing around. So now we choose a deployment, which I think was it anywhere here?
It's anywhere from these 2 spaces along the back all the way up to here.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to put my Warbear front and center because they have armor defensive 5, and they have her she's got good defense.
What about if we hide the healer behind a tree?
Yeah, that makes sense. My 2 guys are going to go here.
Okay, cool.
Do you want to heal high on your side so it's easy to reach him?
Well,
There's no need to himself free.
I'll go here because this is sort of more forward, and I'm a most chargy angry man. And we'll see how this works out for Miles the Exile. I'm fully expecting Miles to die.
Is there are there player aids? I think there are definitely player aids. Where are they? Where did you put them? Where have you put the player aids, Mike?
I played the 5th.
The 5th.
Did I? Were they not in the player baggies?
No. Oh, do you know what? You might have put them. I think I know where you put them. Find the free company baggie.
Oh yeah, that sounds plausible.
You probably put them there. Good luck. The mother can rip you sideways. Yeah, this is my 3rd time fighting the Broodmother, so hopefully I'll be alright.
Here's a free company baggie.
Thank you. It's almost certainly getting me here. Just to remind myself of the phases, the exact order. So that's our backpack card, so we can use that to show our...
Yay, we have a bone knife in our backpack.
Oh, the Chrome allies are here. I see. Here we go. Right, so combat tokens. This reminds you what they do, and also reminds you of the... also reminds you that how allies use them. Icons on cards. Basic actions. That's what. Great.
And on the back we have the turn order.
So yeah, I'm just going to show you. So we got basic icons. So we have the blood symbol represents health points. Sword / movement. Sword with motion is an attack. Defense. That hand is an interrupt. Some of our actions, either an archetype card or an action card, might have that interrupt symbol, which means you can play them not during on someone else's turn when the condition is met. That symbol there is animus, which is your action points. It gives tips apparently. And then we have icons on cards. So we have might of different colors: white, yellow, then red, then black is best. Battle flow, which we've already shown you. Cooldown 0 to 3, representing the edge of your player board, which is how battle flow works. Animus with a cross means this does not cost animus, so use your defense cards, don't cost any animus to play. And then finally, this is the real reason I want to get these cards out, to remind myself of turn order. So, the first thing we do every turn, during our turn, is the Oathsworn turn, is refresh phase. So there's nothing to do right now, first turn of the game. What we actually do right here is we recover animus equal to our recovery amount. So our recovery amount starts off at 6 for our 2 main characters, and 2 for our companions. So we would refresh 6 animus and 2 animus respectively for our characters and companions at this time. Then we would... each character rotates all cards at cooldown position 0 into their hand. It's worth noting that nothing else moves. 3 doesn't go to 2, 2 does not go to 1, 1 does not go to 2. But anything in position 0 will now come into your hand during this phase. So we've completed the refresh phase, and then we're down to the Oathsworn phase. So all Oathsworn take in turns to move and play ability cards, or in the case of companions, to use archetype cards. Oathsworn take as many turns as they want before passing, and it's worth noting you can pass and come back in, which means that even though there is officially an order of play, if you're cooperative players, which this is a cooperative game, there essentially isn't, because we can just say, right, it's beneficial to us that the blade does all his stuff right now. So technically what's happening is I'm doing one thing, pass, 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 next thing, pass, pass, pass. But in essence, basically we can just, it's totally free flow.
Right, yeah. That's
technically you're passing to get to the person you want to get to, but it's totally free play. So we're going to do in our turns are play injury cards to get them out of our hand. If you have an injury card, you actually must play it, I believe. Move 1 hex per animus spent, or in the case of companions, spend 1 animus to move 4. Play an ability card for the animus cost. I will show you those in a minute. Play as many item cards or combat tokens as you wish. And then after that, we move on to the encounter phase, where the enemy will do something. We'll get to that momentarily.
We'll just roll over and die because we dance with death.
So just very quickly to show you a example of a card. In the top left there, we have the animus cost. This one's a big, expensive one that costs 4. Top right, we have the battle flow position. This goes to the battle flow position 3, which is as far away from going back into your hand as it can. So it's expensive and it has a long cooldown. This must be a really good card. Then we have the name of it. The star underneath the name is effectively saying it's a starting card. So you have access to level 1. And then we have the text there saying what it does. At the bottom we have its defense, so I can also play it for defense value 3. This little animus with a cross through it means that if you play it for defense, it costs no animus whatsoever. Right. That's the information on cards. Some cards have multiple functions with a horizontal line between them. In which case you only do one of them.
And you pick one and pay the cost.
Exactly, and it has a question mark there in the cost because the cost is different depending on which action you're doing. And that's basically it. Everyone has a battle flow 0, which is this one actually for me. And that means you play it into the position 0, and everything already in 0 will come straight back into your hand. Because that's where it flows from 0, right? And that's how battle flow works basically. When you play a card into a position, everything already in that position rotates 1 space anti-clockwise, big pardon. And it does not cause a cascade or a chain reaction. You can also spend items. So, for example, I have this long sword. This is worth noting. This long sword costs... it's an interrupt action. But that's fine. So it costs no animus to use this for its action. It's an interrupt action. After damage is drawn against me, I can gain a defense against that damage. It will then go into battle flow position 1. And it's worth noting there that it says battle flow no. Items do not cause battle flow. Now it's worth noting that while this card is in my battle flow system, I still have the sword, it's still equipped, I still get the might from it, I still have it for all intents and purposes. It is simply the ability that's on cooldown. Okay? And then obviously items like this Pig Iron Coat has no ability whatsoever, it simply gives me a passive defense of 3. Which I have represented already on my board.
Right, so this is our passive defense being represented here.
Exactly, so I have 3 from my Pig Iron Coat, Mike's Exile has 2 from his Rawhide. If you have no defense, you default to 1 defense. That sounds like it's to help you. It is not. It is because of the... We'll see why. It's because of the mathematical system used for dealing damage. If you had defense 0, technically you take no damage mathematically from any attack, because you cannot divide any number by 0. So it's not.
It's like D&D second edition.
So it's not.
I want my defense to be -4.
It's not to help you. Hey, Paul. Yes, we're back to we're on to the encounter phase now, Paul. Is that everything? Paul has a full rules video, by the way, on his game rules channel.
He does.
Is that? Oh yeah. So that was. I wanted to. Oh yeah, that was it. Defense. I mentioned this at the start, but the companions, because the companions cannot play cards, as we just showed, for defense, they get +2 defense by default. So my Warbear has 3 defense from her Pig Iron Coat, +2 for being companion, so she has 5 defense. And you all have also 5 defense for your priest, for your Pig Iron Coat, plus your companion of 2.
That's great. We need the priest to live because he's the healer and he needs to keep us all alive.
The final thing worth noting now, before we get started, is in this game, unlike in many similar games, you always know what the monster is going to be doing next. So the first card is flipped face up. So after our turn, the Broodmother is going to use Gnaw, which says you glimpse the endless hunger behind her eyes as she bears down on you. So she's going to release the brood, which you might remember we saw earlier when we spied the special rules board, which means she's going to basically spawn 3 giant rats. She's then going to move 7 towards her target. Her target's not specified as the person release health or any. There's nothing. What's the word? There's no criteria specified, which means it's just going to be the nearest person she can get to.
So it would specify criteria if it was important, but because it's not, it defaults to closest target.
Yeah, precisely so. And there's a rule of north and then west in this game. So if 2 targets are equally close, we see who's most northerly. If both of them are equally northerly, we see who's most westerly. And it's impossible for them both to be equally north and equally west. So there will be an answer. And then she's going to attack it using her jaws, which means if we have broken her jaws, she will suffer a penalty to her damage. And then after that, she'll move 3 spaces southeast. And then after she has activated, her minions will activate. So that's what's going to happen.
Oh god, break her jaw. That's grim. That's grim. There's some exciting combat music, I hope.
Paul, from what I understand, the story mode is still completely accurate, and there are. I actually watched your rules video again today, even though I've played a lot of this game just in preparation to be streaming it. Your story mode, as far as I can tell, is totally accurate still, and the encounter phase is mostly accurate. It's mostly like little changes, like in your video you talk about if you break a location, you get a benefit, like you might get a token from it. That's been removed, and now they've added the mechanic instead where you damage body parts to weaken the monster. But technically speaking, what you say isn't wrong. You said if you reveal a token, you get that token. It's just that if will never happen now. That's all.
There's no tokens.
So technically, it's not wrong. There's just a few outdated parts in it, but you did make it with a prototype like 4 years ago, so to be expected.
What about Midge and Cedric? What are they doing?
So Cedric is an ally So if one of us gets killed, he will come on to give that player there so they can play with the character.
Okay, so
we'll always have 4 basically.
Okay.
Midge is a non-combat character, so Midge is just gonna chill.
So what about if you didn't have Cedric and someone died?
You start with 4 man-at-arms. Basic man-at-arms, like hired swords.
Right, we just haven't got those out.
Yeah, we won't need them. We'll be fine.
We won't need them, we'll be fine.
So I'll put these allies off to the side for now. Okay, so that's it basically. Who wants to go first and who wants to do stuff?
I think that you should go first so I can watch. See what happens.
I think I need to have a look and see what on earth my cards do. Actually, I haven't really looked at my blades cards at all.
Yeah, I don't actually know how to play. So. We'll all be learning.
Oh goodness, we should look at our special abilities, because I've just realised I have a whole special ability system that I looked at a card and was like, what is this snake symbol? Apparently I've got stances. I did not realise that. So so our companions don't have any special abilities. Your exile does. What's your exile special ability?
Open Wound. Once per encounter, at any time, you may rotate all cards on cooldown twice, but lose a health. Once per encounter, at any time...
Oh, I see.
You may rotate all cards on cooldown twice, but lose one.
So
health.
basically, you can just do a massive battle flow
To get all my cards back.
Yeah,
For the cost
but
of
it
health.
costs a health.
And I can only do it once per encounter.
You also have a second ability.
Unbound Rage. Whenever you draw a critical during a melee attack that hits, gain a yellow gem. Animus. Gain an animus once per melee attack.
That's cool. That's very good. That sounds like... I can see he sounds good then. Alright, so my special ability with the blade is called Battle Stances. You are always in any one of 3 stances that correlate to your cooldown positions. 0, Annie. 1, Boar. 2, Viper. 3, Ox. Which stance you're in depends on which cooldown position has the most cards in it. If 2 or more tie for most, you may choose. Stances are determined just before the ability is played. Right, okay, so because I have, for example, the roll card, which is move 2, and if in Viper stance, which is cooldown position 2, having the most cards, you must end... Sorry, you may move through an occupied hex during this move, but you must end in an empty hex. So it kind of, yeah, that makes sense. So at the start of the game, I can start with, I have no cards anywhere, so they're all equal, which means I can just choose which one I would be in.
And is this a bit like sort of your standard dungeon crawlers where we can move through allies but not enemies?
Move through allies, but not enemy. Oh no, hang on. Can you? No, you can't. Oh, that's how I should know that. Can you move through? You can line of sight through any miniature. Cannot move through enemy spaces. Can you move through allies? I actually can't remember. That's such a basic rule. I can remember all these complicated.
Layla says no. You have to move around people.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's so funny that I can remember all the detailed rules, and I couldn't remember if you can move through somebody. That makes sense because the role.
Layla says, useful. I believe. Well,
I do think you're right, Layla, but I'll check I'll check when Mike's doing his turn in a few minutes to make certain. Right, let's see what else I can do.
I'm probably going to be playing largely open hand and going to Chris. What is this good? Should I do this? Like, how far can we normally move? Is it going to be...
1 animus per space.
1 animus per space. And do we want to spend all 8, or do we want to try to save some?
You regenerate 6 every turn.
So we want to spend about 6.
Well, I mean, yeah, but at some point you're going to want to do a big move, aren't you? Potentially, you know.
Right, but we'll get the 6 back, right? That we spent. So if we spend 6, we'll get them all back.
Yeah, exactly.
That's cool. But it's possible to get more animus. No.
Right.
It says 8
I think
max.
I know what I'm going to do to start with.
So we always kind of manage... No, it says here plus 2 animus.
Yeah, that's a plus 2 animus token.
Okay, that's a token.
You can... this number can't change.
This number doesn't change.
This number here can change. Your regen can change. I'm not sure if the number you start with can change or not. I don't know. I haven't played enough of the game yet.
Ooh.
Right.
Exciting.
I think I know what I want to do, if you're willing for me just to get cracking.
Yeah, I've got this leap attack, which is pretty massive, but it says I just...
What I will do is change my setup, actually.
Okay. This is... Place your figure in the hex on the opposite side of an adjacent enemy. Any character in that hex suffers knockback 1 in a direction you choose. So I could literally just leap right up and be next to her?
If you're not adjacent, place your figure in the hex.
Opposite of an adjacent enemy. Yeah. Oh, I read on the opposite side of an... Yeah.
Well, I think this is what I want to do.
Right, because facing's quite important, I assume.
Yeah, so she's here, so... Yeah, I'm definitely doing this. Are you happy for me to just do it?
Yeah, you just get started.
Because, right, so I'm going to move 1 space forward for 1 animus with the blade. And then I'm going to play this very expensive card, which is called Charging Boar. Move 3 in a straight line, and if you move adjacent to an enemy that you are facing, you must stop moving. So can you please move me 3 spaces forward? Then I'm going to do an attack. An attack with knockback 1. This attack only takes place if this card calls you to move at least 1 hex, which it did. If you're in boar mode, add 2 damage. I am in boar mode because I have no cards in any positions, therefore they're all equal, therefore I can choose my stance. I'm choosing boar stance. So we're going to have knockback 1 and 2 damage. So this card, I'm just going to place it here, show us what we're doing. Okay, so here's how it works. I have a might of 1 yellow, and I can take as many whites now as I wish. I'm going to take 3 white cards, 3 white dice.
Okay.
And I'm going to go all dice.
Okay.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Definitely didn't miss.
It's 4 1s.
Where's the yellow? Oh, it's there.
It's
one.
there. Yeah, it's just
All 1. That's upsetting, but it's actually fine. Because
it's not a miss.
I get +2 though from because I'm in boar mode. That's 6. So that's 6 damage. She has a defense of 2, which means we divide the 6 by 2, and that's 3. I was obviously attacking her face because that's where she is. That's her face there. Yeah, the arrow. So that's 3 damage to her face. So we're gonna rotate this die here down to 3.
Okay, so there's so if you wanted to attack her like her tail,
You need to be in her rear arc.
you need to be in her rear.
So the arc's basically, so her front arc is this, and then her side arc is this. Yep. To attack the core,
So
you
if
need to be
you're
attacking
here,
an arc.
can you do front or side?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yes, you're in both arcs there, aren't you? I think so.
Yeah, I think so. You must be, otherwise it doesn't divide up.
Unless that was.
Unless you're out of.
I'll have to find the.
Oh no, actually, maybe you're right. Hang on, because that's front, and then... oh, actually, no, maybe you are in flank there.
Just find arcs, it's fine.
Layla says, "Death from above, followed up with leap, is a lethal combo for the exile, but opens you up to a world of hurt. I don't know why. I'm about to read the cards and find out. Death from above. You may only play this ability if you're adjacent to an obstacle. Oh, I should have started adjacent to an obstacle. Place your figure in an empty hex within range 7.
You can change that if you want, don't mind.
I'm changing it. I reserve the right to change it because I didn't read my cards.
You haven't done anything yet. All I've done is play this card.
I've hid behind a tree now. Okay. Place your figure in an empty hex within range 7. You don't know as count as having moved through intervening hexes. +2 damage. Target the enemy you leapt over. If you're attacking the enemy's rear, the attack is empowered ×3. Leap attack. Interesting. Why does this open me up to a world of hurt, Layla? Is it just because I'm standing there next to her?
Why can't I? Oh, here we go.
Because this actually seems like a cool combo, so thank you for the advice.
I found the thing that no, there's a clear division. There's a clear division.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like this. That's how it's done.
Yeah.
So
it does make sense. Yeah. So yeah, it's okay. Cool.
Okay, so that's that resolved. Except it also had knockback 1. So when you're knockbacking large creatures, they actually only take knockback equal to half of the knockback value, but it is rounded up, so it does get knocked back 1. So she gets knocked back directly away from us, which
There's
is gonna...
a tree in her way.
So she's knocked into the tree and the 2 rats here, not this rat, because that rat would need her to be knocked that way.
Yep.
So because she's a large creature being knocked into an obstacle, the obstacle is destroyed.
Oh my god.
So that tree is gone. And the 2... she takes a damage for each person she was knocked into. And they also take a damage, and they've only got 1 health. So these 2 rats are dead.
Crushed by mom. That's awful. What a terrible fate.
And she takes 2 damage to her rear arc. Or rear, basically, as well.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Great start.
That's why I did it.
What happens if she's knocked into you? Are you killed?
If she's knocked into you, you take a damage, she take a damage.
You both take a damage.
Yeah. This goes into battlefield position 1, which means I'm now mandatorily in boar mode, which was the mode I was already in. Cool.
Alright, listen, Layla suggested I do this
Oh, and that costs 4 animus, so that's
bonkers attack, which seems pretty good. Actually, how far is 7? 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3... yeah. She takes 1 more damage for the obstacles.
Oh, she does. You're absolutely correct. Apologies. Thank you very much, Layla.
Dante.
Oh, it was Dante.
That was Dante.
Thank you, Dante.
Yep, so here's what I've got going on. I've got this Death from Above card, which I'm basically in a tree now. And I jump out of the tree and land somewhere 7 away from the tree.
Play if you're adjacent to obstacle.
Yeah.
You can jump up to 7 away, not count out, move through the intervening hexes, and you get attack plus 2 damage. Pretty good.
And then, like, once I land next to her and smack her, then I can follow it up. This costs all my animus, by the way.
This is so stupid.
With this leap attack, which says, place your figure in the hex on the opposite side of her. So then I'm going to... Any character in that hex suffers knockback 1 in any direction you choose. Oh, okay, so actually that's nobody.
You could knock her into the rat. Which direction you choose, it says.
Place your figure in the hex on the opposite side of an adjacent enemy, but any character in that hex. So I'm basically jumping onto somebody.
So just to clarify what character means, there's Oathsworn. It means any Oathsworn character, regardless of whether they are a full character or companion character. Character means basically includes allies. So if one of our Oathsworn had to be knocked out or killed, and we were now using an ally character.
Okay, so character doesn't apply to enemies.
No, I don't believe so. What's the phrasing?
Any character in that hex suffers knockback 1 in any direction you choose.
Oh, I think character does in that case refer to everything. I'll check. Character. What does it say?
So then I would also attack the enemy I leapt over, and with Empower 3.
Well, it doesn't matter in this case. It's going to be an enemy because you have to land at the end of the next enemy.
Yeah, but I think I'm jumping over her, right?
Place your figure in the hex
on the opposite side of an adjacent enemy.
Any character in that hex. Oh, I see. Yeah.
So I think I have to land on somebody.
Yeah,
right?
yes. So character refers to any miniature.
But in this case, I actually don't think I can.
You can land on the rat. And
well, I don't think I could because I'd have to be jumping from here to land on the rat because I jump directly over her, right?
Yeah, sure.
So I think I wouldn't land on anyone in this instance. Instead, I'll just basically jump over her and hit her with Empower 3. Whatever that means.
Yeah. I mean, you could just land it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's fine.
I mean, I do have, actually, movement 7, so I could theoretically land here and hit her. But do we want to divide damage between her...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got here, yeah.
So
it's worth noting when we destroy a position, she's immediately going to activate and hit and target the person who did it to her.
Right. So we kind of want to spread damage a bit.
Get an extra turn basically, and also it's worth noting if I had broken her face, for example, with my attack, then the knockback wouldn't have happened because she just interrupts me entirely. That's the thing.
Oh, so it just stops your whole situation.
Yeah.
But I mean, it would be okay with this card because this card doesn't have a sort of a secondary step,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, there's nothing you can break with that. You just have to suffer the consequence of being targeted by the gnaw, is all.
The gnaw, which is what?
So the gnaw is the just to remind ourselves, she's going to release the brood, spawn 3 rats. So even though it's great that I killed 2 rats, more are coming. They're just going to move 7 towards a target. So if you did this, you'd be adjacent to her, so she'd just stand still and turn to face you, and then she'd attack you with her. But if you broke her face, that's great. Then she would do less damage.
Right, but then I need to be in her front arc, right?
Totally fine the first turn, right? Ratcon. Oh, retcon. Is that for the...
Well, Layla's suggesting I could have started over here, and then I'd be in range to jump to here, and then I could leap over and hit that little rat. But
yeah, I mean, we basically planned our whole turn. We could have done all this planning before we deployed. I'm totally fine with that. After that, we can't do... After this turn, we can't be doing it because we'll have info. But we haven't received any new info.
Yeah, but the other thing is, if I'm here and I'm hitting her, then I'm going to be hitting her flank.
That's very true.
Whereas if I'm over here and I'm hitting her, then I could damage her face, which would trigger her gnaw attack. But then,
do you have 1 Sporanimus in amongst all this stuff? Because you could land here, whack her face, and then move 1 to here before you do your deep attack.
Nope.
4 and 4.
4 and 4.
Then.
So what do you think is better? Kill the little rat or try to damage her face and possibly trigger the gnaw? Do we, if we're, in order to defeat her, we need to reduce all of her dice to 0, right?
Correct.
And then she's just dead?
Yeah. And we don't. That's it. It's the end of the encounter when she's dead.
Mm-hmm. We don't have to kill all the babies too.
No, but the babies can get out of control.
Baby's out of control.
Look who's talking now.
Oh my god! But if I knock this into her, she'll take a damage and it will die.
Sorry.
If I land on this and knock it into her,
then yes, it would knock back into her, and they both take a damage.
Well, it would die and she'd take a damage.
She'd take a damage, which would kill it. It would take a damage, which would kill it, and she'd take a damage.
I mean, that seems like good. You think that's better than breaking her face?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think they're both good.
Alright, let's kill the babies, because I don't want these babies getting out of control. So, we'll pretend I started over here by the far tree next to Chris's folks. And then, I'm not ashamed to say the baby slaughtered our free company on our first attempt. Fair enough. To take those babies seriously.
We got this, lad. We got this.
Alright, so I'm going to now spend 4 animus to do Death from Above. I'll just leap forward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to here. I could go up to 7, and now I do an attack plus 2.
Okay, so you have a might. You've no might with the exile, because you've got 2 axes, which...
Positioning is crucial, Mike. Exile is a bit squishy. Yeah, but if he dies, Hallenbeck, then he'll go down in glory.
What's the ability of your hatchets, by the way?
When you critical during an attack that hits, draw 2 additional cards rather than 1.
Okay, great. So you can use those if you wish. Potentially, we'll see. So, So you don't have any. You've no yellow or anything, guys, because none of your weapons have that.
I don't think so. I haven't equipped the bone knife, so.
No, and it doesn't have might anyway.
All right, so no, I don't think I have any might.
So how many white dice do you want? / cards, and in what combination? Oh, I just noticed that the exile has too many animus tokens. You start with 6. All are inactive at first, and you regen 6. No. This is the regen. Dante, the max animus is 8.
That's max animus, but do we definitely start with all 8?
I think so. I thought so. Not sure.
Do we definitely start with 8 animus? Well... oh. Bonbon's interrupting. She's like, the door's been shut for a long time, guys. What's going on in there? My cat.
I'm not entirely sure what you're saying, Dante. I mean, yeah, this guy's depicted as having 8.
Yeah, but this guy's depicted as having 7.
Yeah, because it says 7 max.
Oh, okay.
She has 7, but also regen 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so you
so
start
that's
with
correct.
your... Okay.
That's correct. Dante, I'm not sure what... I'm not entirely sure if we're saying the same thing and just getting confused. But this is how much you regenerate in the refresh phase, and there's a little text underneath saying how much max animus you actually have.
I shall display for the purposes of the people at home. I'm going to try to hold this camera as steady as I can. So 6 regen and 8 max.
I meant to have no animus in regen. I'm sorry, Dante. I'm not understanding.
Well, I just noticed that the exile has too many animus tokens. You start with 6. Oh, does he mean that I start with 8, but 2 of them are out?
Oh, but you refresh them at the start of the first phase. Oh, do they all start on the... Oh, is that it? They all start the game on the left. Is that it? And I never realized? That could be it.
At the beginning of the encounter, you have 0, and then you start with a refresh phase. Yeah, that's what he's saying. They
Got
all
it,
start
Dante, thank you.
exhausted, and then 6 of them refresh.
Right, so I also didn't do that correctly in that case. So I spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I should only have 1 left. There.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah, okay, we've corrected this. So now I can't
Thank you,
do my
Dante.
cool leap attack. My whole plan is ruined. At least we did that before I did my resolve my attack, though.
I thought you'd spend a +2 animus token. No, Layla, I didn't realize that was the thing. which is funny because my one complaint about this game has always been that the exhaust is on the left, and the active is on the right. That just drives me nuts. But
right.
But yeah, thank you very much for the correction.
Okay, so do I have something I can do with
So
2?
yes, you can't do your plan basically.
Yeah, my leap is now out of the picture. But maybe that's okay.
It's fine. You can still do this, right?
Um,
How many white dice / cards do you want?
what about if I did this instead? This or in a straight line. It's not close enough. And you know, I'll figure out my next move after. Maybe I'll just keep 2. Maybe I'll save up and do the leap next turn. She's gonna move though, right? Well, no, she's not. 'Cause she's targeting the closest.
No,
and
she
that's
moves
what it is.
afterwards though. She moves southeast afterwards 3.
Oh, boo. But you could also crit on this attack and gain 1 more.
That's true. Your special ability, right?
Oh yeah, get 1 more animus. Okay, well let's see what happens then.
So
Right.
how many white dice / cards do you want?
I feel like 4 is playing it safe. I feel like 4 is a good number.
I'm gonna reset this deck. And how many dice / cards?
All right, so I'm just sticking with. Do you know what? It's been working so far. I'm sticking with 3 dice and a card. It's worked so far.
All right, select your dice from the pool.
Okay, hang on. This is a test. All right, these 3. No, this thing. There we go. We test the dice out, and then. Okay, here we go. Let's find out what happens. First off, are we on a good footing or a bad footing? Dun 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 ba! Okay, it's not terrible.
And you're in the right flank, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the right flank here. Let's crush it! Oh, we did a crit!
Nice. You got 1 miss. That's fine. We'll stick it here. And you got a 1 and a 2 crit. So, would you like? Would you like to have a card or a die for your crit?
Oh, card. Crit again, crit again, crit again.
Yeah.
No, it's blank.
Well, you got the blank out of there. So it's 2 blanks, but it doesn't matter because.
Oh, I should have used this, right?
No, that's fine. Use it.
The
Yes,
hatchet.
So go for it. So.
When you critical during an attack that hits, draw 2 additional cards rather than 1.
Yeah, so it's going to go. Costs nothing to use, animus wise. It's going to go into battle flow position 3. Not that there's anything there currently, but it's worth noting it would not cause battle flow, being an item. Yeah, so it's going to get to draw 2 instead. And you have 2 hatchets. So you can...
Follow-up question. Should I have really committed to that before resolving the dice?
No. It says when you crit. So
when you crit. So actually I can just use that
in theory
now.
you should have done it before you drew the 1 card, but I don't think that's relevant to the
Okay,
slightest.
that's fine. Cool, great. Yes, 1 more card then, please, Chris. Oh, so I can't miss now anyway. The attack's already hit. So it's a 2!
Great.
So that's 6 damage. I think I've triggered her attack.
Plus 2.
Oh, yeah, plus 2 from the Death from Above card.
So that's 8.
8 damage.
Divided by defensive 2 is 4.
Okay. Oh, yes, that's how this works.
So her
I
right
forgot.
flank is here. So she's down to 2 there.
Yes, I forgot that was how this worked. Okay, cool.
Right. So that's him done then?
Well, I've still got I've got 3 animus, right? What didn't I?
Sure.
Whenever you draw a crit during an attack that hits, gain 1 animus. So this one, wait. So I should have had this.
You should spend 4.
I should have spent 4, and then I should have spent 4,
yeah,
and then I get 1 back.
Correct. There you go.
Okay, so now I have 3.
Now you've moved. Technically, it's someone else is now go to the next player. But as I said, it's just totally free flowing, right? Because it's cooperative.
Right. And we could be triggering our companions as well as this stage.
Yeah. So, did you choose which side you wanted your priest to be on? By the way.
No, I just...
So basically, Desperate Prayer is mandatory because it's on both sides. Do you want Blessing or do you want Pillar and Path?
Right, Pillar and Path. If the target loses any health, you gain a shield or a thing. All Oathsworn allies within range 3 gain a... Oh no, this one gives us a ton of tokens. Let's have this one. Blessing.
God, I'm such an idiot.
What?
I should have used this buff before we all our characters buggered off.
Yes, I probably should have used this buff before we all buggered off, especially seeing as we all started here.
I'm gonna go next. That's okay with the Ursus, and I'm just gonna do 2 things. Use my first animus to move up to 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, sorry, just here. 1, 2, 3. All characters are now within range 3. All allies. Oh, Bon is forcing her way in.
Oh, do you want to let her in?
Hey, Bon.
I'm sure she's probably not going to cause too much havoc. This is famous last words.
Hello. Hello.
No, I really don't. If you hear bells, it's the cat. She's in the room now.
So then I'm going to spend my second animus to perform my feral roar. All friendly characters, actually show it to you guys. All friendly characters within range 3, which I've carefully repositioned myself so this is the case, may move to or gain an empower token. So I'm definitely getting an empower token with my blade. I imagine the exile will do the same. The priest probably will do the same, but he might want his 2 movement. Do you know what empower tokens do, Mike?
No idea.
Okay, empower tokens. If I can just find them here.
But I'm excited to find out.
That's not an empower token. Empower token. Oh, it is. Oh, I see. You've put a defense token, or someone has, in the wrong place, and that's why I was going to.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, that
It
was
may
definitely
it may be. Right, empower tokens are this little dice symbol with 3 arrows pointing up. And what it means is you can do an empowerment, basically means upgrading a card / die to the next tier. So one empowerment will let you move a white die to a yellow die, or if you empowered a white die 3 times, you can empower it all the way to black.
Okay.
So if I was making an attack with 3 white dice, I could use an empower token. The empower token is a empower 3 to turn one of them into a black, or to turn all of them into yellows, or to turn one of them into a red and one of them into a yellow.
Ah, I see. Okay. So it's like 3 steps divided as you like.
Exactly so. So Blade's taking one.
Our shins are under attack.
All friendly characters within range 3 includes me, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
So if anyone,
It would say other, right? If
Yeah.
you were included.
I believe all friendly characters within range 3 includes the friendly character doing it. If anyone has a correction to that, do let us know. Would you like empower tokens or move 2? I assume the exile one's empower token.
Yes, please.
Priest.
I think I'll probably take the movement actually.
Bun's
with the
rubbing herself.
she's angry at my knees. Is what she's
You're
doing.
taking the movement, is that correct?
Yeah, because I've also got this blessing, and I'd like to get closer to use it.
Silly Mike doesn't understand how good empower tokens are. Bear in mind you can spend 1 animus to move 4 spaces with a companion like I just did.
Oh yeah, okay. Would that get me close enough? Or was I here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, that'd be fine. Okay, I'll take the empower token.
I alpha gamed him. Hello. You're very cute, aren't you? Aren't you cute?
Nobody can see how cute you are because you hate being picked up and put on camera.
Why? You sharpen your claws on my leg.
I am. Come here. Show the internet. Say hello. Come say hello. She doesn't want. She does not want to.
She'll come up
a
at some
right
point.
flute.
We got a kiss.
hello,
We
Ted.
got a kiss him last week. It's already earned the Destroyer nickname. Oh god, no!
Oh god, no! Bon.
No.
Yep, Destroyer is accurate.
All right. And with that little guest appearance out of the way,
That's the best you're ever going to get from her.
so I've no more animus at all with my warbear. My warbear is done. My companion. That's how streamlined they are.
Familiar scenes unfolding. Yeah.
So do you want to use your companion?
Yep. So I'll do 1 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4 up to here, and then I'll use my other animus to trigger blessing, which says all Oathsworn allies within range 3 gain. It's actually the exact same as yours, except it can be a reroll, empower, or defense token.
Yeah, and instead of movement or empowerment. Yeah, reroll. Is that Bonbon's ball? Yeah, so yeah, reroll, defense, or empowerment. I might take a defense.
I feel like I want some defense as well, actually.
So 4 defenses.
Yep, seems good.
Wait, our companions are support characters. I mean, the warbear is not actually a support character, but it was just now.
We've got so many tokens. I feel good with all these tokens.
Yeah, and they go away at the end of this encounter phase, so use them or lose them.
At the end of this encounter phase. Okay,
Yeah,
yes,
well,
understood.
All right. Hello. I love cats. Cats make everything better.
Yes, it's true.
Apart from the pain, they also make that worse.
Yeah.
The pain in your legs and they sharp. Okay, so
Yeah.
I only have 1 animus with the blade. I'm not going to do anything more with the blade. Hello. Would you like to do anything more with your exile? If not, we're done.
I've got 3 animus left, and I'm going to regen 6, so I could spend 1 to do something. I do have a headbutt, which is a 0 cost card. Oh, sorry, Death from Above. Is Reap one of mine? It is one of mine. Okay, these are all cards I should have in my hand. So this should have gone into step 3 here, shouldn't it? With the hatchet. And then...
Yes, I'm just thinking. Oh, when do they...
Uh-oh.
Bond, that you cannot do that.
He's like, I'm going to knock over this entire film
Bond,
set.
please don't. Please, we spent so long getting this set up.
Oh my god.
And we were late starting. Oh no,
She's like, who...
You're gonna have to. Oh, she's purring so loud. She's so happy. You're such a small kitty, Mama.
She's so small. I could battle flow a card.
So something I'm trying to realize is, I think when you play, these go in. I think when you do this, these go in simultaneously, so this immediately battle flows the weapon. I think.
But would I have?
She's rolling the dice.
Would I have played the weapon before or after the attack though?
So it's still resolving, so it's out here, right?
Right, and so then I would have played the weapon into here, and that would have come in and battle.
I think so. I need to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that was a thing.
Well, we're
have to stop. Yeah, double check.
We're gonna do our best.
I'm pretty sure I remember that being a thing.
Alright, we're gonna probably have to rewind the stream to figure out where the damage was.
No, I remember. It was 33266.
Okay, that's good.
I took note of it mentally just there when she started moving it.
Little anarchist. Poor thing, she's been locked out all day. She's just wants to come and say hello and possibly cause anarchy.
Hello. Lovely, aren't you?
She's the true encounter.
Does anyone know the answer to that question? I'm pretty sure if you play an item and ability card at the same time into the same battle slot, the ability card immediately battle flows the weapon. I think. Here we go. Is it?
You're right. Card resolves first, then battle flows.
Thank you.
Bonbon's come to reset my animus.
Oh no, Von. I think you're gonna have to go down.
Yeah, I think this is.
Come here, lovely. Come here. Mwah. Good girl. Thank you, Dante.
Okay, so right, I had 3 animus tonight.
You 3, correct?
Yeah,
3
so
left.
I had 1 to spend.
See, look, you just did it. You just did exactly the same thing I keep doing. You think left is active.
Oh yes, yeah, yeah. I'd done that. I think I had that wrong before she knocked him over.
She's just jumped into
The green screen.
I think we're gonna have to put her outside the room.
Yeah, this is why you're not allowed to come and play Bonbon.
How do I get out of there without knocking the camera?
Let's just wait for her to leave, and then we'll probably have to set the camera.
If I
back
open
up.
the fridge, she'll come running, won't she? That's me. I don't want to make her think I'm feeding her.
Yeah. What time is it? 8 o'clock? I mean, it is her dinner time. Maybe I'll just go feed her. Do you want to entertain them, or shall we go to pause?
I'll tell you what, let's take a comfort break in that case.
Let's take a quick comfort break while we sort out this incursion, this real encounter, and we'll be right back. I'm Dante. Thank you for the rules. We'll probably only be 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes, probably less.
Probably less.
Back in 5.
See you soon. Hey, we're back.
All coffeed up. Bonbon has been fed.
Sated for the moment. So
It's not stopping her meowing, but
she's still gonna be at the door trying to get in. But hopefully that's kept her at bay for a little bit.
Okay, so I think the thing I asked you just before the Catamageddon.
Oh my god, she's literally back.
Was so basically my blade's not doing anything more because only has one animus left. Both companions are out of animus. So does the exile want to do anything with their 3 animus? That's basically all we're asking them.
And I think I'm going to do one thing. So I'm thinking what I'm probably going to do is... Oh, actually, what is this? Headbutt. Ignore one of your enemy's might cards.
That's an interrupt.
Yeah, this is an interrupt. And it says, ignore one of your enemy's might cards of your choice.
This is after an adjacent enemy draws damage against you, though. Actually, not against you necessarily, but just draws damage. So you can't use that. Or you can use that as an attack. For 2 animus.
Okay, so I can use that as an attack for 2 animus.
Yeah.
Right, so that bottom part, that doesn't have interrupt.
Instead of the interrupt. Yeah, so remember that horizontal line is an either or situation.
Yeah, and so it's everything above the line and everything below the line. Got it. I can do... I can battle flow 1 card. So the Primal Strike gives me... It's one of these variable costs, but it goes into 0, so it comes right back into my hand?
At the refresh phase.
At the refresh phase.
Yeah, just soon.
So I feel like actually playing that for 1 animus and then just battle flowing this card around to here makes sense.
Seeing as how you effectively have a free animus to spend, I can understand that, yeah.
Cool, so this one goes down here for the cost of 1 animus, and then these cards just flow around.
No, so undo that a second.
Oh, no,
sorry. Wrong. So you select 1 card to battle flow.
Right, but this one... So I select this one to battle flow,
Sure.
and then it pushes that one,
No.
right? No, it doesn't.
No cascading effect.
Oh, okay.
It's only when you play a card into that slot.
Ah, okay, I understand.
And you can... Obviously, there's nothing wrong with what you did, but the idea is you do this. Stack.
Okay.
Now, when you play a card here, there's a stack that all flows.
Right, so you know which ones will move.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm on the ball. I know what's happening.
Alright, so that's the end of our phase. So, that's right in the Oathsworn phase, so as promised, we're going to go back to this card here. So, we're now moving to the encounter phase. Draw and resolve the top stage card, then activate minions, and then turn the next stage card face up so we'll know what's coming next turn. So, let's do that. So, we've already read this a couple of times, but let's activate it now. Gnaw, or Gnaw. Release the Brood! So we're going to have to defer to the Broodmother's special rule sheet. Bonbon is nearly back into the room. Just
okay, and we'll have to I'm going to have to bolster the defenses.
The door has a slightly ajar. She's actually pushed it slightly ajar, and their paws are coming in.
Yeah, she's trying to get her little head in as well. Like, there we go.
So Mike is on his best now to... Oh, that sounded promising.
Yeah, that is beyond her strength.
Okay, we should be safe now from Catzilla.
But we have to kill this rat fast, because obviously my poor cat...
For the 0 card, we have found saying 1 card, 1 position has been helpful. Hello all. Hello.
1 card, 1 position. For that 0 card.
1 card in 1 position. Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
So Noor says, release the Brood. So we have to remind ourselves what Release the Brood is. On the special rules is, place 3 giant rats adjacent to the Broodmother in the hexes closest to her rear. And so, we grab 3 giant rats, please, Mike. So, the first 2 are obviously going to go and replace the ones that I killed with the knockback.
I don't know what it is about these ones. Maybe because they're giant or whatever, but these ones kind of look like beavers. They look like giant beavers.
Well, I just realized I destroyed that tree, of course, so now all her rear hexes are actually available. So yeah, just those 3 hexes directly behind her, basically.
Right.
Alright, so that is it. We have released the Brood.
Uh-oh.
And then next, step number 2 on this card is move 7 towards target. So, she has 2 targets available to her. So there's no criteria for target selection on this card. It doesn't say most damage or anything.
It's going to be me.
So it's nearest.
We should have definitely done something about this because I have such low defense.
Yeah, we probably should have.
Yeah, I could have just used that to like move.
You could have run away.
Yeah, just 1 step away. That would have been way smarter.
Do you want to retcon that, or are you going to take this in the face?
Oh, this could be really bad.
There's technically no new information because we had this card face up the whole time. So it's up to you. It's up to your level of. It's up to you. Or up to chat. Or up to how much chat will judge you.
Oh God. Well, do you think what's your defense?
My defense with the blade is 3.
So it's not that much. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll take this hit to learn from my mistakes, and then maybe we need to be more mindful of this in the future.
I told you, Mike. And Evie says, "Oh, you might be the first people to use the standees. They look great." I agree, they do look great, and I think you might be right. On the internet, we possibly are the first people to use them. But I think it's important to see what you get in the standee version because it's a lot cheaper. You're spending a lot of money in the minis. I think they're worth it. I love them, but not worth it for everybody. And I think what you get in the core set, which is honest, it's everything you need to play the game.
All the gameplay's in the core box.
Exactly. So, she's gonna move. So basically, she's as I said, no criteria for targeting. In this case, the card doesn't say most damaged character or anything like that. So it's going to be nearest. There are 2 eligible targets. So we're going to have to use the rule of north and then west. So the blade and the exile are equally close. The exile is more north than the blade is. So will be selected. If the blade, just switch back to my mic.
Switch back
to what you went before. If the blade had been here, they would both be equally north. So then we use the rule of west, because the rule is called it's the rule of north then west, or north and west. So if they were here, they'd both be equally north. We'd then check who's the most west. It would still be the exile. So that's how that works. There is always a solution to who is the target. Second Kickstarter is live today, by the way. Yes, it is indeed. If chat decides they want a copy, standee is 125, I believe. All accurate information. Yeah. Like I said, standee version's a lot cheaper, and has everything you need to play the game.
Here we go. A better shot, perhaps, of the standee there.
Yes, that is much better. And they're pre-painted essentially standees, which I quite like. So now so it's not going to move. It's just going to select you. It's going to turn to face you, and now she is going to attack you using her jaws. Her jaws are still active. Wait, hang on. Which is the jaws? Oh, actually, I think I possibly damaged the wrong thing, but it doesn't matter because they ended up equally damaged. But the jaws is up here. The jaws is still active, so she will not suffer any penalty. She has might of a red, a yellow, a yellow, and a yellow. So,
oh my God! And she always uses cards.
She always Now you are allowed to roll bosses. It is recommended you don't, because it is then guaranteed fairness, right? Insofar if you get me.
Right. Rolling dice, you could sort of trigger your...
You could just you could just be destroyed, and then there's nothing you can do about it.
Or you could also just luck out constantly and lose the difficulty level.
So if it's okay with you, I think we can use cards.
Yeah, we'll just stick with cards. That makes sense.
Alright, so here we go.
Uh-oh.
We have a 3 and a crit 4. Now...
Fortunately, enemies don't crit.
I was about to say exactly that.
Good.
Enemies do not crit. However,
Good.
They also don't miss. And that's kind of, again, it's a bit like they say use the same principles as they say use
Why did they print the crits on the enemy deck?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it'll matter later. Maybe there's an enemy later in the game that can crit. Maybe.
Or they have abilities that trigger off of crits.
Yes, could be something like that. Yeah, if a crit's drawn, yeah, exactly. It's a bit like same principles using the cards. It's much more streamlined in terms of luck mitigation. They don't miss, but they also don't crit. Nice and simple. We also have... The yellows don't show up in the green screen. A miss,
3 and a 2.
A 3 and a 2. You know what? This is a lot of bad stuff.
12 damage.
So yeah, that's maths. 12 damage.
Divide by 2 is 6. I'm dead. Fortunately, I have a defense token.
You do. Oh, I just realized you should have chosen if you wanted to use a card.
Should I have done
that?
And
Layla just pointed out. Layla said, "Did you give me the option to use a defense card before revealing damage?" No, right, Layla. I just remembered it now.
I didn't realize that I had to choose first.
I did, and I forgot to tell you. I apologize.
That's okay. I've got a lot of 2s here, so I think I would have picked one of these. Well, the other thing I could do.
Also, you're not dead, by the way, because. Yeah. So anyway, use your.
So well, yeah, what I think we actually, do you know what? Rather than use a defense card, because I did forget that opportunity.
I forgot to tell you.
Why don't we interrupt with headbutt and just ignore the 4?
You can do that and a defense card. I think you would have used a defense card.
Yeah, I would have picked this one.
You would have used a 2. That makes sense. Okay, so this goes into slot 2. It does not cost any animus. It does cause battle flow though, as always.
Ah, very good.
So place that into slot 2.
So these 2 flow.
Exactly.
And this goes in here.
And because you're savage, you put those upside down, and I'm going to fix that for
No,
you.
because they're flowing this way around, Chris.
I don't care.
That's how we go.
You can fix it if you want.
How can it flow that back? Now it's flowing the
Fine,
wrong
do
way.
it your way.
This helps me keep track of the sort of the direction.
They printed deck crits because they wanted the deck to be a paper copy of dice. Yeah, I guess that's possible. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. So your defense is 4. Are you playing the interrupt?
Yeah, I'll play the interrupt as well.
Okay, so that costs nothing to play as interrupt. And what does it say? Ignore the highest value, is it?
No, ignore one of their cards of my choice.
So we're going to ignore the 4?
Yep.
Which goes here. And then we now have only 8. So, and you have a defense of 4. So
Yes.
that's going to be 4 goes into 8 2 times. So that's 2 damage.
I could spend this defense token as well.
And then your defense would be 5, and then 5 goes into 8 once with a remainder of 3. The remainder is completely removed. Doesn't matter how high the remainder is, you have to do a whole unit of damage. And this is kind of one of the ways. This is kind of the best. This is a really good example of using a defense token at a good moment, because that's negating the entire damage.
Mm-hmm.
So if you use that, you're going to take 1 damage.
Great.
There you go. See? It was fine.
Yes. Basically, this is just a maths game.
It's maths the game.
Just a maths game.
Where are you gents from? I can't pin the accent. There's a reason for that. I am Irish, insofar as I was born in Ireland, raised in Ireland, but my mother's English, and not only English, she's from Cobham, which is quite a posh part of Surrey, so she's a very, very, very posh British accent. My dad is from a working class area of Dublin, although he was actually born in Scotland. My grandparents have Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and English, so I'm a mongrel of the British Isles, and I've lived here for 7 years. So, and Mike also has a various accent story as well.
Yeah, because I'm a super mongrel because I was born in Canada, but my parents are Danish and English, so I've just been living here.
And you spent a lot of time in Scotland, right?
Yes, and I spent a lot of time in Scotland as well. So solid defense work. Thank you, Layla. Yes. I'm hoping I haven't just spent all of my stuff. The way I see it, though, the more cards I play, the more cards come back to me.
I also, sometimes people think I'm American. I think that's the influence of American television. I don't know. But also, my partner's from Brazil, and people sometimes think she's Irish, because I guess her English. I mean, she was fluent in English long before she met me, but I guess she's lived with me now for 7 years, so she's picked up my Irish isms. But yeah, accents are funny. We are people of the world. We all have accents. That's it, right? Oh no, it's not it.
But just for what it's worth, Evie, we are based in London, in the UK.
That wasn't what she asked. Or he asked. Or that wasn't what Evie asked.
Yeah.
Evie asked where we're from. We're not from London.
But I think that's ambiguous.
Yeah, it's true. It is. Right, so we now move her 3 southeast. So, southeast. So she turns to move southeast, which means she can either go here or here. So we use the rule of north and west, which means she's going to go to face this hex. And she goes 1, 2, 3. Her front hex will be there.
So she can just bugger it off.
Yep, pretty much. Alright, and then this is discarded.
She's much closer to the camera now.
She now. And then next thing we do is we reveal the next card. The next card she's going to do either when end of our next round or when we break a location is the exact same card again. You all saw me shuffle on camera, so it is what it is. Same card again.
Is that good or bad?
I mean, I guess it's we've dealt with it. We know what it is. Releasing the Brew's not good though.
No.
Now the minions go.
Oh, boo. Yeah. You might not know from this angle, but from this angle you can see there's a bunch of minions.
So, the minions all move, then they all attack. These minions have the mob rule as well, which means if you're being attacked by more than one of them, instead of doing an attack for each of them, you do all their attack in one go. The significance of that would be it makes defense less useful, right? Because if you took 3 damage multiple times, divided by 2, that's 1 damage each time. Whereas if you took 3 damage multiplied 4 times, all in one hit, that would be 12 damage. That'd be divided by 2, which would be 6 damage. Right, so 4 attacks of 3 with a defense of 2 would only be 4 damage, whereas 1 big attack of 12 would be 4 damage. 6 damage rather. So that's the significance of the mob rule. It's worse that they attack as a unit. So they all move.
Are they all going to come and kill me?
Well, let's see. They've got 6 movement to target. Target's going to be nearest. Yeah. So if they all move, then they all attack. So the most northern is going to move first. Say, for example, if 10 rats were at you at once.
Which I'm not saying.
10 rats can't get to you, surely, because surely you're going to get 6.
I don't know. I seem
be
to remember
surrounded.
Layla telling a story about how her entire free company was killed by rats. So.
Yeah, but one person can get hit by 10 rats, though, because you have to be surrounded by 6. Surrounded, max would be 6, right? So this one's going to move first, and it's going to 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3 is both of us. We're both equidistant again, so it's going to be you, unfortunately, because you're the most northerly. So she's going to take the most direct route to you. Where they basically get themselves into a position where they can then do a straight line, and then they do the straight line. So the rat's going to move here, and now can do a straight line to here. So 1, 2, 3. And then this one is the most westerly then.
So they all move and then they all attack.
Exactly. So the next one, they're all equally north. This is equally north. So the next one is this one. He can just move 2 in a straight line to reach you, or 3 to reach me. So he reaches you.
Evie says that she loves or they love your accent, and also that they see the blade on the table, and apparently you have a really usable 360-degree attack for taking the minions out.
I haven't read all my cards yet. Thank you for that, and thank you for the compliment accent. I have a very strange accent, so I appreciate it.
Please use your attack to save me.
The problem is area effects hits friendly models as well, unless specified otherwise.
I can move first.
All right, so this guy is
if I'm not dead.
He's more northerly, so he's gonna go 1, 2, 3. He's gonna reach me. He goes in a straight line if he can, so he'll go 1, 2, and he goes in. Ooh. And I'm not actually 100% sure. Does he go? Does he just go take the straight line, or does he go to this one because it's more westerly? I think he goes here because it's more west. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anyone knows in chat, this rat can go in a straight line to me, but does he turn west because this is more west and indeed more north than this one? I think he does. I think they just get into a position so they can go west rather than straight rather than zigzagging. I think that's the only significance of that rule. So this one then also is going to target me. He's going to move 1, 2, 3. So he'll move here so he can go in a straight line. And 2, 3. Okay, so I guess
it might well have kind of worked out the same no matter what. He'd move 1 southwest and then straight line south.
He'd move 1 southwest then straight line south.
But that would have meant that he winds up where his brother is, and then his brother would have wound up where he is anyway.
I just want to do that. I just make sure I understand it for later. So he
He'll
was
take
here.
the shortest path, preferring north than west when multiple options appear.
So 1.
But he still moves in a straight line, right?
Where is it? He moved 1 southwest and then straight line south. Okay. Because it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same actually. In this instance, it's the same.
But it's just so he doesn't have to turn.
That was good. It would just take the other path. Yeah, great. Yeah. Same place.
But it's important to understand for later.
It might matter later. Dante, stick around. You'll be useful when this gets trickier. Right. Okay. So I guess again using the rules of north and west, we'll resolve yours first.
Okay. So 2 rats attack me.
Yes. So you're getting 2 yellow.
Okay.
So each rat has 1 yellow and 1 white. So because of the mob rule, this is all resolved in one
before
go.
you reveal them, let me think about defense. I also have an area of effect attack actually. Okay. Thrown, like throw a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
What's the thrown keyword?
So when you throw a weapon, you basically if you throw a weapon at the rat, for example, then all weapons you have, even so in your case you have 2 hatchets, but you have to throw both of them simultaneously. They all go into a pile and they land adjacent to the thing you just threw at. So we put tracker token 1, for example. Let's say if the priest threw it at the rat, it would land here, next to him, in that straight line. And then we'd make a stack of the thing. We'd get his great maul, and we'd put tracker token 1 in it. and you have to move onto the space to pick it back up again. Every time I've thrown weapons, or Rich has thrown weapons, the boss has a habit of just sitting on it for the entire goddamn encounter, and you can't pick it up.
Oh my god. Follow-up question then. Why do I have to throw both hatchets at once?
Because that's what the rules say. It's an odd one, I know.
Do you have to throw all your weapons?
If you throw weapons, you have to throw all of them. Yeah.
That's so weird. What if you have like 4 daggers?
You can't. You only have 2 daggers. You only have 2.
Boo.
But it's unfortunate, yeah. But that's
what if I have a tail? It's a fantasy game. I might have a tail.
It's true. But you can only have 2 weapons, I'm afraid.
Right, well, do you know what? I think, although this is cool, weapon throw, 3 damage and range 3, which is plus 3 damage and range 3, which is nice. But I think I will, because I think I want to keep reap and leap attack, so I think I'll give weapon throw.
Okay, so you're giving yourself 2 defense.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Let's see what the yellow cards are first of all. A 2 and a miss.
Phew.
That's 2. These cards are critical 2 and a miss. So she doesn't critical, but she also they don't critical, but they also don't miss from the double misses. Mm-hmm. So it's 4 damage, and you have a defense of 4. So you'll take 1 damage.
That's right, because that's how maths works.
Precisely. This would be a good time if you had a defense token to have used it again, because it would have then been
0.
Yeah. It would then be 5 into 4, which is under 1, so it's nothing.
So this goes into here, which trucks these around to here.
Oh yeah, sorry.
And then they push this one back into my hand.
No, stop. Undo everything again.
Okay.
So I want to watching it.
Okay.
Right. So you play that defense card.
Yep.
Place it into its relevant slot. Everything already there flows. There is no cascade effect.
Right. So these just stay.
That's what you need to get out of your head.
There's no cascade effect. So if I want these back, I have to place something into the 0 slot.
No, the 0 come into your hand during the refresh.
Oh yes, that's what you said. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Yes. Right.
So, also you can hold 2 one-handed weapons and have more options for special abilities. Yep, that's true. Once you have weapons with might, you will see that one-handed weapons generally combine with each other. Is powerful too.
Yeah.
So that was your yes. So now I get hit. So I'm going to also use defense, or maybe I have this as defense and this is defense. I see this is my AOE attack. This, you know what? I'm going to use this actually. I am going to play defense, and here's why. This roll ability does not look like it's going to be massively useful at the moment for the foreseeable future. So I'm going to play the roll for its defense 2 and its battle flow position 1, which means it gets that charging boar back to the battle flow position 0 straight away. So I'll have access to it next turn if I want it.
This also changes your stance, possibly.
I'm now equal between these. So if 2 or more are tied for cards, you can choose between them. So I could choose.
So that's
my
actually
stance.
better.
Although this is going to come back into my hand now at refresh, so it's irrelevant. But it gets this good card back into my hand, which I'm pleased about. So I've now got defense. I have defense 3. I just realised. I forgot. So I'm at defense 5 now. So
let's see what happens.
I should be. Hopefully, we'll get really high cards and waste them on
your high defense.
Yeah. I do 2 at a time again because it's too difficult to do. All right, the yellows are 3 and a. Oh god, this is glad I played defense. I mean, I wanted this, right? Because I can take this right now. And then we have a 2 and a 1.
9.
So that's 9. I have defense of 5.
Could you elect to spend your token now, or do you have to choose first?
Tokens are now. Tokens are afterwards, yeah. And so is this. But so I could get up to defense 7, but it's totally pointless. I'll still take a damage. Mm-hmm. As long as I was 5, was actually, funny enough, was actually the threshold I wanted.
Yeah, 5 is pretty perfect.
So 1 damage to my blade. That's it. Well done, us. That is the end of the encounter phase. So now we move on to the end of round phase, which I don't think we've much to do, but we're just going to read through it so everyone understands what's happening. End of round phase, occasionally where certain effects are triggered or ended. Right, so yeah, we've we've no card that was in play until the end of round phase, for example. So we go back up to the refresh phase. Each character regains their animus. In this case, we're all going to gain 6, or the companions 2. And each character will get the cards in cooldown position 0 back into their hand. So I get 6 animus with my 7 available blade.
Right, now I have
the companions both get 2 back. And my charging boar comes back into my hand for my blade.
Their tiny little animus track is so cute.
You get all that stuff. So the weapon goes back to the weapon into your supply over there.
Double hatchets, baby.
Alright, and we're back to us.
Okay. Damn it, Reap costs 4. That's bullshit. I can refresh the might dex with this card. I can only... Oh yeah, max 1 use of each special ability once per round. Oh, the minions can attack. The minions, the companions. When you critical during an attack that hits, add 2 damage and 2 knockback to the attack. Oh, that's pretty cool. Maybe the priest should just run up to the giant rat and hit her into the tree.
Yeah?
Yeah, should we start with that and go from there? Or do you want to maybe try to hit her before I knock her backwards? Actually, that's the
That is
right
the
flank.
right flank, yeah, that's correct, which is already damaged down to 2.
Yeah, so that would probably destroy it, which would cause her to trigger null right away.
Yeah, so there's 2 ways of looking at this. You can either kind of focus on one area and just, take the reaction, or you can try and get everything down really low, but then you're going to start taking reactions very quickly, all, one after the other, right?
Yeah.
So it's there's positives and negatives.
Oh my god, just like everything. There's positives and negatives. She's doing a gnaw again. I could try to hit her in her front. Can I get there? 2, 3, 4. I don't think I can reach her front. I could get up to here. Get to here, but I need one more step. Get in front of her. The army of babies in the background. Can't actually. You guys can see all the standees in the background here trying to eat us.
Yeah, I've got various things I can do, but nothing that screams out at me that I need to do now. So if you have a plan, I'm totally okay with you going for it.
Now I'm the rat. Well, I've got this Reap card with the exile, which I could use to just smack the 2 rats in front of him. So he's kind of on crowd control this round, which might be good for him to have a little break. I don't know actually how this works really. I've got a lot of nice tokens here on the priest though.
Actually, if you kill both those rats, that would actually open me up to something quite nice.
Yeah?
I think so. Let me just double check to find the card that I'm thinking of. Here it is. Yeah, that would be really good.
They only have 1 hit point, right?
Yes, but 2 defense. If you could kill both, if you kill this one specifically, that would be ever so helpful.
Right, well, why don't I just start with that and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Alright, so I play Reap, which is a sort of a area of effect power that comes out in front of me. It's quite expensive.
So Reap costs 4 animus, goes to battlefield position 2, an AoE attack targeting up to 3 adjacent hexes in your front arc. If you kill any enemies, gain an Empower token. Attack once, apply to all targets.
So I really only need 1 success here, right? Because they have 1 hit point.
You need 2 defense though, so you need 2 damage.
Right, they have 2 defense, so I need 2 damage.
Because 1 divided by 2 would be 0.5, which we round to 0.
I keep forgetting to do math.
I quite like, even though it's weirdly mathematical, not complex or anything, but just weirdly simply maths, I really like the system.
I think when you say not complex, I think division's a real polarizing thing. Like, some people find division so hard. Some people
okay, fair enough.
Division's really easy.
I was a maths Olympian, so I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at my mental arithmetic as well, so once I remember how the system, or once I internalize how the system works, I'll be alright. Right, okay, so 2 damage to kill these 2 rats. I'm thinking 4. How many white ones do we have in the bin?
How many white ones do we have in the bin? We have
white blanks.
Yeah, I understand. We have 3 white cards in the bin. We have a blank, a 1, and a 2. No crits.
Yeah, but I'm not too worried about 3 dice. Feels like just not quite enough. Actually, maybe 3 dice will be okay.
You do have rerolls. Multiple rerolls.
I do have multiple rerolls. Let's do 3 dice.
Just dice. Alright, here we go.
Just dice. Nope, the 4th one's a card, but we're not getting to the...
If you're enjoying playing the maths, average the results of
yeah.
that to maximize efficiency. Oh no, I don't like doing it too much. I like the
Yeah! Hey, look at that! 4 and a crit!
So would you like to use the crit to roll another die or draw a card? Actually, do you get an animus?
Yeah, I was about to say I get an animus back too. I was thinking about the hatchet as well, but I don't need the hatchet because I don't need to do any more damage. That's enough.
It's just about the die is going to do nothing. They're both dead. It's just a matter of do you want to draw a card.
Yeah, what do you think? Should we burn one?
I quite like fixing the deck, even if it does cause you to get good cards out as well. I quite like getting it down to a small number that you know what it is.
Okay, good. Let's do it.
Alright, so we're going to use this. It is a 1. That's fine. I'm happy
Get that one out of here.
Yeah.
One's not exciting. Alright, and I get 1 animus back thanks to my Unbound Rage.
You critted, right?
Yeah, because I critted.
Great. These rats are dead.
Those 2 rats die, and because I killed an enemy, I get an Empower token. So I'm going to flow these cards, because this one goes in here, and that one goes in there, and then that doesn't flow, because Cascade is not a thing. Right, there we go.
Alright, so these rats both die.
There we go.
Do you mind if we jump to the... Well, actually, we don't need to jump. Do you mind if we now move my blade to something?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm going to spend 1 animus with the blade to move 1 space to here. Oh, sorry, I'll let you move. 1 animus to move just 1 space southwest. And the reason being is I'm going to play for 4 animus Cleaving Slide. 4 animus to position 3. So this is I guess my best ability. Which is move exactly 2 spaces in a straight line. So can you move 2 spaces north there, and you'll see why I wanted that rat dead and why I positioned myself in this way. Okay, now, if you did not stop due to a hex being occupied, which I didn't, you may then do an attack with charge through 4. So that attacking once and applying to all targets, and I get a redraw if I'm in bore mode, which I am.
Okay, so attack through 4. So you're just going to hit everyone in a straight line?
I'm going to charge through them.
But 4 puts you inside her.
Oh, I thought it put me out. Oh. What is that? How does that work? Can you charge through and land on somebody? Does anyone know how that works? If you were charged through, would land you on an enemy? I assume you just can't do it. In which case, I'll have to re-poker my
No, but the battle side is cool.
Oh no, we're gonna do it. I'll just have to kill that other rat instead. Charge through. Where are you?
Dante says you can do it.
I can do it. So how would that work if I would end my turn on her? Because usually you can't do that, but in a charge through, obviously you can. In that case, I take it. I charge through.
Look at her gross little claws.
You'll be pushed to a nearby hex. Cool. Great. Excellent. Right.
We're sneaking up behind her.
So the nearby hex will be, I'll be here, so it'll have to be one of these 3. So it'll be one of these because they're most northerly, and I guess it'll be this because it's more westerly. So I'm going to go and get pushed here. Great. Okay, so this is going to do... Thank you very much, chat. I appreciate the assistance. So this is going to do charge. I'm going to get a free redraw because I am in bore mode because I have 1 card in position 1. Oh yeah, look, I even have the symbols. The boar is actually here next to the 1.
Oh yeah, you've got little icons under your battle flow numbers.
Which you don't have.
I don't have.
That makes perfect sense. Cool.
So I don't have stances.
So I have a might of 1, yellow.
Exile sits on the fence. He's not very opinionated.
So I'm going to be attacking her. Where am I attacking her? Which way is she facing? This way.
Yeah,
so her rear.
It's her rear, isn't it?
Yeah. So the fact that I'm attacking her twice doesn't matter. I only attack her once. It could matter in other ways, like if I got +1 damage for each enemy targeted, for example, or each hex targeted. But in this case, it doesn't matter. Although actually, I think look, I'm targeting here and here actually, so actually I can choose the front or the rear, I believe, because I'm in this space is her front. So I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Because they're both. I guess I'll go for the tail because we've had both gnaws already, which are the draw attacks.
Right, so you're thinking that there's going to be a tail attack.
Although a gnaws.
It says you hit the closer location.
Oh, of course you did. Thank you. So it'll be the flank.
But you get +1 damage to the Broodmother.
No, the close location is the rear, surely.
Oh, is this established during the movement or after the movement?
Yeah, the closest is currently the rear. It's only the flank because of where I'm ending up. But I'm hitting these 2 hexes.
Yeah.
I can turn these.
So, but actually, this. Oh wait, hang on.
Which hit point die to damage? When attacking a large enemy, choose the closest HP die to the attacker. If 2 or more closest, you can choose. When attacking a single hex with multiple HP die, you may choose. To determine where an ability originates against a normal. Where is all the stuff like charge through and whatnot? Where is all that stuff? Oh, here it is. Special effects. Charge through! Here we go. So, during this move, they will pass through other characters, stopping at any board edge. If the attacker is a single hex character, they will stop at any obstacles and will be pushed to the closest empty hex if they finish their move in the same hex as the character. If the attacker is a large character, they will move through obstacles. Yeah. After the move, all characters that were in the path are attacked. Attack once and apply to all targets. I think it's the rear then, because oh, here we go. Sorry, you may be right. I did not see the orientation of the standee. You go through those 2 hexes. Attack the first one you go through. Thank you very much, Dante. First one we go through means the rear. Much appreciated.
Yep, in this case. Basically,
Dante, you know everything and you're right. You just couldn't see which way he was facing, or she was facing. So yeah, so we're gonna end up here. So we're gonna do.
You said there might be 1 additional damage because you went through it twice. You had 1 extra damage to the Broodmother.
This doesn't say +1 damage for each
right.
enemy hit. So the swipe effect of the Ursus's, the effect of this Ursus swipe says add 1 damage to each enemy hit, and that would work with the extra hex. I don't believe there's any benefit to hitting 2 hexes on this particular one in this instance.
Okay,
correct me if I'm wrong, Evie. I don't think there is because this one doesn't give me a benefit for hitting multiple targets. But we can add 1 if needs be
at the end.
At the end. So I'm gonna get my one might there. I only need 6 to break this body part, so I'm gonna go with 3. If that's okay. I have rerolls. Here we go. All dice.
All dice.
Yeah, you know me.
I see 6 exactly.
Whoa!
Our invisible yellow die.
Yellow die was a 3.
Yep.
So no crits, but got what I needed. Both these rats are dead because they actually take 3 damage and they only have 1 health. And the Broodmother is taking 3 damage to her rear, which is this one here. So that is broken, which means the rest of my turn is interrupted. I had a redraw, not that it mattered, didn't need it. And she's immediately going to interrupt my turn to do Gnaw. So we know exactly what this does. We actually resolved it quite recently. With this attack, you do not get a bonus +1. It's not an AoE. Thank you, Dante. Much appreciated. So, release the Brood. Get 3 minions and replace the ones we just killed. It's going to be here, here, and here.
Yep. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
It's worth noting this is not an encounter phase use of the card. This is just a reaction. So the minions will not activate now. They activate at the end of the encounter phase, not when a card is resolved. Unless the card said to resolve them, which it doesn't, thankfully. So then we're going to... she's going to attack me, so I'm her target because I initiated this. I'm also the nearest. So she's going to turn to face me. This is the most northerly, so she's going to face me in this particular direction of the two. And then she's going to whack me with her jaw, which unfortunately I haven't broken because I wasn't allowed to. So she is going to draw 2 red. I need to choose my defense cards, so I'm going to get the cards out ready. 2 red and 3 yellow. And I probably want to play defense.
No, Layla, everyone's still alive currently. But Chris has just broken the back?
The tail, yeah. The rear is called, actually, sorry.
Rear of the giant rat. Actually, quite conveniently, she's also got the standees are, double-sided. So you can see here that she's this is her back because, she's facing the other way.
So I'm actually going to play this card, Charging Boar, which is actually the card I played at the start of the very first phase as an attack. It only has defense 1, but I actually want to keep all these in my hand right now. And the other benefit is it's going to get the roll back into my into battle for my roll into slot 0, so I'll get that defense 2 back in my hand relatively quickly, or I'll have it soon. And the reason I feel comfortable doing this is I have defense 3. And I also have a defense token, and I have my longsword that I can play. And I also have a reaction where I can make him redraw cards. So I'm comfortable enough with this, I think. Let's find out. So my defense is 4.
Dante is talking about rear being only the 1 hex on the back of the standee, but Dante, I don't understand how that's possible, because there's 10 hexes around this.
Yeah, no, there's a very clear definition of arcs in the rulebook.
I believe that breaking her back will incur great wrath. My thoughts are with Chris at this difficult time. Yeah, mine too.
Both flanks insist 2 hexes, at least in case of this enemy. There's a clear, we checked the rule book. There is a clear division of we can double check because Dante's been right about everything.
Arcs are not the same as location.
Dante's been right about everything else. So
yeah, okay, I see what he's saying. So actually, that means you would have hit her flank twice, her right flank twice. Because what he's saying is we're looking at the hexes she's on top of, rather than the arcs around her. So these are both flank and that.
Oh, I understand. Okay, so we hit the flank then?
Yeah, so you hit her left flank twice. Yeah.
So we hit her left flank. So, okay, so this isn't destroyed then?
Right, so we need to reverse all of this. Get out of here, baby rats!
So we hit, was it left flank or right flank?
Right flank.
Oh, then she's activating anyway.
Oh, okay, fine.
Because I destroyed the right flank.
God damn it! Okay, hang on. Alright. So then she turns to face.
In that case, I overkilled. I only needed 2 damage.
Would she turn to stop here or here?
Here, because north and west.
Okay.
Cool. Alright, sweet.
But she drops the babies before turning.
Yes, release the brood.
Release the brood is the first
then attack me. I'm just, in that case, I think, when we knocked her back then... So when we hit her with knockback, when we knocked her back into the rats in the tree, should she have taken 1 damage to the 1 damage to each flank and 1 damage to the rear? Do you get what I mean? Because it was like this, right? It was like... I can't remember exactly what it was like, but it was something like, right? It was like this. Something like this. Right?
No, because the tree was on her edge, so the tree was like...
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The point is these 3...
Yeah,
she took damage like to here, here, and here, right? How does that work then?
Both flanks and the rear, then.
Both flanks and the rear should have been.
Yeah.
Right, so that means the rear should actually be back up to 4 health. The left flank should be down to 5 health. And the right flank is even more destroyed than we thought it was. And I've kind of lost a bit of damage there. But that's fine. Cool.
We've fixed it.
So, yeah, I'm taking my damage. Here we go. 2 reds, 3 yellows. You suck, Broodmother.
Do we have a power that resets her deck and gets us back in there?
3 and 1, another blank. That's 4. And I have defense of 4. Isn't that correct? I played, defense of 4. So I might just use my defense token to take no damage. Don't see a reason not to.
Seems reasonable.
So defense 5 now, so I take no damage. What did Dante say? I think they were saying something
he just said she would probably take the damage to the closest location to the collision point. You could probably decide to hit flanks and rear by 1 damage or rear by 3.
But she was she was hit in all 3 by 3 things.
Yeah.
In 3 different locations. I can check knockback roll.
Well, while Chris looks at that, I'm going to have a look at my cards and see if there's anything useful I can do about all these rat babies. Rat babies, I just used my AoE. Maybe the priest... Oh, the priest could go and knock her back.
They lose 1 health from the HP die closest to the obstacle. So yeah, I think it should have been 1 to... I think it was correct in that. I think what we've changed it to is correct in that case.
And when you knock them back, they go sort of directly opposite?
Directly away, directly away, yeah.
It's a shame I can't get a bit more movement with my... Oh wait, don't you have a buff on the warbear that gives me 2 movement?
I can do a feral roar, that is correct.
So if you did the feral roar, I could get to here. No, here.
Some slot. Oh! I understand entirely. It's complete. It's right here. It's right here. Yeah. Sorry, that makes perfect sense. So what Dante was saying is exactly correct, basically, which we knew, but now I understand exactly how it works. The arcs are different from locations. This location is in these 2 hexes. It actually shows the hexes. See?
Oh, it literally shows them on the monsters thing. We'll just have a quick look at that. Okay,
that's really
Okay, so the monster's actual base is just shown.
So when
right here on this side.
So when if you just you can see the hex outline here. So this is oops. What was that? That was on 4. So when we knocked it back, this is the rear here. There's a rat here, and the tree was here. So yeah, it got hit once here, and once here, and once here. As you can see, this is this flank, this is this flank, and this was the rear. So now we understand.
Okay.
Thank you, Dante.
So here's a this might feel like kind of
So I've probably been playing that wrong for my 16 counters. I was doing it based on arcs. Foolish, but thank you for fixing it, Dante.
Hooray! So if you here's my sort of combo suggestion that might be dumb, right? Because it seems like it might be just a bit too difficult to pull off. But basically, if you move your guy 1 space, then he does his roar. I can go like 1, 2, and then nip 4 around to here, and then I can smack her with my maul.
4 with what? With the 2
no, his move.
Oh, I see.
Is 4.
Yeah.
And then he could use his second to perform an attack with the Great Maul. And then I've got all these rerolls.
Why do you want to be standing?
Well, because if I'm here, if I get a crit, I get 2 knockback, and I just crush all her babies with her.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. All right.
It's like quite a long chain of events, and I need a crit, but
I'm totally okay with that.
It feels like it'd be a good idea if it works.
So what I'll do is instead of using the Animus, I could just feral roar and we could both move.
Oh yeah, okay, great. Yeah.
I think that makes more sense.
Yes, that makes more sense. Unless you really want the Empower token.
Or unless, actually maybe not, because that's then his entire move is to do the roar, and I'd have to move first to get into range of the blade.
Oh yeah.
And then that's his entire move is to move and roar. And that's a waste of a lot of movement. So actually, no, I don't think I will. I think I'd rather do something more, maybe an attack with the bear this turn.
How are you going to do that?
I can't though, because
if you do the roar, you're only going to have 1 Animus.
In which case, I might as well save this Animus with the blade, I think, and do this roar. I'm okay with that. I mean, it's weird the Ursus Warbear not attacking both the first 2 rounds, but I think it's a good plan. So
I think the one thing I would say is maybe I'll do something with the Exile first, so I can get into range of him.
Actually, we forgot to do the very final step of the Norn. That's why I haven't moved the discard pile yet. We never moved her 3 southwest.
We did. We absolutely
No,
did.
she turned to face me. And hit
Oh, the final move of her thing. Oh,
Yep.
bummer.
southwest. I thought we made a mistake, but because wasn't it southeast? No, the Nor cards are different.
Oh, the Nor cards are different.
One Nor card moves her southeast, the other moves her southwest.
Oh no, I wanted to crush her babies.
She's
and
going
I
towards
can't.
you. She's going towards you.
Oh, okay, maybe that makes my life easier.
So she's actually going to go 1, 2, and 3 and end on your space. So she's going to push you to an available space, which is either the south one or this more northerly one. So you go to the more northerly one. And then we actually get to look at the next card before we do anything else as well. So the next card she'll be doing, assuming we don't break another part and escalate her phases, is Encourage. The Broodmother wills her offspring to close on the prey with a frenzy of gnashing teeth. Release the brood with an extra rat, move 3 northwest, and each rat gains an extra might card, the same as its highest might card to the end of the round.
Apparently she moves 1 less because we count from the center of the standee.
You definitely count from the unless no, hang on. Maybe Paul Grogan told me this and it's outdated. Paul Grogan's videos definitely says count from the
facing.
Count from the front hex. You count from the front hex. Hang on, how would it make any difference?
Oh yeah, it wouldn't make any difference.
Yeah, how would it make any difference? Unless you're saying its front goes to where its middle what would be.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Because if it's 3, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, and no wait, where was it? Here? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, its center's moved 3.
Enemies.
Well, I am gonna think of a new.
Large enemy movement is measured from the closest hex to its target to the closest hex to the target in the direction of travel. The monster will not change its facing until it arrives at its destination, and the hex of the monster will be used for measurement, and the same hex is used for measurement. Yeah, same hex is used for measurement, so it's completely irrelevant whether you go from the middle in this case, or it's definitely going there. If we're misinterpreting what you're saying, Dante, do elaborate, but I don't understand with...
My bad, you're right. He says...
Yeah, it is now 1 ready steady play, 5 Dante.
We're
catching up.
Is this the broken flank?
Thank you, Dante.
Is this the broken flank?
Its right flank is broken, which is from its perspective, so no, it's this flank over here.
Okay, so
if you attacked the broken flank, you could target the core then.
Okay, interesting. So really, actually, I only need to move the priest 2 spaces now, because if he gets here and attacks, they'll push her back 2, which will crush 2 of the 3 babies.
So bear in mind that when you push back a large creature, it's half as much.
Oh, really?
Yeah, round it up, so 1 is still 1, but 2 would still be 1 as well. And so 3 would be 1.5, which would...
Okay. Bummer. I think that whole plan is probably less good now. Having said that, just smacking her with the priest might be a good idea. I mean,
yeah,
she's right there.
I'm going to be smacking her probably with the Ursus, to be honest, as well.
I might have the priest do the blessing and then smack her. Do you want to move your guy closer so you can benefit from the blessing?
Oh, the blade.
Yeah, he's just 1 away. He needs to be within 3.
I have to use both my animus.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, because she's in the way. Okay, fair enough. I'll use 1 then to buff us. Because, that seems sensible.
So you're buffing everyone but the blade.
Yeah, so you can have a reroll, an empower, or a shield.
I'm taking a shield with both.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shield
Sorry,
on...
I only have 1 actually, sorry.
I'm going to take a shield on the exile. I might take an empower on the priest. Yeah. Okay. I think now he can do an attack, and it's going to be gross. He's going to attack with the Great Maul, which gives him a yellow die already, and I have 2 empower tokens. Should I use them?
Where are you attacking?
The front, I guess.
So you can attack the front,
is it the front?
Or the...
I can attack, yeah, either, because the front's here,
yeah.
and then the flank is here. So
yeah,
I can
you
attack...
can choose.
So actually, I could attack the front, the core.
The core. No, you can't attack the core.
Well, yeah, because I could attack that
Oh, I
flank
see.
and it's destroyed.
Maybe attack the core because it's at 6. If you're going to do a beast of an attack, then you don't want to waste any damage, right? The front is at 4, so any damage over 8 would be a waste.
I could get 2 knockback here, though, and not going to use them. How do you feel about that?
Not great.
She would kill a baby.
And I could move, I guess, 1 space.
It's up to you, I guess. It just says, if you critical during an attack that hits, add 2 damage and 2 knockback to the attack. That doesn't sound optional.
Nope. I'm going to move 1. And go to here.
Okay. Right, so give me, Alright, so if we're going to attack the core, we kind of just 6 damage and she's going to trigger again.
It's fine. That has to happen. For us
That
to
has
win
to
the counter, it has to happen.
Ready, steady, slay! Here we go, priest. Alright.
Yells the priest as he slams his staff into the Deepwood. Miles looks back at him and roars, and then what happens is to be continued. I have to read my dramatic reading. Right, go
no,
on,
and then New Michael is like, I don't know where I came from. What am I doing here? I'm a non-combat ally. New Michael. Right, so God, I'm just trying to think here. I don't want to run the risk of missing. So maybe
you have rerolls though.
Yeah, but I kind of want to. I do have rerolls.
3 rerolls. You're not missing.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let me take an empower, and what I'll do is I'll take.
Take one white to begin with at least, because you have to take a white to use that. Use that entirely.
Yeah, so let me trade the white, or let me take 2 whites and then turn 1 into a yellow and 1 into a red.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go.
Which card are you playing to do this, by the way? Oh, no, this is
the companion.
Understood, yeah. This stays here. So that's all you're doing, is it?
Yeah.
Those 3.
But it's gonna get
12.
Oh, I need 12. You're right.
What to insta give him?
Yeah.
Are you trying to? You're not necessarily trying to insta give him.
But it'd be good, wouldn't it?
You're not missing.
You're not missing the wise words of Chris, the famous last words. Mike rolls 8 blanks. Yeah. I mean, I could basically just grab another yellow and another red.
With the empowerment.
With the second empower token.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not?
Another
I don't know where it's
yellow,
gone.
red.
Oh, it's here. There it is.
Another yellow, red, yeah?
Yeah. Alright, come on, 12. I've got 3 rerolls as well. And then after this, the priest just retreats and becomes a
So
support
are you
character.
all dice? No cards?
What do you think?
Well, I like dice, but I think we should use cards somewhat.
Okay, so...
maybe take one of these 2. Like,
one of each of those?
Yeah,
I'm thinking the same thing.
The next ones you just
because,
picked, right?
yeah, okay, so the 4th and 5th dice would have... Yeah, okay, here we go. Alright.
Do you want to do the cards first or the cards second?
Let's do the dice first, and then we can sort of get
leave those.
dramatic
there's a
reveals. Okay, there's a reason.
I'll explain regardless of whether it happens or not.
Oh, that's too far away. Oh, this one.
Yeah!
We could just see the blade sort of behind her. Alright, come on! Let's see some big numbers!
The yellow are invisible again.
Oh my god, they're both blanks.
2 blanks.
And a 3.
And a 3.
All
Okay,
right.
so flip the cards as well.
Shall we... Oh, we don't re-roll yet.
Yeah, do the entirety of the...
Oh, but now it's not dramatic. You spoiled it, dice.
You're on the right thing. Yeah.
There we go.
I don't know what you do. You were on the right thing and then you moved it off the right thing.
There we go. 3!
And... Oh, you didn't want to time, I see.
And... Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. Also 3!
Okay, that's fine. So you're currently missing, but you have rerolls. And I'm just going to take this opportunity to explain. If we now stopped and this missed, this is why these have stayed here. The determination rule says that because the attack missed, you'd get these empowerment tokens back. Or even indeed, if you spent a reroll and still rolled a miss, then you'd get back the 2 empowerment tokens and the reroll. Everything you spent basically on the missed attack returned to you, and then you also take 1 token of your choice.
I've just realized, guys, that the top-down camera seems to have frozen.
Ah.
So I will try to sort that in a minute. Let's resolve this attack first. Okay, so I get these back.
If
I missed.
If it's missed. But which it has so far, but I presume you're going to try and reroll one of
Yeah,
these.
so here's a reroll token. I'm going to reroll this yellow one
Or
first.
you could draw a card instead if you wanted to.
I could. That's true.
Just letting you know. Go on. Here we go. That's a 3 with a crit.
Bazinga!
So that is now 4. That's 12.
Yeah, that's 12. That's all we need.
Do you want to draw a card or?
Let's burn a yellow card.
Burn a yellow card for the crit.
Yep.
Are you happy with it?
Yep. Let's go.
It is a 3 crit.
Oh,
that was
bummer.
a terrible thing to do. I can't believe you did that. Idiot. All right.
Oh my god! If I'd known it was a 3 crit, I never would have done that.
I know, it was so stupid.
Oh my god! What an idiot! Right. All my tokens are gone.
Yeah, but it was good. It was worth it. I think. Hope. Although you are going to get whacked pretty hard now. Do you want to try and fix the camera, or do you want to move on to the reaction?
Okay, this is, hang on, I think we've fixed it. Okay, what we're gonna have to do is restart OBS, I think. We'll have to wait. We'll do it in a minute.
Okay, so, 6 damage to the core means the core is destroyed. So any cards that have this core, rely on this core symbol will not be as effective. However, we have now destroyed... are you okay for me to continue? Or...
Yeah, I'm just gonna move this camera so we can see the
so,
core.
Yeah, so the core, this core symbol here, which I'm now covering, this core symbol here, any card relying on this will be less effective now. But we have destroyed 2 locations, which is the criteria for her stage 2. So we thought she was going to do this in courage, but now she's not. We're going to discard that, and we're also going to discard these other 2 level 1s that we never saw.
Uh-oh.
Right, and then we're going to have to draw and reveal this card, which we never got to see. So it's going to do this straight away.
Uh-oh.
This is called Burst. With baleful eyes, the broodmother fixates on one of her young. The pup writhes, boils, and bursts in a noxious cloud. So, first, please release the brood. So it's going to be 3.
Layla says, ouch.
That's 3.
I don't like the sound of ouch.
Yeah, I think Layla knows what this card is, probably.
Yeah.
So, one's going to go here, and one's going to go here. And then there's no eligible spaces left. So it says, if there are no empty hexes, adjacent empty hexes placed, the rat's 2 hexes away instead. So that would leave these 3 all available, so we go the most northerly.
No, that's a lot of babies.
Okay, so we have released the brood. Next one, move 3 northwest. So we're gonna... Oh, it actually says in the rulebook you do the facing after the movement, right? Didn't it? I think.
No, I think it said her facing doesn't change.
No, it said it definitely. This shoots red.
Oh.
Pretty sure I literally read. The monster will not change its facing until it arrives at destination.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So northwest, did I say?
Yeah.
So we're gonna go. Yeah, she'll face the direction she's moved after. Yeah, thanks, Layla. So she's gonna go northwest, which is this way. So that's 1, 2, 3, correct? 3.
Sure.
And then she'll turn to face northwest. So she's gonna be this space is here. So she's gonna be here. And I have to move northmost space out of the way. Wait, I was
That's
here.
That's me.
Oh, so I was like, were you here? You were here, weren't you? In her middle space.
I was here.
So in the middle space, which means you're equidistant, so you go most north. And then she turns to face northwest. Okay. And the next step is she then bursts the closest rat, the rat closest to an Oathsworn, which is the one next to my blade, right there, and conveniently as the camera points. As it dies, it creates an AoE toxic cloud template on its hex. This will cause any enemies in the area to suffer an attack from the Broodmother immediately, and at the start of every encounter phase, the toxic cloud remains in play. Ouch. So it says every enemy, which means it won't affect its own babies. That's not good. So put the center there. Yeah.
I assume this is the right template.
Yes.
It looks correct.
Okay, so I immediately take an attack from the Broodmother, which is 2 yellow. Sorry, no, 3 yellow. Looks like I'm gonna have to use something. Let's use the somersault. So somersault is 2 defense. Goes into position 2, which annoyingly does not battle for anything. So I guess that's a bad choice then. Yeah, but it's the best. It's the best thing to do. Without a doubt, it's the best thing to do. Okay, so I now have a defense of 5.
Doing my best here with these cameras.
What are you trying to show?
I was just trying to show your play area.
You failed.
Yeah.
So defense of 5. Let's go to see what she's doing. Here we go. I dropped one, which I've now seen what it is, and it's not good for me, guys. It's a 3 and 2
Layla,
1s.
I'm just glad it wasn't the bear in that cloud. I would have had to rethink my Patreon status.
So we got 5 so far. Oh my dear, 6. So that's 11 so far. Defense of 5 means I'm taking 2 damage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 11.
Yeah, because it goes in 2.1 2 with 2 remainder.
But if you spend the defense token, then you're only taking 1. So
Yeah. Makes sense. Use defense token. So defense of 6. 6 goes into 11 once with a remainder of 5. So only 1 damage. Down to 4 health. Cool.
Cool. Alright, what I'm going to do, I think...
So that was the reaction. Still our turn.
Still our turn, but I think I'm going to just quickly reset OBS so that we can have the table camera back, because we're sort of missing cards and bits. So what's going to happen, folks, is the stream's going to go down for a hot minute, but it'll be right back, so just hit refresh. It should only be down for 10 or 15 seconds.
See you in 10 seconds.
We'll be right back. Just more windows up. Here we go. All right.
We're back?
Yes, we should be back.
Hello, we're back. And then what happened is OBS burst into a toxic cloud and brought down all the baby rats. Kapow! So I think before we do anything else, I'm going to spend my last animus with the blade to move again out of that toxic cloud, so I don't get auto hit next encounter phase. Right. So.
All right. So what I'm hearing from Layla is maybe don't let all the babies pile up.
Oh yeah.
Because I was thinking about like trying to do a big attack with my exile, but now I'm thinking if I trigger her again, do we get to see what she's doing?
Yes, we do. Thank you for reminding me.
I did, Layla. I did get my animus. Thank you.
Here we go. She's going to. Oh my god! Who shuffled this?
You did.
She's going to burst again.
Okay, so
you all saw me shuffle those.
We did. It was literally on camera. What
happened to the music?
Let's just change track. Release the brood, move 3 northwest, then burst a rat.
This one moves northeast. That's the only difference.
Okay.
So I think I can. I'm happy to use the war bear to do some crowd control.
Okay.
Because
I was gonna say, do you want to do that before or after I smack her?
I think before.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
So I'm gonna spend 1 to move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Change camera.
There we go.
So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then she's going to use her second animus token to use her swipe, which is an AoE. It's only going to hit. I'm only going to be able to hit 2 of the rats, unfortunately, because of the way they're positioned. But that's fine. Up to 3 hex in my front arc. Add 1 damage for each hit. So I'm actually getting 2 damage just already. So I think I'll just draw 1 card, and therefore I cannot miss. So I have. Does she have might? I have might of 1, so I'll just draw 1 yellow card.
You get 1 damage for each enemy hit, so you're already doing 2,
which
right?
is enough to kill both of them. So I'm drawing 1 card. I got a 1. So that's if I got a miss, I couldn't miss. Was the point of that? So that's 3 damage. They're both dead. And then... So, you see, what I'm thinking is... Oh, I don't have any of them. Oh, I do. I have a battle flow token. Oh, but I have to move. I was thinking I could then move with it. I thought I had 2 tokens that companions could use for secondary effects, but I don't. I only have 1, which means although I could move into range, I would not be able to then hit them both. Or hit one of them. That was still good. I still killed 2 of them.
So battle flow just moves everything 1 step. Is that what happens with battle flow?
You battle flow, yeah. So with the token, you battle flow an area, like a zone, battle flow zone.
Oh, you pick a zone and then it advances.
It all goes, yeah. With the 0 cards you played earlier, it said battle flow 1 card.
Right.
So it was different.
Okay.
So there you go. I've killed 2 rats.
2 rats.
Well done, me.
Good job. Well done. Okay, I think... Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything that useful the priest could do with his battle flow token, but I'm thinking not so much.
You could... No, you couldn't. I was going to say you could use your thingy, but you couldn't, because you couldn't do that.
I also already used it.
Oh, yes.
I used that and then I smacked her.
Yeah, you can use one of them, each of them once per turn.
Here's my plan. My plan is to move the exile here. Oh, I can't. I don't have enough animus for this. Okay, hang on.
Do you know?
No.
I mean, I'm out of animus full stops. That's all you know.
Let me just have a quick look and see what we're going on here. Because what we want is to hit her left flank, right? Because I feel like if we hit her left flank, then she's going to enrage... Or if we destroy another die, she's going to enrage to level 3. And then we kind of want the 2 remaining ones to be relatively...
No, she's not going to go to stage 3 until we've done 4 dice worth.
Oh, okay. So I'm just thinking we want to... The next dice we want to take out should be her biggest, right? That's what I'm thinking.
Ideally, yes.
Yeah. So...
which is her left flank.
Yeah, which is here.
Which is... yes, indeed. Yeah,
So
these 2... These... No. These and these. These and these. That's the confusion. She's the... Because it's a circular base, right? Just these 2.
These 2. Okay, that's fine then. I could move 1 to here and then leap over here and attack her left flank.
Yep.
Alright, and then she'd spawn a bunch of babies and they'd probably just murder us.
I mean, that's gonna happen.
That's gonna happen though. So let's spend 1.
Unless you.
Oh, actually,
unless
wait.
yeah, but actually. So maybe you are better off killing the brood then.
Killing the babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. How? Rather than spawning a bunch of more babies.
Because she's gonna spawn more. I mean, I think almost all her cards.
The problem is I can't get to the babies to attack them.
Well, then if you can't do it, then you can't do it. Then attack her and hope.
Attack her and pray. I don't know if I like that strategy. Just in case y'all missed it.
I asked you to kill the babies. You said you can't. So what else?
I can't get to them.
Exactly.
I can't get to them. But I just don't have the movement.
Yeah.
I'm 3 away. I mean, I could spend 3 to run up to them, and then is there just like a basic attack? No.
You have cards that have basic attacks. But
Yeah.
They cost 3 a lot.
But they cost 3. Yeah. So. And if y'all missed it earlier, we're playing on hardcore or permanent death. We're playing on regular difficulty with permanent death,
Which is called hardcore. Hardcore variant.
So I
So if a character dies, they're dead. So we don't want that. Are you using your? Oh no, sorry, no. I was about to ask using a priest special ability to heal, but of course it's the companion version. So.
He's got this, the Desperate Prayer, which heals.
Yeah, but his full-on special ability is to heal every turn if he's below a certain level. I think that's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not too late to amend the free company name to Ready Steady Pray. It should have been. It should have been. We're sorry.
Alright, so I'm moving 1 to here, and then I'm going to spend 4 animus to play Leap.
Did you spend one animus to move the 1 space?
I did.
Right.
And then here's Leap, and I'm going to leap straight across to the opposite side.
Just here, surely.
I just assume I'm moving a straight line.
The opposite was the opposite hex.
Oh, okay, here then.
Surely.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. These are all... I mean, it does matter, I suppose, but...
It says opposite side of an adjacent enemy. Yeah, so that's the opposite side. Because this is forward, so this is directly left and directly right. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool. Well, either way, I missed the priest. That's what's important.
Yes, indeed.
Because I would have knocked him back and then hurt him. And...
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. So now I get to make an attack. Oh, if you're attacking the rear, it's empowered by 3. Bummer. I thought it was just if it's... I'm not... Wait, is her rear destroyed? No, it's not. It's on 3. Okay. I mean, I could get her rear if I moved the other way.
You move there instead.
Yeah.
And then you'd leap to here.
Yeah, and hit her rear. But the thing is, that's only 3 damage, right? And I was aiming for.
I think I'd rather you did this and maybe even not destroy it this turn.
And not destroy it?
Maybe, because otherwise she's gonna burst and then do something else. That's not. It's all bad.
Right, but the good news is if she bursts. Oh no, because she'll drop the enemies first, right?
Yeah.
It's release and then burst.
This is actually really bad if she releases, because she's gonna release here, then she's gonna burst one. It could hit more than one of us. Actually, is the problem.
Yeah. Well, okay. What I'm hearing
is...
it
won't actually, because it's gonna go. There's gonna be one here, and then the most north will be here, so it bursts and destroy. Yeah, it only hit me actually. It's fine. It's.
Yeah, the Ursa can take a hit.
Yeah, she hasn't taken a hit yet. She's got 5 defense.
6 defense by the looks. Oh no, that's
5.
health. Yeah, 5 defense, 6 health. I mean, because I can make this a big attack, or I can try to manage it better.
Up to you.
It's up to me.
I do an alpha game, you know.
Yeah.
I think try and take out the big die.
Let's try and take out the. Okay.
Because then she's nearly dead. We're doing well, I think.
So then we need 10 damage. So I think I just power this up, right?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. We're in serious trouble when the 6 rats attack us in a minute, but like we're doing really well. I think we're about to take a lot of damage, but I think that's going to then level it up to kind of where we'd expect it to be. Yeah, we're doing great. Thank you, Lilith. I do think we're about to take a massive hit, but that's fine because we have so far taken very little damage.
You're doing great in this moment.
Yeah, in this moment. Go on, go for it.
Okay, so what I'll do then is if I need 10 damage.
Yes.
So, give me. So I think 3 red dice, right?
So
which means I'm going to need to.
So you've nothing to begin with, so you have to take white dice.
So I take white dice, I spend this, and empower them all to yellow,
and then again,
and then I spend another one to empower them all to red.
Alright, and then, just so you know, the red, we have 1 red card out only, and it's a 3. Not a crit, but a 3. Oh yeah, the 4s are crits on a red anyway. So, would you like any cards?
Well, my tradition has stated the 4th die is a card. But I think traditionally I need to stick with the dice.
Go for it.
I don't want to fly in the face of tradition here, right now. So here we go. We've jumped over the rat. Now we're smacking her in the flank. Have at thee, vile enemy. Okay, I see 9 and a crit.
That's pretty good. So does that mean that you have to throw a card for the crit then?
Yes, because the 4th is a card. I also need to refresh numbers. Alright, here we go. Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. It's a 2!
That's now 11.
That's now 11, which is fantastic.
I mean, he says it's fantastic. I kind of don't. I kind of wish he hadn't destroyed the flank. This is going to be bad. Because bear in mind, she's going to do 2 things in a row, basically, now. Anyway, that's fine. Yes, it is.
So this goes into position 1, which pushes the others around?
Yep. Exactly so. Alright. So, you've destroyed the left flank. Which means any cards now that rely on flank will not be as potent. She does not escalate her stages, but she does burst. So it's exactly the same. We saw the direction she moves in slightly different. So release the brood. So here and here, and then the space where the Ursus should get one as well, but obviously cannot. So then we have to go 2 spaces away in the rear arc. Is that in the rear arc as well?
Oh,
if it is, it's more northerly.
I see.
Yes, it is.
Yes, I think so.
Then she bursts the closest rat to an Oathsworn. So
that's going to be the northmost.
Yeah. So there's 3 eligible target rats who are closest to an Oathsworn. The one is the most northmost is the one we just placed. Yeah, the Ursus does look in grave danger.
But she hasn't taken a single hit, Layla.
I love the way you're saying, no, Layla, you're wrong.
Yeah.
She's right.
I'm
So I guess it doesn't matter to make absolutely certain. This is the. So that's the rear arc is the 3 behind it going out. Yes, that's rear arc right there. Yep. So it goes there. Yep. There's a lot of area. Oh my god, the Earth is gonna. Oh no.
What's gonna happen?
The Earth is gonna get hit by this. Then it has no movement to get out of this gas cloud. We'll get hit again. Then the swarm's gonna swarm her. Well, a lot of them are gonna swarm her. The Earth is in trouble.
Listen, Layla. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we do things without thinking, and then we come to regret them afterwards. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Okay,
and
right.
then it's her turn and more babies.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. To do things in a row, like. Anyway, right. So this will cause enemy. So release the brood, then move. Oh, sorry. Before the explosion, she should have moved 3 northeast. It won't make any difference. Would it? Oh, it could. It might displace something actually. Just undo that explosion, just to make absolutely certain. So before the explosion, we forgot to move the Broodmother northeast. I don't know if it's going to matter, but it might do. So, northeast is going to be this way. 1, 2, 3. So, that's one. Yeah. So, it's front space. The front arrow should be here.
So it's like
but then it's going to rotate anyway. So, the
like
front,
this?
So the front arrow should now be. And then it rotates to face the direction it traveled in, which is there.
Right, so it's displaced 2 of them.
Yeah. So, one was here, right?
So do they just come out the sides like that?
Yeah, the closest
so
one.
This could be there.
Yeah, that one has to be there because they're north and west. Okay, so now it's this one who explodes.
Right.
Which doesn't really matter that much. Matters a little bit, just in terms of placement.
It's much more annoying to put down the template. That's why it matters.
Yeah, that one died.
Oh, that one died, yeah. Well.
Which is this one, presumably. Right. There we go. So, it's exploded, and now I take my attack. I get the attack from the... So, it's 2 red, 3 yellow. There is no spending cards in defense, because companions don't have cards to spend defense. They just get the 2 plus 2, which is why she has 5. So that's useful. It means I don't need to worry about playing a card. Okay.
We could have moved the Warbear first.
I have no animus.
Yeah, but you have a Battlefly token.
Oh, at least I can use it to move out and not take the second hit.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we got a 3 and a 0. And we have another 3 and 2 zeros. Okay. So if I spend this, I'll still take 1 damage, because it'll be 6 into 6. So I won't spend it, and I'll just take 1 damage.
Okay.
That's okay. And is that it then? Yes, this stays in place. That is the end of that. Resolved. Where's the second red card?
Did you just put it away already?
Oh, maybe I've actually put it in here. Yes, I did. So I'm then going to spend my Battle Flow token that the Ursus has. It's still our turn. That was her reaction to the flank being destroyed. Move the Ursus 2 spaces out of there. So I'm going to go just 1 space to here, I think.
Are you sure you don't want to move further?
Why?
I don't know. I just feel like she's scary, and I don't want you to die for Layla's sake.
Well, I'm going to take... I'm going here, so I'll take the hit from these 2. Right?
Right.
Which I think is okay. I still have 5 health. And 5 defense, right?
Right.
I think she can take another hit.
And you've got a defense token.
Yeah, so I think I'd like to take that. Your priest is down to 5. Well, your priest is actually in exactly the same boat.
He's in the exact same boat.
But he can heal me. Right?
Yeah, that's true. He has Desperate Prayer.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to go there.
Which does sound a little bit like a last resort desperate prayer. Like, please don't die.
Out of all the characters, you have one battlefield token which the priest could use to move or attack, and you have or reset a deck, and you have one with the exile as well. Do you want to spend anything? You could kill that one rat, I suppose. You want to.
Yeah, I could smack a rat with the priest.
It's your basic attack.
Do you think that's worth it?
I actually think it might be.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, he's probably not going to do anything else with it. He's going to lose it at the encounter.
Yeah,
so.
exactly right.
Yeah, so let's do it. Let's. We might as well try to help out here. That's.
Thanks, Layla. I'm glad you're pleased.
There we go.
So, companion using battlefield token to do a basic attack action.
Yeah, so I'm going to hit this rat. So I really only need one.
You have
symbol.
a yellow. You need two. Defense 2, remember that?
Oh, yes, that's right, yes. Alright, let's take 2 of these boys as well. I think that should be enough. Well, I've got rerolls. I'm probably not going to throw that. Well, actually, I need those for the Desperate Prayer, so.
I avoided.
Oh, I think that's 2
That's
blanks.
why. That's why I don't avoid it. I might die.
Oh, dear.
Because you rolled the 2 you needed as well. Are you going to reroll to kill the rat?
Yeah, better. Otherwise, we'll waste. Oh my god. That's a bummer. In for a penny, in for a pound. Try again.
Bear in mind, if you accept the miss, you get this back. And about a token of your choice for the determination.
And a token of my choice.
Yeah.
Well, I could take a thing. I could take a battlefield token and just try it and just try it all over again. It doesn't say like once per round.
No, it's not once per round. Unless you don't. Let me just double check the determination rule.
Oh no, it says literally right here. This does not trigger determination.
Oh yes, I knew that. Oh yeah, that's why, because it will just go into. Oh right, so this is lost. No matter what, then.
All right, fuck it. Let's try again.
This is to kill one rat, guys.
But it could be the difference between life and death for the Ursa.
I don't know. I think for a card at this point.
All right.
No, because that's my fault. No, fuck off.
Chris's fault now. Let's have a white card.
So why is it? Hang on.
Hang on. How much? Which one? Which deck is better?
It's like, I don't know.
What? How many blanks we got in the yellow deck?
How can you draw? Oh, you can roll the yellow. Of course you can. Yeah, sorry. The white's technically better.
All right, let's have a white card.
No, you should roll. You should let me roll. Is what you do, actually.
I should actually. Well, and then it'll still be your fault. Dun, 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 dun,
Well,
dun.
I wouldn't miss with roll.
But if this is a blank, that's also useful.
No, why is that useful?
Because it gets out the deck.
Oh, sure.
But it's a 1!
I was right.
You were right. Called it, Chris. Called it.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Well, then you finally managed to kill the goddamn rat.
The priest is a pacifist, you know. I did. This was actually also a crit on it, so we could cycle another card if you wanted out of the white deck or something. Do it. Yes. One more white card.
I put it in the wrong place. Sorry.
Just get rid of it. Whatever it is.
Oh wait, no, hang on. That was. Oh, this was actually face up.
Oh, great.
It was a 1. It was a blank. Sorry. I obviously had accidentally put a card the wrong way around, and it literally, as it came up, Mike cycled out with a crit without realizing.
Without even realizing. Perfect. Good. Great. Ooh. Done.
Okay, that's it. We're done, right?
Yep, that's it. We're done.
Okay. Oh, we should have seen this. Not that it makes any difference because
I don't think
there was nothing we could have done.
Yeah, basically.
She is doing Encourage, which we saw in phase 1. This is obviously a phase 2 version of it. It is worse.
Uh-oh.
So, the Broodmother wills her offspring to close on the prey with a frenzy of gnashing teeth. Release the brood with an extra rat.
Oh my god.
Okay. No, the rear is way over here.
No, that's the front.
Oh, is it? Oh, you're right. Sorry. And then the extra one goes here because it would be either where the Ursus is standing here or here, and that's the most north. All right. Ursus is in trouble. Move 3 northeast is next.
That's a lot of rats.
So northeast continues. She continues moving the direction she's already facing.
She can
Northeast.
3, but now she's off the board.
No, she's not.
Is this half hex count?
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I thought it was a hex. But then she just stops when she reaches the board edge.
Okay. So she stops here and pushes this little guy there.
Except that's more westerly, so she goes here.
Yeah.
And it's also more northerly.
Fair enough.
And then each rat gains an extra might card. same as the highest my card. So it says to put the card there to remind you. I think that's a weird thing to do when there's cubes. So what I do is I just take a cube out and place it here to remind us.
Very good.
I think that's everything the card said.
No, this is I can't watch. Dante says this is going to be a world of hurt.
Yeah, it really is.
Uh-oh, everyone thinks that this is really bad.
It is. Right. The good news is that's her entire activation on her encounter phase. The bad thing is after you draw and resolve the top stage card, you activate minions.
Right.
Here we go. So these ones don't move at all. So this is the next one to move, most northerly. It goes 7 to reach a target. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to go to me as well. If she hits the border edge of the map, she will mirror bounce, just like in pool. Oh. So he's going to go around, basically. Reach me. This one then can reach you more easily.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that it? It targets you because it can reach you in lower. Isn't that it? Oh god. It's not physically close. It's the one it can reach more easily, right? More quickly.
You move the rats closest to the target first, so the one next to that goes first, technically.
You move the rats close. Oh, do you? Surely you activate north. It's the rule of north and west. Because how would you? Yeah, that makes no sense. Because that makes no sense. Because what if there was a rat here and a rat here? They're both one space away from two different targets.
Would you activate the westmost rat first, and then all the rats adjacent to or near its target?
No, that I don't. Only on ties in the distance.
On ties on the distance.
Yeah, but how do you determine which rat you move first? Surely you move the northmost rat first. Surely.
Northmost rat first.
Is there a minion section?
I don't really have any concept of how bad this is, guys, but I think I'm getting an impression it's real bad.
15 minions.
Listen, I wouldn't stress out too much. I think Cedric's going to come save us.
He'll jump in if needs be. Here we go. Oh, it's right here. Minion targeting. Let me just read it here. So, minions will not activate if they've already been activated. Yeah. Minions do not activate when body parts are broken. Minions are activated in order of closest to their target first. That makes no sense, though. According to the instruction in the minion box of special rules. That literally doesn't make sense.
You move the rat closest to the target, if tied northernmost one, if it's still tied westernmost
But
one.
how do you determine the target? As in, if there. So what I'm saying is, if there was a rat 2 spaces away from the blade and a different rat 2 spaces away from the priest on the other side of the board, how would you determine which one you? I guess.
Northmost first and then westmost.
Northmost what character?
No, if the two rats are tied. Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I would have thought northmost rat.
Yeah, that's why I've been going with northmost rat to begin with, because this whole thing of activate the one closest to the target is illogical because we don't know which target because then you're just arbitrarily choosing. Do you get what I'm saying? It probably doesn't matter, but just in my brain that doesn't make sense.
Right. So I thought my understanding from what's being said is that we activated whatever the northwestmost rat. It picked the.
Basically,
Ursa
what I'm
bear.
saying is we're activating which rat we're activating is determined because of the fact that we're activating in relation to the bear. But why are we activating ones in relation to the bear before ones in relation to someone else? Is it because you choose a character based on the northwest rule?
Oh right, I see what you mean. So are we
Yeah.
picking a target or a rat first? Maybe the target is the northwestmost
They will target
character.
the closest to Oathsworn ally or any character friendly to the Oathsworn that's in their line of sight. If two are equally distant, the minion has the minion has the mob keyword. It will target the closest enemy who's already adjacent to another minion with the mob keyword.
Oh, okay, so it's targeting you because you're the most surrounded then. Because of the mobs.
You first assign them targets, then sort them in distance to assign targets. Oh, okay, sure. Okay, fine. So what was the last thing I did?
One rat ran around from here.
That was him. Oh, he was here, wasn't he?
Yeah,
that was it. Right. Okay. So okay, fine. So they don't move because they're adjacent. So was it close? Was it closest to him? Was it onto the assigned
they all
target?
get assigned a target. Then you sort them by distance to the assigned
Right.
target.
So he's going to target the Ursus. he's also going to target the Ursus because it said closest. The minion, it says target the closest Oathsworn, so that doesn't actually mean closest travel distance. It is literally closest. So they both target him, right?
Yes.
And then, right. So he'll just move one then because he's closest, and then he has to go around. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he just goes. Rawr. And then this person is closest to 1, 2 to the blade. So we'll just go like this. This person is closest to the Ursus, 1, 2, 3. So we'll just loop in here, surround the bear.
Oh my god.
And this one's also closest to the bear, but cannot get into a position to attack it. So
Break the tie in favor of the northern westmost character.
well, no, the target's selected the target's based on distance, not based on whether it can hit him or not. It can actually get there or not. So I guess it just. So does that rat in their line of sight? Yeah, it doesn't specify they have to be able to hit it. So does this last rat just stand next to the other rats?
No, there needs to be a path. If there's no path, select a different target.
It doesn't say that though. Very specific. Well, not specific. It doesn't say that though. It says minions do not share a target with an encounter. Instead, they target the closest Oathsworn ally or any friendly character, any character friendly to the Oathsworn that is in their line of sight.
No, any Oathsworn friendly to the target?
Oh, no, any character friendly to the Oathsworn.
Okay, right. So it's just saying it targets allies.
So are you sure, Dante? Because it does not say that. It does not mention a path. Is that just some general targeting rules that you're applying to?
Are we reading specifically mob rules?
I'm no minion rules specifically.
Minion. There's an algorithm for targeting in the rulebook. I don't have it to hand, unfortunately.
Page 12 was targeting. I have the.
Oh, you have it. Okay, I've got
page 12 and page. There's another page as well.
Mine has the.
But yeah, I understand that, Dante. But I'm reading verbatim the minion targeting rule, and it does not say anything about path. That's obviously the wrong one. This is the other page. Targeting was 19.
11,000 backers.
What?
On the back of the rulebook, it's like, thank you to our 11,500
Choosing a
backers.
target.
Uh-oh.
But
I just mean,
this is about stage cards, though. For example, a giant rat with a mob keyword is determining its target. The stage card does not list a target, so we look at the closest Oathsworn who is a valid target. Okay,
who is a valid target.
We'll go with that then. So I guess well, actually this one then technically he was more north. No, it's closest to. Yeah, sorry, right. So this one then I guess close one's now him, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so he just goes down here then. Right.
Sure.
Because he's the closest valid target. No, because you said you established targets first. Remember? So if we've already established targets before any of them move,
right? But maybe we would have to assume the endpoint of. Well, no, that means they can change their targets based on the movement. Yeah, because they changed his target based on the others already triggering. But it did say
general targeting rules are also applied to rules plus mob rules. So it's not this minion rules. It's minion rules. If something changes, you repeat the whole process. Okay, sure. Well then, this seems. I mean, they're all attacking something, and they've all gone to the closest thing. This feels right, even if it's slightly weird.
Okay.
I do think that's slightly odd. I must have been playing it wrong then, because I've never encountered such confusion in my play so far of the movement. But anyway, so right, what's happening now? The Ursus is being attacked by 6 rats, which is 12 yellow die because they're empowered, and 6 white.
Layla says 10 yellow and 5 white, but I think she imagined there'd only be 5 rats.
Yeah, there's 6 rats, unfortunately. So we have these 2 yellows, and then we need to reshuffle this yellow deck. Thanks, Dante. Oops. Hey, Warber's my character. Why are you making noises?
Because I like her. I don't want her to die.
She may well be dead.
No.
Bear in mind, this is your fault because I said please don't break a location.
No, you said I think that might be a bad idea, but I'm not going to alpha game you.
Yeah, well, that's I'm trying to be a good friend.
Oh, Chris, you can alpha game a bit harder next time because I don't want everyone to die. I'll forgive you.
I don't think I can survive this. I think I'm definitely dead. Unfortunately.
Let's find out. So you drew 2 and then had to reset? Is that what happened?
Yeah. If only the blade was adjacent, he could use the reaction. Do you have your headbutt?
No. You don't. I don't. I don't have any.
You're back in time to see a really good playthrough go horribly wrong because I refuse to alpha game Mike.
Chris refused to say this is a terrible idea. Murder my bear.
I'm so dead.
Oh my god.
What?
So many cards.
Oh, sorry. These.
Permanently. We're just gonna play this entire. We'll just have to be the tree people, Layla. The tree people are cool, right? Don't you like the tree people? I like the tree people. We can be the tree people.
Right. Is that 3? Yes.
Cedric's gonna save the day, Chris. You swear.
25 and I'm dead. I'm dead. Well, actually, I have 1 defense, but still.
Yeah, you have 1 defense token, and division makes everything
30
better.
and I'm dead.
30 and you're dead. Okay.
Alright, let's do 4 at a time. I mean, this is almost the entire deck. That is 5. No, it's not 6. Bloody hell.
Make Mike reveal them. No.
Because he did this. Do you want to reveal something?
Yeah, sure. I'll do it. We'll take my lashings. God, I'd be so happy if you can survive. That's another 5.
That's 6, isn't it? So that's,
No, that's 5 as well.
No, that was 6.
Okay.
I said 5, then correct myself to 6.
Okay.
So that's 11. I might just survive. It is possible, but it's also possible.
Desperate prayer time for the desperate prayer.
This should be around. That's
4?
Another 4, so that's 15. Jesus Christ, this is ridiculous. Ready for 18. Thank God she moved off of that explosion. 4 for 22.
22.
22 divided by 5 is 4.
Mm-hmm.
If I divide it by 6, it would be 3.
No, it'd still be 4.
6 and 20.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah,
it'd be 3.
So I will use it and take 3 damage and go down 2 health, which is really bad because in hardcore mode, if you have 1 or 2 health at the end, you get an injury. So still heal me, please. But wow. You survived. That was lucky. Congrats. Thank you for congratulating us for luck. Appreciate it.
What do you mean? That was pure skill. Just like we planned it.
That was actually... The hardcore mode is stressful. I was like, are we losing the bear turn, like, game 1? That's kind of...
I was planning to lose the exile.
The exile's been pretty good so far.
Yeah, but it's mostly, I think, because everyone else is Layla's like, okay, I'll stick around for a little bit longer.
That was with empowerment as well. Right, so the blade's getting attacked by 4 yellow and 2 white. I need to decide if I need to play defense card with the blade.
Hager says this is Fubar Bundy, which is effed up beyond all recognition, but unfortunately not dead yet. No, Hackers, this is good. We don't want to die. I mean, we've got her down to just 2 dice. Maybe we can sort of like quickly finish her off.
So I'm playing Mule's Regard. I don't want to spend. I really don't want to use this card, but I want to play a defense. It's 3. Like I want to. Yeah, it's overkill probably, but it slides my cleaving slide. Battlefold my cleaving slide. And it gives me 3 defense. So I got 6 defense now, so I should be okay. All right. Here are the L cards, guys. We have 3 3s for 9. Maybe it's a good thing I played such high defense. And we have a 1 and a 0. So that's 10. Divided by 6 is 1. With 4 remainder, that is 1 damage. The player is down to 3 health. He has been steadily taking a damage every encounter phase, but that's okay. It's better than what happened to the feckin' bear. Alright, I'm quite low on health though, and you're very healthy, so...
Well, the Exile's quite healthy, but he's 2 defense.
I don't care.
The Priest is in a very good position to take a big hit.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Right, okay. So, it's crazy, because when you see the defense 5, the +2 defense of companions, you're like, oh, that's really good, but no, it's not.
It's not enough.
It's not sufficient.
It's not enough.
Right. Okay, so that's it. We're to the refresh phase now.
Right.
So we're going to refresh 6 for everybody, or 2 for companions. Everything in battlefield position 1 comes back into our hand.
Battlefield position 0, you mean?
Yes, I meant to say 0, apologies. Actually, it's end of round, but there's no end of round effects. So yeah, and then we actually should have looked at the next encounter card. It's a good chance we're not going to see this, though. This is not actually an activate, because next time we break something, she's a stage up. Maternal Rage is what is coming up at present. As her pups fall to your weapons, the Broodmother's rage builds to fever pitch, and she barrels towards you. She'll release the brood, move 7 toward her target, attack it with her jaws, which is still active at the moment. She will then change target to the closest enemy, move forward to change target to the closest enemy, move forward towards the new target, and attack it again. But if it hits someone with the first attack, then it's going to hit the second person, the same person, right? If the first attack reaches, the closest person is going to be whoever it just hit.
Yeah.
So it's probably hit the same person twice. But that probably won't happen. Something even worse will happen because we'll be at stage 3.
Yeah, but my thinking is here. If we take out her 4, then she'll activate once. Then we want to try and do both dice.
We want to try
together.
Yeah.
Like,
but we have to. We're
very far away from her.
Yeah, we're very far away.
Did these all rotate as well during refresh?
Nope. Stop making up rules, Mike.
Okay. I now understand the
thing
value
is, I have.
of...
You have plenty of rerolls and stuff. We still have a lot of tokens. If I do it.
You do. I don't. I should have used some battle flow stuff to get my cards back around.
Still can.
No, but now I won't pick them up till refresh. You know.
Oh, we could battle for the end.
Yeah, I actually could have used Open Wound and got back Reap and Leap Attack, which would have been really good.
I'm in Viper stance at the moment because I got 2 cards in 2 and 1 in the other 2, each of the other 3 and 1. So for what it's worth, both the cards in my hand are Viper stance cards actually, so that worked out nicely. I do wonder if we just...
Maybe I should start with a Desperate Prayer.
So I ended up in a position similar to this with Deborah, and we basically decided to ignore them in. It worked. But obviously if it doesn't work, then big trouble. Why is next turn? You know what I mean? So that's the decision we have to make, is are we going gung-ho for her, or are we going to try and...
When do we take the damage from these?
If we're in it. During the encounter phase.
The minute we step in it?
No, during the encounter phase it was.
Oh, which is her activation.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we can actually run through it.
So, this will cause enemies in the area to suffer an attack from the Broodmother immediately and at the start of every encounter phase.
Okay, so once when you're hit by it, when it appears, and then again when you, if you stand in it.
If you stand
at the end of the round. Because I think, so I was thinking like, what you could do is I could heal the bear. Oh, but there's a fucking rat in the way.
Wait, Dante, yeah, and I know that card says change to the closest target. Say next closest. Was I missing the word next? Yes, you're right. Thank you, Dante. I was wondering what the significance of that was. My brain was omitting the word next every time I read it.
Well, I'm just thinking like her front is on 4 and her back's on 3. So I'm just thinking if we could basically get if I heal the warbear,
you definitely want to. You're doing that.
Yeah, and then if we can get the warbear to sort of break through, it could charge up to her back and smack it, and then hopefully she'll activate and she'll turn around and maybe charge someone, and then we can get a good shot in her face. Hopefully. I mean, other than
I can do an AOE. Unfortunately, I can't do the AOE. Like the blade's AOE literally hits everything surrounding it.
The blade
so
would
if the blade was in the warbear's position, that would be lovely. I can do the swipe. It's still good. I can still kill everything in front of the bear.
Yeah, I mean,
we want to bait her towards us. It's unfortunately we haven't got a ranged attack.
I have the weapon throw.
Could you do that and break her rear with it?
Is it 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, you don't have might from those. The only thing you'll lose is the ability to actually activate them for the crit. Mm-hmm. So, and at the end of the fight, maybe desperation, maybe throw your weapon at her, maybe. Weapons, rather. It's 3 damage. That's a guarantee of 1.5. Range 3, though, you're so far away. Yeah, you can't. You're too far away.
No, but I can move.
Sure.
I mean, I have Roaring Charge as well, which says all other Oathsworn allies may move 1, and I can move up to 4 in a straight line.
That would only be like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a straight line. All Oathsworn can move 1, is it? I mean, I can Feral Roar and give you 2 movement as well. Then you can move 2 there, and then you can move 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. If I roar, you get to there, and you can use that to straight line move.
Yep, and then I can hit her from there, no matter what, really.
Yeah, and I can still kill 3 of them with my AOE. I could just literally do these 2
or
things.
Hear me out. Or I can step here and then use Death from above to jump out of this tree and land next to her.
That's also it's just as good. Is it better?
I mean, I can land.
Thing is, she's just going to hit you then. If you're adjacent to her when you attack her, she's just going to hit you.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll break her. Oh, you mean?
Well, she still might. The cards do move her in random directions, independently of her targeting and smacking. So, yeah, it's worth trying. I mean, look, if you can break a die.
The other thing is, I'll spend 5, so I could. Theoretically, if I can recover 1 with my ability, after she activates, I could potentially throw my weapons into her face. Potentially. Yeah, but I won't have any movement left. But you could roar. I will be in roar range. So you could roar, I could move 2, and then also
would you still be in roar range?
Yeah, because I'm going to land here.
Sure. Yeah, you would be then. Yeah, I think that's worth it then. Because even if all you do is destroy 1 die, we can then put every other resource into just working out a way to get that last die broken. As long as we can weather the storm of this attack, which we will, I think. I
can. Well, I've got 2 defense and 4 health and a defense token.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay. And you can play a defense card, obviously. Let's do this. Let's do it. I think you should do that. I think it's a good plan.
Okay. Let's do it. So here's 1 animus to step here.
Do you want... do you have empowerment tokens with it?
No.
Do you want 1? I could roar and give you 1. Or do you want to keep the roar for a potential move?
Well, I mean... I could do both of them. I could do Desperate Prayer and Blessing.
Is that worth doing then? Because if you Desperate Prayer, everyone gets it.
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll do Desperate Prayer with the Priest then, and I'll save the other token for the heal or whatever else we want it for.
You're healing.
Okay, fine. Let's save the heal then. So give him an...
I don't want the person to get injured either. That's also
bad. The injury. I keep forgetting about the injury, yeah.
Yeah, it's hardcore mode, guys. It's hardcore mode.
Alright, so I spend 1 of these, and then everyone has an Empower token, or they can have a Battle Flow or a Shield.
I'm taking Defense with Bear.
Yeah, you take Defense on the Bear. I'm going to take Empower on both of mine.
I'm taking Defense on both mine.
Yeah, I'm taking Empower on both of mine.
Okay, and then after that you move 1 with the...
Yep, so here's the Animus. I've already done the 1.
You know what? Heal me now. Just because we don't know what the next card's going to do.
Yeah,
and who knows? She could barrel this way and hit me. Who knows?
Okay, so then the priest uses his second thing to heal you. So it's going to be a basic check. and then I need to do your current health. The difficulty is for each success. So the difficulty is equal to his current health plus 2, and then for each success, you gain 1 health back.
Difficulty equal to the character's health plus 2. So my health is 2, plus 2 is 4.
So the check is 4.
So basically, the more damage you are, the easier it is to heal.
I don't have any rerolls, which is kind of a bummer.
A maximum of 1 reroll can be used on this check.
I don't have any rerolls, so.
Yeah. So it's a difficulty 4 basic check. You don't get to use the yellow. It's just white.
Right.
Please don't.
I know. I'm praying.
Good.
Layla, send me luck. Pretty steady pray.
There are 4 blanks left.
In the white?
In the white, yeah.
But I was going to use Empower, right?
Oh, you can Empower for this?
Well, I don't need to, actually, really. I just need the 4, because the 4 will put you back on 6 anyway.
Yeah, we need... For each success. For each success.
I don't actually understand what that means.
Does that mean for every 4?
For every 4 you gain 1 health? That's shit.
I think that might be it, though. Because for each success, right?
Is a success a single number?
I think, difficulty's 4, so...
So I need 4 success to pass difficulty 4?
No,
or
you need 4 result of 4 on the dice.
to get 1.
But 8 is 2 successes, I think. I think that's how it works. B for basic check. 14.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Well, let's find out.
Crits, please. Crits, please.
Oh, it's in the story book. In the story chapter, storybook. Story rulebook. I mean.
Is that the encounter book?
No. Story rulebook. It's probably in here. It's probably. Here it is. I found it.
Pressure.
What's pressure?
To heal the bear, it saved the day.
Checks.
Yeah, we're just discussing how to do the heal, Layla. Specifically, what is a success? Is it numbers on the dice, or is it is it matching the difficulty of the check?
Oh, here we go. Level of success. It's here. Some checks include the words "for each success." With these checks, it isn't just a case of success or failure. Instead, you gain a number of successes for each multiple of the difficulty check you draw.
Okay, so
for example, you're performing a
what?
basic check of difficulty 3. The text says for each success you gain a health. You get the following based on your draw. 0 to 2 would be a fail. 3 to 5 would be 1 success. 6 to 8. Yeah, it's exactly as I interpreted it.
Yeah. Egger says the pressure's unbearable.
So you definitely want to empower this.
Yeah. Okay.
And
well,
use
then
nice
3
dice.
yellows.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know. You don't know?
I don't know.
Well, the other
I'm
option,
really
the other option's like a black and 2 whites.
3
or
yellows. What are 3 yellows? Probably
a red
gonna get?
and a yellow and a
3
white,
yellows are probably going to get you approximately 5,
which is 1 success.
which is 1 success, which is not good.
You can't empower a basic check.
Oh, I thought you could, but I will check.
Uh-oh. Healing is hard. Thanks, Layla. Healing is hard.
Perform a check, decide how many white cards to draw up to a maximum of 10 from the white Oathsworn might deck. The decision is made as a group. If the total... During any type of check, redraw tokens may be used. In addition, empowered X3 tokens may be used during any checks called a might check. Which this is not.
Right. So then I'll take the reroll instead.
Oh, I see. Yes, I understand. Take the reroll instead.
All right. How many? You decide with me, Chris. How many? What should we use for this check?
4.
4 all dice.
Well, that's not up to me. That's up to you. I chose the number. Come on, do some gaming, man.
It's your bear.
I mean, do you not care about my bear?
I care about your bear.
Layla cares the most about the bear.
All right,
Surely
Layla.
any check not rolled by Chris is a mic check. Yeah, yeah. It's
1, 2, 3.
Layla,
1, 2, 3.
Layla, you really care about Yorka, which I understand. What do you think we should use? Do you think we should use dice, cards, a combination thereof? Is 4 the right number to use?
Do you want to pick? Do you want to take some
The
responsibility?
check is 2 plus... yeah, so the difficulty is 4.
No, not missing health. It's 2 plus remaining health.
Yeah, so it's difficulty 4. So we want multiples of 4.
Yeah.
So we ideally want 8, so I can heal 2. That'd be great. I'd be really happy with 8. I mean, I'll be happy with 4, but I'll be very
8
happy with 8.
on 4 white dice is unlikely. I have 1 reroll, and I'm only allowed to spend 1 reroll anyway.
You might get a crit though.
I could get a crit.
Are you happy with 4, Layla? And do you want any cards? There's 2 blanks in the discard out of 6, which is correct. But there's more crits in there. The crit hasn't come out. I think the cards are actually slightly weighed in our favor.
2 dice and 3 cards, she says.
Okay. Oh, you want 2 dice? She wants 5. Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it. I was going to say 5, but I wasn't going to do that configuration.
No, Layla cares the most about the bear, so I trust her.
Yeah, I agree. All right. We didn't see that.
I accidentally saw that, but it doesn't matter. We've selected already.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to roll the dice first, and then we're going to flip the cards. Oh, we've got...
Yeah, no, but if you use both of them, then we have to...
Okay, we've got a crit and a blank. And can we have a little zoom in on this? Maybe we can.
Do you want me to do something?
Do you want to do the? You want to do the cards?
Yeah, do the card.
All right, we're doing this together. This is a team effort. Layla, Mike, and Chris saving the bear. No, do it down there on the grid screen. Yeah.
One at a time.
Yeah, and then put them face up here.
So this is the one I saw, I think. Yep.
Okay, so we've got crits, so we could potentially be getting some health back if we don't miss. All right, so we're gonna have to use that reroll. Hopefully, this next one isn't.
And bear this spelled B-A-R.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so
I could heal a lot if we could avoid this. Okay, hang on. How many misses? How many blanks have we got in the white deck now?
you said there was 4 left.
Yes. Yeah,
So now there's 3 left.
Now there's 3 left. Out of. There's a 33% chance.
That's
of this,
equal.
And there's a 33% chance of the die.
Yeah, it's totally equal.
So therefore, do we do the deck because if we at least we gain something out of it if it's a blank?
I mean, I like your logical gamer brain there.
Layla, card. We need to reroll card or die. 6 blanks left in the 3 blanks left in the deck out of 9. Make.
No, so not 6 blanks in the. There's 6 blanks in the deck in total, so
Yeah.
there's 3 left in the deck.
The deck now currently consists of 9 cards. The deck consists of 9 cards with 3 blanks.
Layla's fast enough to Heggers.
Layla, come on!
Well, let's get all the patrons involved. Come on, Heggers. What do you want? Card or die? If it is die, you have to roll it.
With your check, I can't.
Oh my god. Well, then we should pick card. Because, like, Heggers is like, this is on you. Nobody wants this responsibility. We're going card? We're going card.
You know what? This is your turn. This is your action.
Alright, here we go. I'm going card.
Right, if it's a miss, it's your fault. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Wait, what? How do you say? Because it sounds like. Layla's a card. It's Layla's fault. Yes! Yes!
Yes. Alright. So
That was so stressful.
You did this to us. This was your idea. Hardcore was your idea.
My idea. Oh, hardcore. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, that's on me. Right, we got 3 crits.
Yeah, and we've got 8 already. So hopefully we'll get. I mean, this is dice or cards.
I think we do cards, right, and try to fix this deck now for later for the attack.
Yeah,
maybe?
so we know it's coming.
I think that makes the most sense. We
Yeah.
do all cards.
Yeah, let's just do 3 cards.
There you go.
We'll go one at a time, and then what we'll do, we can. Okay,
Here we do.
I got it. Wow.
1. Okay. Yeah. Oh, we'll get 1 more health out of this. That'd be nice. Blank. That's still helpful.
It's still.
You know what? I'm actually happy with another blank, to be honest. 1. Okay. So that's I think the crits didn't really do anything, right?
No, unfortunately.
So we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
The 2.
That's great. I'm back to 4 health.
That was very stressful.
That was very stressful. So the good thing is now we have 5 cards left in this white deck. And how many blanks do you have?
Just one.
I've got 3, so that's 4. So there's 2 blanks in there.
Yeah, so maybe actually we're done with white cards for the while.
I think white cards might be done with it.
Yeah.
Alright, thank you for the heal. Back to the whole leaping off the tree thing.
Alright, so here's an animus.
The bear lives.
Next to the tree.
Thank you for your help, everybody. We
We've
got through
done
it together.
Yeah. Shared trauma is less trauma, right?
Yeah, a problem shared is a problem halved. Or double, depends how you look at it.
Yeah.
I enjoy this game so much. Layla, I love this game too. You know,
It really depends if there's a finite amount of emotional trauma to be shared out. Okay, so here's 4 more animus, and I do the leap from above. It just says, place your figure on an empty hex within range 7.
You spent the one to move, right?
Yeah, spent 1 to move.
Right.
And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go here. That, because then we're within 3 of the so Warbear, and we're right next to the rear. And then we hit. You do not count as moving through the intervening hexes. That's fine, which is great because this shitloads of people in the
Just so
way.
everyone can see what we're playing. It's there.
It's my opening card back again.
Yeah, 4 animus, position 3.
All right, now I'm hitting her for 2 damage currently, but we need.
So this is the exile. So you've got no might. So it's all white dice.
Yeah, so it's
And
all white
we
dice.
think we don't want to use cards right now, right?
Yeah.
We can use cards.
I do have an Empower though and 3 rerolls.
Great. You want to make sure you do this, right? You want to break.
And this is 3 damage though.
And this is
I've
on the
got
rear,
+2.
correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Because her front's like the wrong
So
side.
you want 9. Sorry, 6 damage. And you already have 2, so you only need 4.
Yeah, 4.
So maybe like do 1 empowerment. Maybe like take 2.
Well, I've only got 1 Empower.
So maybe like take 2 dice and maybe make it a red and a yellow.
So 2 whites, a red and a yellow?
2 whites and upgrade them to a red and a yellow.
Oh, right. So 1 yellow and 1 red.
Yeah, ultimately.
You think that's going to get 4? I mean, that seems pretty good.
You have rerolls.
I do have
maybe
rerolls.
You also need a 3rd die. Maybe take a white. Maybe take 1 of each color then, apart from the blacks.
1 of each color?
Yeah, so you're taking 3 whites and then using 3 empowerments.
Yeah, 3 steps here. Yeah, I think that seems pretty good.
I think the odds of getting 4 with this are pretty bloody good. Like you're if anything, you're overpaying, but I think it's worth it to make sure how it happens.
Well, the thing is, we drop the white then to maybe make the miss less likely. I actually, I don't think
you could end up rolling 2 1s, right? I think we're right. I think the thing is, you could always get exploding dice. You could always end up getting crazy numbers, but you could also easily just roll 3 1s, and then we're sad. So I think this is a good call.
Okay, I think the white might be unnecessary, but let's find out.
You could get. You say the one's unnecessary. I bet it won't be.
Yeah, you reckon that the white's going to be the clincher? Here we go. Stabbing her in the back. I don't know if this camera cannot get a good.
What are you trying
to get a cool battle angle. Yeah. All right, I see 2 blanks.
And the white's a 2.
The white's a 2 and 2 blanks. Oh my god.
So you got to reroll.
All right, so we spend this to reroll the red one, right?
Actually relevant, but yeah, well the red's still better.
Yeah, the red one's got higher. Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's not relevant actually. Definitely not.
Hiya!
3.
So that's 5.
Great. That's 5 plus 2 is 7. 7 divided by 2 is 3 and a bit. So the rear is destroyed. For many years, my gamer tag has been had bear in it. In my gaming room, it's literally called my bear den. I didn't realize you were quite so interested in bears. That makes sense that you want Yorika to survive now. I thought it was just your favorite character.
Look, the best way to save her is to never play with her again.
Possibly. Right, so first thing that happens is we actually escalate her to stage 3.
Yeah. And I should flow now, right?
Yeah, finish that off.
Finish off the battle flow.
Right.
Which I've done correctly. Here's this reroll token.
Alright everybody, here we go. First stage 3 card. Acid Spit. Oh, for God's sake, she's using the only part of her body she still has.
Oh my god.
Release the Brood is the first step. So let's do that first. So one here, and the other one is where you're standing, so it'll have to go to the space there.
Oh my god, I'm stuck now. Oh my god.
Move 3 southwest. Great, that's the direction we want.
Oh, good. So
she's gonna move 1, 2, 3 and then turn to face that way. So her front arrow should be in this space right here. Which means, hang on, before you do anything, that means, so she's basically going to occupy all this space here. So this one's going to push the northmost. Mm-hmm. This one's going to push to here. This one's going to push to here, because she's also occupying this space. And then the exile is going to have to push the only available space, which is where it used to be. So this is the front arrow after she finishes turning.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, and then we continue. Attack the target in range 6. Oh, it's a spit. So she, I believe she targets the exile because
he was closest.
No, because he caused this.
Okay.
I think that's how it works. Isn't that how it works, everybody? I've been saying that this entire time, but this is the first time it's actually mattered. Isn't that how reactions work, everybody who knows the rules? Reaction, page 15 of the Encounter Rulebook.
We spawned the entire brood. Every single baby
Have
is
we actually?
there.
No, there's one there.
Oh, there's one baby left.
Yep, there's one there. Break location. When reaction happens, any additional effects on your baby, in rare situations, a possible break. Yeah.
Yes. Layla says yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Just wondering where it doesn't actually say. Why do I think that? Why do I think? Because of the trigger attack.
Even if it wasn't triggered, it would still target exile.
Yeah, it's true because he's more north than the warbear. Cool. All right, great. So, exile is the target. Place another toxic cloud template centered on the target's hex. This will cause any enemies within this area to suffer an attack from Broodmother. So it's basically the same as the explosions. It's just if it attacks someone like the warbear, it would also hit the priest.
But am I being hit twice or just once?
Once. Why would it be twice?
Because the toxic cloud also causes
Oh, it's an
attack.
attack and then place it.
Is it?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's the attack symbol. Yeah, you've been hit twice.
Place the toxic cloud template center. This will cause any enemies to suffer an attack from immediately. Yeah. I'm gonna get hit twice. I think I'm dead. Oh, you okay?
It's 2 separate attacks. You can play defense cards both times.
Okay. Well, good I have some cards.
Oh, this is gone now. The extra buff on the brood, thankfully.
Okie dokie.
I think we were okay.
Help! Help!
Well, the yellows have been reshuffled again.
Oh my god.
Alright, guys, here we go. Are you playing a defense card, Mike?
Yes. I'm actually... Oh god, I'm gonna have to play my weapon throw.
He was a good... I love the way Layla basically doesn't care if the
He was a good exile, remember? Well, I mean, I did say at the start, like, let's bring the exile so we can sacrifice him. Because you said someone was gonna die, and I was like,
yeah,
oh.
and Richard had played... My friend Richard plays the exile and didn't like him, didn't think he was very good. You seem to have found a way to make... He's good, and Layla said he was good too.
Yeah,
so.
I quite like him, but I'm not gonna be too upset if he dies.
I will be. I was really hoping we can achieve this without losing anybody.
Well, that would be great. I also realized I didn't actually get a crit there, so I didn't get an animus back, so I'm not doing anything else this round.
You can get a crit.
Anyway. Yeah, I was hoping to get a crit to get when I attack to get an animus back, and then I could have 3 to do my throw the weapons. But she's also facing the wrong way, so I mean, basically, it's up to someone else to hit
Oh no,
it
it doesn't matter because now if we hit her, it doesn't matter where we hit her now. She gets hit on the.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, even still...
That's right, isn't it, guys? Because the nearest available die is always going to be that one.
Right, so basically we've screwed up everything other than her head so much. Everything just counts as her face. But, I mean, realistically, do you think the Ursa Warbear's chock full of tokens? So realistically, if I survive this, then you're just going to kill her. Right?
I would hope so.
You've got 3 rerolls and an empower to do 4 damage.
I think we're fine. You just need to survive. Yeah.
You need 8.
Just survive this. Survive
okay, so I'm just going to play a defense card, which is...
Thank you, Dante.
I only get to play 1 defense card?
Yeah, only 1 defense card.
Okay, fine.
So you're playing 2, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to play both of my defense cards, so...
Alright, guys. So far, we have 3 and a blank. And we have... I'll arrange them in a way that I can flip easily. A 3, a 1, and a blank. That's 7.
Okay, so I've got a defense of 4, so that's 1 damage, so I think I'll just take that.
Yeah, I think that's a sensible thing to do.
So I go down to 3.
All right.
And this comes into position 1, which.
So that's the attack. We've prematurely placed the gas, and now that the gas is there, the exile is taking another attack as if from the Broodmother.
Here's my roaring charge. It's also defense 2, so I'm on defense 4.
And we're going to do the yellow cards first this time, everybody. 3 and 2 blanks.
Come on, exile. You can do it, buddy. Oh my god, that's 0 damage.
Yep.
I'm great at Oathsworn. I've gotten so lucky, like repeatedly.
Right. Okay. Over to the Warbear, who I think is just going to hit her very hard. Greetings. I see I am way too late. Well, I mean, you say that. You're just in time to see us win. Hopefully. So my Warbear is going to use an Animus to use her area of effect attack, because it's gonna get me extra. So I'm hitting these 3. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, John.
I think it makes sense that the Warbear does the final blow, because...
You're definitely the jammiest Oathsworn I've encountered. Hey, Layla, it's pure skill.
Yeah,
it's my 3rd time playing Encounter 1, in fairness. So we're going to target this as the center, which means that we're hitting the Broodmother twice, and the rat, that one rat. So my understanding is that add 1 damage for each enemy hit. So does that mean it's just, so even though I'm hitting the rat 2 hexes of the Broodmother, it's still only 1 enemy?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So it's plus 2 damage though, which is still great.
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay, plus 2 damage. So we have.
But
a
wait,
yellow.
oh,
What's up?
But you hit all enemies?
Yeah.
So why not target this rat, and then you get rat, her front?
Yes, that makes more sense.
That's 3 damage.
Yep, let's do that.
Cool.
Great. I kind of wanted to attack this so I had a path with the exile, but you know what? The exile can roll actually, so it's okay.
But also, you're gonna kill her, and then we win.
But hopefully, just in case. But yeah, let's do that. So we're gonna get plus 3 then. That raw talent is shining through. Exactly. Yeah, you see? That's what we picked, right?
We dance with death,
Yeah.
and then we have raw talent.
Exactly. Right. Okay. So I get this, and I need to roll. I need 8, and I have
Plus 3.
3 already, so I need 5. So I'm thinking, take 2 white dice, using power, to take a black. Black is. We haven't seen a black yet. And also turn this into a yellow. Three rerolls. So yeah, I think this is enough, isn't it? Yeah, surely.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, here we go, guys.
It's 8.
8.
So a total of 11.
So I'm going to reroll all those, try and get blanks. That's it, we did it. That's 8 plus 3 for 11. Divide by 2 is 5 and a bit. She did! Ba 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 ba.
I was completely mulched. Now she just lives in her own acid. Huzzah! Whoever said this was difficult was lying. We didn't even break a sweat.
Well, yeah, because you told me that people you knew had been wiped out in the first encounter multiple times, and I was like, well, I played it with Deborah once, the very first time. We had 2 KOs, but we won. And then I played it with Richard, and we had 1 KO, and we won. And now, my third time, we had no KOs, and we won.
True. Well, I think this is partly due to your practice, and I think I feel like I got quite lucky a few times. Like,
so the great thing is the little rats just scarper now. We don't need to kill them. Ready, steady,
slowly walk out of here.
Now for the best bit. Lol. Oh, loot. They said lol.
Loot.
Yes. I had completely internalized the looting system because I played 6 chapters in 3 days or 2.5 days. But now I've forgotten, so I'm gonna have to. No,
Dante, thank you so much for your help and support with the rules. That was absolutely great.
Yes, much appreciated. I'm going to have to... End of round phase. Here we go. Okay. That's end of round, sorry. Oh yeah, success. Okay, if you
Success.
defeat the encounter ends immediately, and all remaining minions flee. Proceed to the chapter epilogue in the story. So let's go.
Oh, Chris, read me a story.
I'll read you a story.
Read me a story. I want to hear a story.
I have to remember where the epilogue is. Oh, presumably it's the last. Is it just the last thing? Nope. Hang on. Bye, babies.
We spawned almost all of them, and then they're all... We've orphaned 11 rats. Or however many tokens there are. It is.
Oh, it doesn't say. Oh, maybe the. Where does it say what the? Maybe it's in the encounter book. Where's the encounter book? Do you have the encounter book?
I do. I have it here. This is the one
Is
thing
the
I have.
epilogue in here? Yes, it is. I think.
Yes.
Well, it's there, but
That's the fast epilogue. That's the chapter 2
this
epilogue.
is the. Oh. How do you know where the epilogue? Or is this just the epilogue?
Is it just very short? Do you not read the epilogues with Richard?
Sorry?
Do you not read the epilogue? Oh, does the app do it? You guys use the app. Oh, there it is. Chapter 1 epilogue.
Oh, great.
I think, yeah, this is just the instant action epilogue.
Which has a different reward, it looks like.
Well, then...
Interesting. Okay. With the screeching finally silenced, the mass of rotted fur lies still. Taking no chances, you hack off the Broodmother's head and burn the body. The Deepwood may snuff out the flames, but it will at least consume this corruption. In the den you find several items of value. When you arrive back at Bastone, you are met by a squad of guards. Our Lord Davendish... Our Lord Davenish heard of your foray in the Deepwood. Have you found the beast? Asks the sergeant. You raise the severed head of the Broodmother to the guard's face. The men recoil. Well done. I have been instructed to give you this iron in payment, and to tell you that Lord Davenish would meet with you tomorrow morning. He has paid for your lodgings at the Broken Oak Inn tonight, during your stay. I would suggest retiring there now, as his lordship will not suffer tardiness tomorrow. You hand the guard the head, and take the iron. All Oathsworn gain 2 iron each. Tally level, loot, and losses. End chapter 1.
Woo!
Alright.
We're rich!
So, tally loot, level, loot, and losses. Okay, first thing we do is we gain a level according to the leveling table on page 26. So, we go from level 1 to level 2. So we what we gain extra is ability cards. So we don't gain any new permanent tokens or anything. We gain cards. Do you want to grab the baggies?
Yes, we need the baggies appropriate for our characters, right?
And companion free. I guess companions don't get. Oh, they do, because companions will get instead of cards, they get a new archetype option. So yes, we all get something.
Very cool. Well, let's see. I was about to say if they never level up, that might be a problem.
No, they do, and because all other methods, all the other level up systems will be.
I've got everyone except for your
Blade.
actual the blade, right?
That's fine. So we'll do the Warbear first because it'll be nice, quick, because it's just going to be an archetype card. So, oh no, that's level 5 archetype card. Oh,
Do they get a token or something, maybe? Oh, I did really stay like it.
oh, full character. Right, they don't get anything.
Oh,
At level 2 they don't. Yeah, thanks Lena. Yeah, I just spotted that. So at level 2 it says full characters get ability cards. Then for example, and then at level 4 for example it says all characters get a permanent token. At level 5 for example it says full characters get ability cards and companions get archetype cards. That's weird that they didn't give a new archetype card at level 2. That seems strange. But whatever, that's fine. They don't get anything on this particular moment. So that's fine, we will lose them. So the Blade's going to gain access to 2 more ability cards in future
but we would,
encounters.
if we're playing another character, would repeat this process, right?
So you quick level, yeah. We quick level any new character we want. So I have access now to weapon throw, which is if you have a weapon, basically do an attack at range 3 with +2 damage, and if in Viper stance, I can move 2 as well. Expensive though. I don't know if I like that card necessarily. For 4 animals to throw your weapon seems not great. Master Parry sounds exciting. It's an interrupt card used instead of playing a defense card, however. Gain 3 defense, that's great, against this attack, and if in bull mode, also guess the amount of damage the enemy will draw. If you're correct within 2 of the correct answer, ignore the damage entirely.
That's awesome. That's so much fun. Like,
that's cool.
I really.
What'd you get?
Okay, I've got this one. It's called Rake. If you are attacking a target in a flank, gain a redraw on the attack.
So that's pretty basic and simple, but it's a nice one.
Yeah, it's 3 and it's an attack with a free token.
Yeah.
And I've also got Line Break. Charge through 4. Attack once and apply damage to all targets. If you stop inside an enemy, place yourself in the closest empty hex.
Huh, that's very similar to my cleaving slide.
4 cost. But both of the... So that's a 2 and that's a 1. So this one's quite recoverable. The basic attack, the Rake.
Cool. Excellent. Okay, so that's the first thing. We've leveled up successfully. Well done, everybody.
All these are refreshed, right?
Oh yeah, that's everything's reset. Going to be reset. So. Next thing we do is replace the current item deck with the common item deck for the next chapter. So can you grab past me that thing over there? So this is what we do basically.
So common item deck is this one here. No, it's not. It's this one here.
It should be all 1s.
Yes.
Great. So give me all the 1s back. Shuffle those up, please.
I like to shuffle.
And then we're going to get 4 cards from that common item deck, from that one.
From the number 2 deck?
Yeah, so you get the next one.
So we get the next one up. This is exciting.
Yeah, so there's a whole process here.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, wait.
Did you have to shuffle it a lot? Because they're in new deck order kind of sort of thing. Yeah, I like that. Right here. Let's go with that top card.
There we go.
Alright. So, you happy for me to reveal these one at a time?
Yeah, do it.
Alright, here we go. So, we got
a pig
iron mesh, which is very similar to the pig iron coat. 3 defense, but it has an additional benefit which it can be used into Battle Flow Position 3. If there's no adjacent characters, Battle Flow 1 card. However, if it's a companion who has it, it just gains them a Empower token when they... But yeah, just a better version of the armor we already had. We have a pickaxe. This is a one-handed weapon. This could be good maybe for the exile because it has a might. It has a yellow might. When you critical during an attack, draw 2 instead of 1. Isn't that exactly the same as your hatchet, but with the might?
Yes.
Great, that's most likely going to you.
Well, what if I swap over to the other character, though?
Well, yeah, absolutely. We have a peasant flail, which is a yellow might, but then before drawing damage for your first attack of the round, add a red. You can play this into slot 3.
So this is, for anyone unclear, this is a flail that's not part of the ruling class.
And we also managed to get a padded flak jacket, which is good for the... Who's the person wearing light armor? The exile, actually. This is cloth armor. Can he wear cloth armor? Yes, he can.
Oh, how do you know? Oh, can equip cloth and leather armor, all 100 and 200 weapons except daggers, spears, staffs, and bows.
Oh, so you can't even use that dagger you found. So this is 2. It can. Its ability is... It also tells... Actually, everyone can use this.
Oh, the class icons. That's what those are. I was wondering what those were.
Ignore the damage loss from colliding with something when you suffer knockback.
That's pretty good, actually.
That could be good. Right, great. Next thing we do is gain 2 unique items from the current chapter's unique deck. So obviously we gain from... so you should have a unique deck there.
It's here.
So will they shuffle? Oh yeah, okay, great.
I'll give them a shuffle.
You pick 2 from there.
There's not many here, so...
You pick them.
This one and this one.
Okay. Oh, actually, hang on. We get a third one. Because we ticks the box saying get an extra one.
This box?
Yep.
Because we were so fast finding the rat mother.
Still alive? Are you fighting the big rat monster? We've killed him, Alessandro. We are getting loot currently.
Behold, it is dead.
We might get a piece
It has become dead.
First unique item is Rot Hide. So this is clearly leather armor fashioned from the Broodmother's pelt. It is a leather armor, which means that I think everyone can use it, more or less.
There's one person who can't use it. One symbol's missing, isn't it?
4, 5. Yeah, maybe. I can't remember how many characters there are.
There are... Yeah, there's got to be 12. 12 characters.
So there's 3 that can't use it then.
Yes, it cannot be used by the plant symbol, fire symbol, or hex symbol. I'm going to venture the witch, the huntress, and the ranger.
They can only wear cloth, I think.
Yeah, witch, huntress, and ranger.
So after losing any... It's a reaction. After losing any damage from an adjacent enemy, that enemy loses the health. That's pretty cool.
And then it has to go into slot 3. But it still provides it's this when it's on the track. It's just you can't use that.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. So the ability, it needs to be battle flowed and cooldown. We also got the incisor. So this is a
that looks
dagger.
just like my bone knife.
That's a dagger made from a tooth, clearly. It's a yellow might. However, when you critical during an attack that hits, you draw red instead of the normal critical. So I have this actually on my cur, my other playthrough, and what I always try to do is I always try to get a white critical, so I can then upgrade the white to a red, which feels really good. I don't know if we have anyone who has used
You could also downgrade your black to red.
And finally we have the spine, which seems to be a two-handed staff made from his spine. Two-handed weapon. It's a red might, and during an attack you can redraw a blank. That a white blank.
The witch can use that. Now I'm tempted to take her.
It's a white. Well, I think the blade might be able to take it, unless he can't take staves.
No, it's only got 3 classes on it left.
Yes, you're right. The priest, the harbinger, and the witch.
Are you sure that's the priest?
Isn't it the club symbol? Isn't that the priest?
Oh yeah.
Not the club symbol.
Okay,
the hammer,
yeah.
The hammer.
Yep, that's definitely him.
Cool. So those are our items. Okay, now get that whole deck out again, because now we're removing that deck. So we replaced the unique unique chapter 1 stuff with unique chapter 2 stuff, ready for the next time we do this phase, basically.
Boom. I understand this system completely now.
Yep, I had totally internalized this after playing it for so long, but I've forgotten. So replace the current... Yeah, done that. Okay, losses. I don't think we have anything to do here, but we're going to read through anyway. For each unconscious, dead if playing on hardcore mode, Oathsworn, mark 1 tick on the knockout sheet, on the free company sheet. So that's here. So these skulls, basically, we would cross them off for each knockout. If someone was dead, we'd cross off their symbol here. This, as far as I can determine, is basically a scoring system, I think, for the end of the campaign. Although I'm not 100% sure, because I haven't finished the campaign. So, add 2/1 ticks if the difficulty is set to Journeyman, Pilgrim. Yeah, so basically you also get plus and minus ticks depending if you're playing standard, something easier or harder than standard difficulty. We're playing standard difficulty, so it would simply be 1 tick for every dead person. All unconscious Oathsworn gain an injury card from the injury deck. If playing hardcore, which we are, all Oathsworn with 1 or 2 HP remaining also gain an injury card. We all start. I have 3 and 4, and you have 5 and 3. So we met the priests managed to prevent the Ursus getting injured, and finally,
did that for you, Layla.
And then this is what I was saying about losing items. All Oathsworn now lose 1 item that they used during the encounter. 2 if they were knocked unconscious.
Oh.
Player's choice. These items are archived back to their original decks. All dead allies are archived. So basically, our weapons and armor, etc., degrade over time.
Right. So, the companions too.
Yeah, they're Oathsworn. They're fully Oathsworn.
So I have to lose a hatchet off of the exile because he has nothing else to lose.
Yeah. No, he has armor.
Oh yeah, he's got his armor.
But I think lose the hatchet because we're gonna replace that, aren't we? With,
yeah, we can quite easily replace that. Too.
Well, there you go. Have that instead. I think that makes sense. Right, so that's going to be archived there. So one of my guys should lose their heavy armor, I think, or you could lose heavy armor as well, because basically we have a better heavy armor waiting for us.
Yeah, we've also got the spine, but I have to decide whether I'm going to try and swap over to the witch.
The problem is, yeah, so both my characters are going to need to buy a weapon, which is fine. We can go to the banksmith and buy a weapon. That's not a problem. But because because both of my characters have to. Both my characters use two-handed weapons. I mean, they don't have to exclusively. He can actually use one-handed. But with your permission, I think I'd like to take this armor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we actually don't need to decide who's taking the armor. But the point is, I think I'm going to destroy the pig iron coat for the exile, and then I think I might destroy the axe for the bear and try to buy a better axe in chapter 2. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you need to lose either the pig iron coat or the grey one.
Right.
The bear needs the heavy armor. Even if she never plays again, she deserves it. Yeah. Well. Sure. I don't know. I don't mind.
I'll tell you what. I'll give up the Great Maul because we do have a replacement for it, and then if I take the witch,
No, but you can't use it though. Oh yeah, he can.
Yeah,
use
he
it.
can. And then if we take the
yeah, that
witch,
makes more
maybe I'll
sense.
give her the spine, and we'll figure something else.
Well, he can take the spine if he plays him again. That's fine.
Yeah, well, we'll probably keep him, right? Because we want the healing ability.
Yeah, so he should probably just take it.
Well, that's what I mean, but I don't know. It feels like because he can't. If he's healing as well, he can't really make good use of that. But then again, well, maybe I'll do some spec.
Right, so these all get archived.
How does he use the ability on the weapon though? If he's AI,
he flips it face down.
right, and then he just gets it back.
No, he gets it once per. I think it's once per encounter they can do it.
Oh, okay, so it's just less good. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think there's a way of flipping it back up for it to bounce.
But we're really just kind of doing this to help us manage stuff. Like we could just swap these around if we wanted.
What do you mean? Oh, make him full.
No, I mean if I wanted to give that to the witch later and give him something else, we could just do that, right?
Yeah.
It's not like
because
they're not locked in.
These are all in our backpack, and
Effectively.
yeah, exactly. And our backpack has a capacity. I think it's of 12 to begin with. You can upgrade it.
Yes. 12 to begin with.
Yeah, it can be upgraded. All right, that's it. That's everything. We would now move on to encounter 2.
Do you know what I feel bad about?
Not encounter 2. Sorry, story 2. What?
Cedric never got to fight the rats. He really wanted to.
He was there.
He seemed so keen. He didn't do shit then. His moral support. Is there anything you need me to do on there?
Nope. I was just wondering when we get a free company trait. That's King Killer.
We have one keyword.
That's it, really?
Cool.
So we succeeded. No one died. We played in hardcore mode and no one died. We have our loot. We're good.
I didn't have to pull any of the miniatures apart to represent battle damage. Which is what happens when we die.
None of them fell apart, as you could see.
Yeah, they were fine. They held together okay. Maybe it's sort of like luck of the print. You know,
yeah, I think I've got a slightly worse set maybe for it. But you say you spent a lot of time working on them, so maybe that's...
They did come. 2 of them came in sort of parts in the box when I opened it.
I mean, also bear in mind that you haven't got the armory set, so I've been pulling them apart and putting them back together and stuff.
Yeah, I don't. So
whereas just as they are.
So does the armory literally come with like all of these weapons?
It comes with a representation of a staff, a representation of a bow, a representation of a. Well, it depends actually. The archer, the ranger comes with like several different bows, all of which look slightly different. But then the cur, for example, has like he has knives, but like it doesn't matter if you're using his starting knife or the incisor; it's still just the same piece, right?
So it sounds like there's more variety depending on how many different weapons they.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if the ranger's pretty much locked into bows, she's just got lots.
Yeah, it just means that if the bear changes to having a claw and an axe, it will a one-handed axe and a kind of Wolverine claw. It will have that.
Right. Basically, now if we wanted to change him over to have a staff, he could look like a staff.
Yeah, instead of exactly. It's yeah, exactly. So that he can take stabs. So the armory will have a staff arm for him. It's nice. It's a really nice addition. I really like it, but it's 100% unnecessary, obviously.
Good. Well, that's going to be the end of Oathsworn for now, but we'll be back to play more of it for sure. Probably pretty soon.
Yep.
So
Hopefully next week.
Hopefully. Well, we shall have to see if I can get my head around the rules enough for us to play remotely, I think.
Yeah, I mean, but I'll still be able to see what you're doing.
Stream. That's wrong. Stop it. Don't do that.
And we'll have my copy. I'll have a second copy, so when you move something, I'll have my copy as a reference to be like, no, that's wrong. Put it back to here. You know.
Put it back. Put it back. But yeah, so if you enjoyed this, then make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss part 2 when we go and do chapter 2 and spoil whatever that is.
Yes, do bear in mind that as we move through the campaign, we will be spoiling content.
Yeah, I feel like most of this is not really a spoiler because this is everywhere.
Yeah, that is right. There's a boot camp series, which was made by an independent YouTuber, but they've subsequently been endorsed by Jamie and Shadowborn Games. In fact, I think if you click on the tutorial button in the app, it actually takes you to those videos.
Oh, cool.
I
Well,
have watched
to check those out. Definitely have to check those out.
Yeah, that was great. I really enjoyed that.
Yep, I thoroughly enjoyed that. And this is only really made possible by the Patreons who support us on patreon.com, but also as well by companies like Shadowborn Games who give us these review copies to mess around with on the internet. So thank you all so much for your support on Patreon, and please do check out the Patreon if you want to get involved. I'm ever developing it, so there's lots of exciting things happening over there if you want to come and check that out. And otherwise, your views and your subscribes and your likes are also helpful, so why not? It's free.
Yeah, please do like the video. All that jazz. And remember, second printing is on Kickstarter now if you liked what you saw.
It was not a coincidence that we played this today. We're not very good at lining up with these things, but today it did line up.
Thanks so much for joining us, guys. You made it extra fun, especially that healing was a great ordeal.
Yeah, exactly. The great drama of the healing. So we'll see you all in the next one, and I'm sure Lena says, I'm all in, all over again.
Ready, steady, slay!
We sold it to you. There you go. Bye everyone.
Bye.
Thanks for watching. Oh, Ready Steady Slay. Yes, that's our team. Slay.